Dime que eres buen jugador de FIFA sin decirme que eres buen jugador de FIFA.
Oh!
Tyler, please.
Oh my gosh, one of the most creative goals I've seen in FIFA 21. Sorry to interrupt you.
Take a breather, Richard. Take a breather. There you go. And Lozano on the flip side for Dennis. Can he find the back of the net? No!
Danny back in front. Great penalty. Go through to the losers bracket semi-final.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's silly.
Oh, no.
Wow. I mean, that is composure.com/double decent.
El quinto qualifier europeo de la FIFA Global Series comienza ya.
Welcome everyone to the fifth and final European qualifier of this FIFA Global Series season. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside the usual suspects, Spencer Owen and Mike Lavelle, and a terrific group of casters. I'm talking Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, Ryan Passot, and the newest member to our squad. We're very excited to have her, Lisa Manley. Now, Spencer, speaking of excitement, where are you on a scale from 0 to 100? And it better be 100.
Oh, go on then. We'll go 100. I'm right up there, Jim. Great to be back. Great to see you guys, of course, albeit virtually. I've missed you. I'm excited for some more FIFA action. Listen, we've been absolutely looked after this year when it comes to FIFA and these events particularly. I've been blown away by the action, by the twists, by the turns. More of the same, please, because the last few I've absolutely loved doing.
Well, speaking of twists and turns, Spencer, now, Mike, I'm throwing it to you. There's no Germans in this one, and they've won all 4 of the previous iterations on the Xbox side of things. Talk to me about this German domination, Mike.
Well, we're going to have a new winner, but the Germans, we always talk about it. Anytime there's a German in the tournament, they're always got a chance. They've almost got some programming happening from the German ecosystem of FIFA producers and productivity and what they're doing with the young guys. They've been killing the game constantly, but it's going to be different today. Let me take you through what's been happening. If you've missed out on some of the action, a lot of high-scoring affairs. Speaking of these Germans, we saw Kekurai play up against Lefty. You see the reaction there, hands on the head. Qualifier 2. More of the same. We see Dolan Mike, and this is where you saw that real, true introduction of the 5 at the back. New meta. Give them something to talk about. Indeed! We heard Spencer's reactions to start the show. Dolan Mike, a household name, breaking onto the scene a couple years back. Now, still as a teenager, killing it. Musty, another German. And I want to get some of this program. Maybe I need to move. My results aren't good enough through the weekend league. I need to go to Germany and spend maybe a few months, maybe a year there. And the newest of the champions, we see Dolan Mike going up against Predator. Predator getting the result here. But we got to give a lot of credit to Dolan Mike being able to get to 2 finals. Is the reason that we're seeing so much interchangeability at the competitive level is because it's at that high level, and everybody can win depending their day, who gets the bounces. And what maybe is most importantly for me, I'm coming in neutral here, is that we're not seeing clean sheets. We see a lot of goals. We see back and forth. We see the intricacies, the skill moves, the comebacks, the drama, the roller coaster ride I want to get on. Apparently that roller coaster is in Germany.
Yeah, I think you're going to be have to be in there longer than a year, Mike.
Cheers. I didn't know what my estimated time was. I'm getting older,
maybe a couple years just to get into the flow to actually be one of the top guys. But I don't want to discount your ability. You guys are very good. All right, let's take a look now at the brackets and see who is here, because there are no Germans, so it's going to be nice to see another country be represented when they're hoisting that trophy over their heads. You can see here now in the losers quarterfinal, we got 2 Danes going after it, Skifter and Marcuso. And then we got the King Yuval, taking on Zidane. So an Israeli versus a Spaniard. And then in the winners final, got Peixoto, got a Portuguese-French descent. We like what he's got going. And then Uptale is what's happening from Sweden. We'll see if he can do it after getting to the winners final in qualifier number 2. All right, Spencer, take us through these rankings, where everybody stands.
Yeah, Jim, we've got 6 of the top 30 players in Europe right now on Xbox. Zidane, the Spaniard, being the lowest ranked player currently, at least. 1,536 points. He's sitting in 30th. Optola, the Swede, is 5th right now. We've got Yuval Veli from Israel in 8th. So we've got 2 players from the top 10, which is great. 13th place, 14th place, and then Marcuso in 18th place as well. So there's plenty of talent that is going to be on display. Of course, why are they doing this? They're trying to get as many points as possible so they can qualify for the playoffs. Okay, there's 64 spots available for the playoffs. The top 47 of that leaderboard you just saw will make it in via that leaderboard, but then there's 17 more spots that are available via the league partner tournaments. So we're talking about things like the E-Premier League, the E-Bundesliga. You win them, it's another route in. Otherwise, you need to make sure you're doing well on this leaderboard. We already know these guys are in the top 30, so they're looking good, but more points just gets you that much closer.
Yeah, now speaking of points, Mike, what else is at stake? We got points and we got money. Why don't you walk us through these?
A little extra cheddar, that moolah. First place, $15,000. Second place, $10,000. Third place, $7,000. Fourth place, $5,000. And you can see how this trickles down. Everybody's getting a payday. They got a guarantee being in that final 6. And if it's not just the money, it's your legacy, of course, the points. Anytime you can create separation, even though all these gentlemen and young gentlemen at that are qualified for playoffs, why would you not want to improve your odds, your percentage play? What's going to happen in terms of having better seeds? And there you see first place 1,000, second 900, third 800, and so forth and so on. Again, how it trickles down. But for these guys, a lot of it's going to be playing not only for the fatter pockets, increasing the pocket size, getting some bigger pants, but also the fact that you want to have that champion status. You want that pedigree. You want that attached to you.
I think what you're trying to say is these guys need some momentum going into the playoffs, and of course, they're going to need some bigger pants. Let's get into our players to watch. And the player that I think is going to need the biggest pants after this is all said and done is the Swede. The 16-year-old is Optola. I really feel like he's got it done. He's going to have the goods. As you can see here, ranked 5th overall, top 3 in the second European qualifier. Now, he got to the winners final. That said, he lost to Dylan Mike in the winners final last time around. Then he dropped into the losers final and lost to the Israeli Nisats. So he actually got to this before, but never won a game. So we'll see how he does in this broadcast. How about you, Sven? Who are you going with?
Well, I just want to take this opportunity, Jimmy, to praise you for going with the outside-the-box pick of the top-ranked player and the guy who's gone through the winner's bracket, and, you know, we've seen him before. I've gone a little bit different. I've taken your player to watch very literally, and I've picked someone that I love to watch. I don't necessarily know how far he's going to go, but he's entertaining. His games are great, and that player is Marcuso, 22 years old, basically a veteran of the scene. We have seen him do magnificent things in competitive FIFA, including winning the E-Superliga Season 5, of course, top 4 in the E-Champions League back in 2019. That year, there was a move called La Croqueta. It's still in the game, but that was the year of the La Croqueta. I think it was the first year it was in the game, and it was very OP. People were using it a lot. No one better than this man. In fact, you might as well have renamed it La Marcuso. Can he pull out the same sort of levels today? I hope so.
All right, well, that's my Danish counterpart. I've got some Danish background in my blood. How about you, Mike? Who are you going with?
Well, we're going with Peixoto, and this is the second Peixoto. Don't get it confused. We've seen his brother on broadcast before. I think this is the breakthrough here. Remember, all these guys are qualified for playoffs, of course. 14th on the Xbox European ranking, top 16 with the E-Ligoon and their domestic events. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it's time for maybe a breakthrough. We've seen a lot of new faces, mainly German new faces, but today's going to be a different day, and I think it's going to be a huge breakthrough for one of these competitors. We're going to have a new champion. These are the facts. And there's cops outside, if you can hear that. And welcome to New York City.
Well, New York City, or they're coming right for you, Mike, because I don't know if you're giving us the best information. We need top, Mike. I'm just kidding. We got some good stuff coming up very soon for you guys. But you guys know the points. You know the prizes. You know everything that's going on ahead of this big tournament. So join the conversation with us. Hit us up at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. Let us know who you think is going to win this tournament. Hit us up there on Twitter, and then we'll read your comments here on the broadcast. All right, we're going to take our first break, but when we return, it is our first matchup of the day, the Danish derby between Skipter and Marcuso. Don't go anywhere.
We get up at 12. have breakfast and play a couple of friendlies. We go to the gym, then maybe we have a quick meeting with Carlos, train 2 or 3 hours. Between 8 and 10 p.m. create some content. 11 o'clock we usually play Blackie, this amateur competition we have. 3 or 4 we get to our beds. It's kind of hard because, as I just said before, our day is pretty much focused on training.
We live in the Team Duke's house is just only speaking about FIFA and everything is around FIFA, you know.
If you watch us perform well, it makes sense because our life right now is concentrated at FIFA and just FIFA. Back in 2018, my best friends in the scene kind of wanted to create a new org, not a traditional esports org with many other games. They wanted to launch like a FIFA concentrated org, not only get the best FIFA players to play with us, but also create a really good content.
No te creo. Eso es muy falso,
When you have the best FIFA coaches out there looking at your matches, looking at your opponent's matches, analyzing everything, really understanding, it's so much helpful. It's hard for us because we're away from our home for pretty much the whole year, but when it comes to performing and playing well, I just made it to the top 3. I managed the top 1 in Europe, and it is the top 1 in the La Liga at the moment in the regular season. It shows that if you stick to a good routine at a gaming house, it works really, really well, and it helps you perform really, really good.
¡Hey! ¡Campeón Gravesen, sí señor! Levantando el título que tal.
FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Be sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter, everyone, and stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. All right, everybody, let's catch you up on what's happening today. All these players getting after it to be on this broadcast. Only 6 are left. And we're going to start with our first losers quarterfinal, the Danish derby between Trick Skifter and Marcuso. Yes, it is all popping off. A great first match to start this 5th and final European qualifier of the season. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle and Spencer Owen. Now, Mike, I'm going to come to you first. Let's talk a little Trick Skifter because he's a pretty good player and first time on broadcast.
And I'm expecting lots of tricks. I want those intricacies. I want that in-depth. I want the razzle, dazzle. You got to give me something to celebrate, whether it's a little birthday push or it's that team of the Thieves and good love. I'm all the way with it. And we've got his Twitter. We've seen what he has to say. He's very happy about qualifying, as he should be, as you would expect. Broadcast! That's how I feel that he was saying that. I don't know. I mean, our voices might not be exact, but that's what it looks like to me. I'm just giving you my best impression of what it looks like. And then top 6 secured, qualified for the broadcast, $2,000. I told you, people are counting the pockets. Look who he beat, Musty and Rasik. Optali, this is massive. I guess he took a loss at technically to Optali. And of course, he has to play Marcuso, but what would you expect? And we're here for the Danish affair. We like this matchup. 18 years young, 13th in Europe, 2nd place in the East Superliga. We're just keep seeing new faces, new stars. I kind of like the hair. It's pushed back. as a man that has too much hair as well and is trying to do something like Trichter, I'll add that. I
didn't even hear what you said the last minute, because rest in peace my ears, Mike LaBelle.
Broadcast! Sorry.
Let's talk about the other Dane in this first losers quarterfinal, Marcuso, who has a lot more experience than Trick Skifter. Do you think that will be enough to see him through this one?
Well, that is the reason that Trick said in that tweet, I have to play Marcuso. He didn't say I am playing him. He said I have to play him, like it's a chore, like it's a challenge, because we know what Marcuso can do. He's been active on the socials as well, of course. He's had a few tweets we're going to look at, but I picked him out as my player to watch, of course. I think these games are going to be great. I can't wait for him, and what a matchup between two Danes. You can see here he said top 6 and broadcast, just normal spelling of broadcast though, so I don't have to shout it like that. 1 against number 1, which is Musti. Interestingly, both these guys beat Musti, but also he did beat the one and only Boras Legend. You can see the picture there, an aggregate. He actually came out 3-2 against Team Boras. And Boras himself actually tweeted and says, I can't beat you, man. Too good. Good luck in the finals. And those of you that know Boras know that's exactly what he sounds like. I can't beat you, man. Nothing like Boras. But this is Marcuso. 22 years old. 18th. For him, he won't be happy with that. You know, he's never been a top 18 player. Back in the day, a couple years ago, he's pushing top 10, top 5, maybe even higher than that. He wants to get back where he belongs. My question is, has he got the hunger? Has he got the energy he needs to keep up with these young pups? We're going to find out.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it right back to you, Spencer. Who do you like in this one? It has to be Marcuso, since he's your player to watch.
As I mentioned earlier, Jimmy, if you read the small print, player to watch doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. It means you want to watch them, you know. But I'm going to go with him because he's a stalwart of the scene, and on his day he's unplayable. You know, I have got question marks as to whether he can still do it at this level, but I'm here for it. I want to see what happens. I'm going to go Marcuso for the culture.
Okay, I respect that. Now, how about you, Mike LaBelle? Who are you going with?
As much as I don't wanted to come back to the broadcast and agree with Spencer on things, if you're asking who do you want to watch, it comes down to Marcuso. He's kind of a personality. He's maybe our bad boy of the FIFA community. He's got some of the tattoos. He's almost model-esque. He's someone that's always had a lot of history, and he's very self-assured. You kind of want to see him go for it. And at 22 years old, he's now a veteran, and he might be too old if you're listening to Spencer saying, I don't know, questioning if he has it. I still think he's gone quietly this year. He's 18th in the world. We just haven't seen those broadcasts and those big moments from him just yet, but he's been there. He's always one round before or a couple rounds off, but he's still got that ranking. He's good to go for playoffs. He's been a definite force, a factor. You saw the E-Superliga, that W, and I think he's going to build here. He's someone that rises to the occasion.
All right, we'll see if he can handle being the favorite, because... What's up? I
was just going to say I'm not looking forward to the day that I turn 22. It's going to be a hard day when that happens.
It is. I think you've had that beard since you were 15. All right, let's throw it over now to Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, who have the call of this first losers quarterfinal on this first broadcast day. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike. Great to be back in the commentary booth once again with good friend of mine, commentator, pro player, analyst, and content creator. Is there anything this man can't do? Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, what a game as well to get started here in qualifier number 5.
Yep, the Battle of the Danes. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. And yeah, both these players, I presume, have played each other before in domestic competition, so it'll be interesting what happens today.
Without any further ado, let's have a look at the squad restrictions coming into this 5th qualifier, because there'll be a couple of changes. Ryan, you've been playing in these qualifiers. Why don't you tell the people at home what these new restrictions are looking like?
Yep, so we've had restrictions throughout the season so far, of course, squad requirements, but these ones have changed, as you mentioned. We are still allowed up to 2 of any of the combination between Team of the Year players or Icon cards, and you can have up to 3 non-Icon or Team of the Year players above 90 rated. However, something that has changed is that you are allowed any player on the bench or in the squad that's rated 89 or below, which is great because before you were sort of squeezed in where you had to choose between 87 and 89, but now you can choose any player in the squad. However, the new players that are added into Ultimate Team with the Team of the Season cards are unable to be used. But now you can choose any player in the squad. However, the new players that are added into Ultimate Team with the Team of the Season cards are unable to be used.
And we get to see Skifter's squad, which is in those restrictions here, Ryan, and a couple of interesting picks. Man of the match, Juan Cuadrado at right back, and also the new FUT birthdays. First time we've seen them in Europe used, Yusuf Atal and Renato Sanchez. Any other interesting picks in that squad?
I think this is a fairly standard squad amongst the scene. You've got a lot of players that are utilised in every squad, mainly with CR7. You've got Neymar, you've got Team of the Year Mbappe, who's a fantastic attacker, and of course you've got informed Kyle Walker and the future stars Reece James in centre-back.
On the other side of that, we'll have a look at Marcuso's team and what he's rolling with. I did see a little glimpse of this on social media, and he's gone with the double icons. R9 Ronaldo, who's quite an unknown sort of quantity player that you're bringing into your team now. Typically, icons are being phased out. What do you make of the admission of R9 in the team?
This one's very unique in a sense that, of course, the team, you've got standard players that I mentioned before, but the fact your other icon is a defender in Prime. Is it Prime? I think it's Prime Carlos Alberto in right back, which is very unique, just as I mentioned, because, again, if you have that icon or the Team of the Year card, you usually would use it on an attacker, but it's been working for him, and there's a reason why he's here. Yeah,
imagine he'll probably be playing centre-back in game right there. Interesting point as well, Ryan, that Marcuso actually got his playoff spot. I believe he was one of the first players to get his playoff spot. December 29th, he won the E-Superliga with Mikkel Lord-Hjort over in Denmark. So he had a playoff spot back last year. Do you think that's potentially why we've seen him maybe take a couple of months off, maybe celebrate the fact that he's not got to grind every single qualifier, and we're seeing him peak now towards the end of the season when the playoffs are right around the corner?
Yep, exactly. It relieves a lot of pressure, especially you mentioned he obtained the playoff spot in December, which is a long while before, I guess, the crunch time of the season. So he's had a lot of time just to chill out, to prepare. As you mentioned, going into qualifiers can be very, very stressful from a player that competes myself. So when you have that sort of safety blanket that is already been accomplished, of course you still want to play for the prize money, for the pride, for the stature to reach the latter stages of tournaments. But the main goal for all players this year is to reach playoffs. So having that done months and months before, again, it allows you to perform a bit better, because some players might crumble under pressure. However, when you're in these tournaments, you have nothing to lose because the objective has been reached already.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of those playoffs right there, Ryan, we could actually have a look at the playoff schedule and see where those tournaments are going to be lining up in the next couple of weeks, because I'm telling you, it's going to be a very busy next sort of 4 to 5 weeks in the FIFA esports calendar. This is what you've been sort of playing for the entire season. You might have got into the playoffs through different means, whether it's good playing in qualifiers or you've earned a spot through a domestic league. What would, if you had to pick one or the other, Ryan, would you have rather done it via the Global Series points through qualifiers, or would you have rather done it through a domestic league win?
I'd say domestic league win, in essence, because of course you've only got one of those tournaments, and to represent the club that you chose to represent in those tournaments and to win it domestically, because you have to win the tournament to get the spot. Yeah. So we've seen Marcuso won it early on in the year. We saw many other players. I think it's Ajax Thiago and Ajax Danny both got their player spots early on in the year. We saw Shells as well secure his before the final qualifiers. So I'd say that sort of edges it. But again, some players have been a lot more consistent, that have qualified or maybe missed out on qualification for the broadcast, but are higher ranked in the leaderboard. We see Yuval Belli, who we'll see later on today, his first broadcast, but he's really high ranked as well. Sakul, who hasn't even made a broadcast yet, and he's still in the top 10 leaderboards. Yeah,
absolutely. I believe we're very close to getting into this first game. All Danish affair between Skifter and Marcuso. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa on the commentary desk here. It's going to be a long day, Ryan, because we've got a lot of games in this losers bracket. The kick-starting, they've got to win the quarterfinal, then the semi-final, then the losers bracket final. It's going to be the start of a marathon. Let's see if either of these two players can go all the way to lifting that trophy. Trick Skifter getting from left to right in the black strip. It's going to be Marcuso from Copenhagen from right to left in the white. Early indications sort of showing with that R9 in the team. You have Atal in the team, and also Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm expecting a lot of skill moves from Marcuso, especially in the final third, and I'm more intrigued to see where Carlos Alberto fits into this squad. Chance here for Skifter, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Mbappe slots it in at the near post, and that will be a 1-goal lead in the opening 5 minutes.
Genuinely the perfect start. He couldn't have dreamed of a better start. 1 goal straight away. I thought he could maybe have been offside, but Mbappe slots it past the goalkeeper to give him the 1-goal lead. And again, if you could start a game, you'd want to start 1-0 up from your own kickoff to give you that advantage and put the pressure on your opponent. And of course, it's key to mention here that both of these players are in the loser bracket, so it's backs against the wall already coming into this competition, because of course prior to this there have been many games to reach this point of the broadcast. But again, you don't want to lose the game so early on, because you don't really have that. Say for instance, if you're in the winner bracket, you sort of have that safety net where if you do lose, you can still fight back through the loser bracket and reset it to have the hopes of winning it. But when you're in the loser bracket, you lose one game and it's over. It's pretty self-explanatory, really.
I want to pick your brain as well in regards to a number of these FUT birthday items that have been brought into the game. FUT birthday was just after the last qualifier that we did. Atal, Renato Sanchez, specifically those two, pretty much in every single squad. Two-part question. Why are they in the team, and what makes them so good?
I'll start off with Atal. Of course, very versatile with his stats. He can play right wing back, which is in a lot of people try the 5-3-2. He can also play centre midfield. He's got the stats, he's got the pace as well to play on the wing. 5-star, of course, is probably the primary thing for me, because again, those 5-star players offer so much on the attack because they're unpredictable. They can turn on either foot, they can execute any skill move perfectly. He's got the agility, dribbling. He's not too strong, but he's not weak, if that makes sense. He's not going to be as strong as the likes of Renato Sanchez, as you mentioned. And talking about Renato Sanchez, again, people use his 82 inform rated card in squads at the start of the year, and his 84 road to the final card for the Europa League, and that card was incredible. He done everything in midfield. He allowed you as well to have that freedom to have another rated player or a higher rated player in the team, because he was below the 86 rated player restriction. So again, you have that leeway where you could sort of put him in the team and allow yourself to add someone like Bruno Fernandes next to him, or have him rated below 89, and he's just perfect.
Yeah, great knowledge. You can't get anywhere else. Right there, talking of Atal and Renato Sanchez. Just over 20 minutes gone here. Opening leg of the EU qualifier number 5 here. Last qualifier before those illustrious playoffs do get underway. I think there's only a few more domestic leagues as well to wrap up. R9 inside the box here, looking for that L1, R1 touch out of his feet. Marcuso not showed us too much in the opening 25 minutes. It's sort of been attacking in and around the box. No final product to be delivered as of yet. Trick Skifter getting that early goal and ultimate settle of the nerves from the young Dane. Mbappe here, dancing through the middle of the players. Ball around the goalkeeper. Fantastic save from Nick Pope.
That's a huge save. I thought that was a goal as soon as he directional nutmeg through the defender. You saw the burst of pace and acceleration from Mbappe, and I thought it was definitely going to be 2-0 there, but the goalkeeper done well, and I believe he cut the lane as well, or the goal scoring chance with Reece James.
Mbappe on the edge of the box again, looking for another directional nutmeg into the space. Adama Traore does well, however, chance still not over yet here for Skifter. There was a missed opportunity, should have scored, should be 2-0 up right now, and we should have just seen another replay, kick-off and cannonball celebration from Skifter. However, maybe a slice of good defending, a little bit of fortune, and also a bad finish. I think all three of those elements coming into play on that chance. Should be scoring though, Ryan.
Definitely. I'd say those are the chances where you look back and think if the game goes a little bit different, you sort of reflect on those moments. But again, that's where the top players are sort of able to iron out those flaws in their mentality, where if the chance is gone, they forget about it and they push on. As you can see here, he knows that he can create so many chances and he backs himself to do it. And he's done it here, and it's a fantastic block there from who else but Carlos Alberto, the player that we were sort of questioning for Marcuso to have into his team. But he does well there to stop a definite goal.
Yeah, must have been doing well, Carlos Alberto, in that squad, because like we said, he's not the name on the tip of the tongue when you're talking about icon selection, even just regular player selection in squads. He play weekend league. He's not a player that typically you even see come up. Carlos Alberto at the start of the year, the centre-back version of him, the 87 rated defender. Chance here for R9, smashed it past the goalkeeper. Talking about one Brazilian in the defence to another in the attack. Double tap pass into R9 Ronaldo, who just volleys it on the laces into that bottom corner.
I thought that was a beautiful goal. It was well worked, it was calm, it was patient. Whenever I associate attacking with Marcuso, I always link it to fast-paced, quick, snappy passing. But he done well. They waited for Skifter to pull out a defender, and played it across to R9 Ronaldo, who's never going to miss from there, especially when Skifter moved the goalkeeper towards the near post. So it's pretty much all ends up definitely going to be a goal.
Chance just before half time here. Skifter maybe to try and get back into the lead. 44 minutes on the clock. I'm just going to have a quick look, because I did see a tweet from Marcuso when he was talking about his squad as we just approach half time. And from what I believe, Ryan, he's actually upgraded that Carlos Alberto. In the team that he qualified with, it was the 90 rated Carlos Alberto. And what we're seeing there is the prime. So between sort of the last couple of days, he's brought prime Carlos Alberto in. He's upgraded on the Brazilian fullback. And look, certainly working out for him so far.
Exactly. And I think something that's key to mention is a lot of players fall into the same trap of when some player early on in the season does really well with a certain group of players, everyone sort of thinks, oh right, these are the most meta players to use. However, it might not work out for your playstyle. So for Marcuso, he's happy with having Carlos Alberto in defense, mainly because he trusts his other attackers. When you've got R9 Ronaldo, you've got Rashford, you've got those type of players that can offer a lot of support on the wings going forward, that can supplement your attack. You sort of have the license to bolster your midfield or bolster your defense a little bit, and that's something he's done, which is something I give him huge respect for.
Long through ball there. Schmeichel does well and just picks it up. Do you have any players, just for an example, for anybody listening at home, where there might have been a lot of hype around a certain player within the pro scene, you've brought him into your team and he's just not done it for you?
I'll be honest, at the start of the year, I remember with Bruno Fernandes, actually I'll speak after this attack, this could be a great chance here for Mbappe.
Oh, just look for that Ronaldo chop inside the box. You were talking about Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, his 89 version in form, when the restrictions were you could only have 2 players between 87 and 89. I wasn't the biggest fan of Bruno Fernandes at that moment in time, but again, I was proved to be wrong because he was one of the staples in my team towards the end of the year. Not that version, but higher rated cards like the Team of the Year or the Player of the Month. But there are a few players which I don't get along completely with, and it's all personal preference. Like, some people love Cancelo on this game or Cuadrado, but for me, I would prefer someone like Sambia, for example, the FUT birthday card. And speaking of FUT birthdays as well, I know that similarly to last year, when the FUT birthday cards are introduced, they sort of spice up the teams a lot, because you've got a lot of options of cards that might not have had great cards in the game, like a Tau before, so they can come into the squad. And it's going to be a great goal there from CR7, who arrows it into the corner to give Skifter the 2-1 lead.
Great work out wide. He just cut it back into CR7. Decided not to shoot first time. He took that touch out of his feet and then just a little ball roll to settle himself before rifling that strike into the bottom left corner. Skifter back in front, and who else but 95 Cristiano Ronaldo. We're just going to make a quick point. You're talking about Bruno Fernandes. Right now he's sort of the odds-on favourite to win the PFA Player of the Year. Potentially. Obviously this is just me speculating to you, Ryan, right now. Maybe a 99 Bruno Fernandes down the line with Team of the Season right around the corner. Certainly would be a staple, you have got to say, if that was the case.
It'd be outstanding, because the key with Bruno Fernandes, you see his build-up play is perfect. He's fast, especially with the Team of the Year card. I believe it's 90 pace. So the one thing he does lack a little bit is those defensive statistics, where like defensive awareness or things like that, like standing tackle. He is still great defensively in my opinion, but if he had extra pace and extra defending and physical, he'd be unstoppable.
Just saw then a couple of misplaced passes from Marcuso. Not typically those type of mistakes we expect to see from him. He's very assured, he's very composed, he's very confident in his approach in FIFA. However, Skifter having his way right now. Beautiful dead stop, La Croqueta inside the box, and he's diving right into the deep end. 3-1, Skifter leads.
That's an incredible goal, I'll be honest. The hard thing to defend is when you get square on, especially when you play a 4 at the back, and you allow your opponent to get square on 2 versus 2. It's 2 strikers versus your 2 centre-backs. It all ends up there because you're going to you have to sort of either commit or drop off. And in that situation, when you've got a runner off the side and then there's a lot of space for him to turn into, he could La Croqueta cancel, he could directional nutmeg, he could do anything, and he chose the right option there to give him the 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, beautiful play, wasn't it, from Skifter. Inside the box, you see a lot of Danish legends behind them here. Many a player who's had many a rep, Ryan, in the FIFA scene, coaching both Skifter and Marcuso respectively. However, it is the youngster who leads at current moment. Still lots of FIFA left to be played. Two-legged affair. Losers bracket quarter-final. The loser of this game, unfortunately, their tournament will come to an end. And it'll be all roads to the playoff. However, you win this, you're in the losers bracket semi-final, and you'll play the winner of Zidane and King Yava. Just winning the ball so high up the pitch at every opportunity is Skifter. Marcuso, I would say, quite struggling at the minute, Ryan.
Yeah, I'd say definitely need to build up. He's looking like he's sort of running out of options, but that's what I mentioned. He's a lot more patient, but again, his opponent is sort of forcing him to be patient because he's cutting the lanes really well. He's player switching perfectly, and it's very difficult to build chances against your opponent, especially when you're playing the same or very similar formations, or perhaps maybe 4-4-2 versus 4-4-2 second variation. There's still, it's sort of a man-to-man marking situation where it's hard to build up space unless you trigger runs or you get it square run like he's done there with CR7. R9 Ronaldo.
Chance still alive here. Cristiano Ronaldo now on the edge of the box looking for that roulette. Renato Sanchez stands up to it. He's going to recycle. Renato again now on the edge of the box. White shirt starting to flood forward into those dangerous attacking third areas. Patience is key for him right now as he ball rolls into a body. Foul comes in if he does decide to take it. However, he will play the advantage, and the chance still not over yet. Ronaldo trying to get R9 on the ball, sort of stagnant at the minute, quite static this attack. Needs a little bit more creativity, and it's going to come through R9. Not too sure if that was intentional right there. He was offside in the end. That would have been an unbelievable goal.
Yeah, that would have been one of the most inadvertent passes that ended up making it through. But yeah, it was clearly offside there. But yeah, I was mentioning when you play against the 4-4-2, and something that I've noticed between both of these players, they don't use, well, they're not utilizing the player locks or the player runs like we see in previous tournaments. But it's Neymar here.
Oh, great save from Schmeichel. Got to score that. Neymar found himself inside right channel. Shoots straight at the big Dane. Kent inside the box, looking to create for Marcuso. Pulls three players out. Now Bruno Fernandes, the original corner kick taker, has to go back. So many black shirts there. A little bit jagged, the line for a second. He played the offside trap, and then the player sort of went back into position quite slowly. R9 just not where you want him. You want him inside the box. You want him on the shoulder of the last man. He's dropping way too deep. As the ball finds its way back to Skifter, and potentially the final chance of the game to make it 4-1. It will be a mountain to climb for Marcuso in that second leg.
Just looking at Mbappe there when he was on the shoulder, I thought the through ball was going to be played from CR7 there to put him in on goal. But Skifter will be happy with this position. He's 3-1 up. He doesn't have to force an attack here because Marcuso will be dropping deeper because he knows he doesn't want to give the ball away. But in fact, he's won it back here.
Curse, the commentator coming out right there, went for that foul, quite a cynical foul in the end. He knew that he just had to stop the counter attack. Cancelo played down the line to Neymar. Final chance of the game will fall to Marcuso. Bruno Fernandes intercepts, and that will do us. 4-leg number 1. Skifter 3-1 lead. Going into the second leg. A big puff of the cheeks there from Skifter. I think he knew that he gave the ball away a little bit too much in the sort of the final 10-15 minutes, Ryan.
Yeah, I thought maybe for even the last 30 minutes, I thought Marcuso was sort of pressing for that goal. He kept him penned in his final third. So I thought there could have been a goal, but I thought Skifter played that game really, really well. He's in the lead deservedly, and we're hoping he can keep that form going into the second leg.
Marcuso trailing 3-1 here at the end of leg number 1. We'll see if he can bring it around and maybe show us a little bit of that flair in leg number 2. Don't go anywhere. Second leg of this losers bracket quarterfinal coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Here's your saviour. R9, massive chance from Razek! Nicholas Razek, you are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
Hi, my name is Niklas Rosek. I'm also known as nrosek7. I'm playing for Guild Esports in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. I'm gonna show you guys how to defend like a pro in FIFA 21. I'm gonna show you guys is how to defend around the box. Here you can see what's really important is to cover the striker, which I did here. You have to cover the difficult space with your CDM. What he's gonna do here now is he's gonna pass to the CDM, and then you have to just keep trying to cover the strikers with your CDMs. So now he got the ball to a striker, and I know that he's passed my CDMs, and now it's time to pick your defenders, because you can't get the ball with your CDMs anymore. So what I do here is select my first CB and try to get the ball. But then I realized that I don't get the ball, so I switch at this moment to Walker, because I know he is going to pass to R9, and I managed to get the ball here. So the most important thing about defending around the box is that you always stay patient and always try to stay close to your opponent, but don't be too aggressive, and literally go with his movement and wait for the second he does a mistake, and then try to take your chance and get the ball at this point. Okay, so the next thing which I'm going to show is how to use team press in the opponent's half to make pressure on him and score goals from it. So as you can see here, he got the ball with the CB, and I use team press because I know he's going to pass to his keeper. Now everything is like my whole team is pushed up, and the only possibility for him is to make a long ball. And I know that he's going to do a long ball, so I just select my right back in that case and try to get in front of him, which I managed to do. I get the ball, and I'm already in his third, and I'm managing to score an easy goal. That was it with my masterclass on how to defend in FIFA 21. I hope you guys enjoyed it and are able to bring that into your game, and see you all on the pitch.
Welcome back to the FIFA European Qualifier number 5, the final stop on the road to the Global Series playoffs, and these are your official dates for those playoffs. Oceania, May 15th through 16th. You've got East Asia and West Asia, 5th and 6th and 11th and 13th. The North American Global Series playoffs, June 18th through 20th. South America, June 24th to 27th, and we're back in Europe on 2 different weekends, July 2nd and 4th for Xbox, and July 9th and 11th for the PS4. But we've got to go to the E-Champions League. Yes, the flair and the prestige of European nights are out. We've got to go to the E-Champions League. Yes, the flair and the prestige of European nights are back. On May 1st and 2nd, the E-Champions League gets underway. 32 of the top FIFA pros will battle to lift one of the most coveted trophies of the FIFA campaign. Tune in May 1st and 2nd on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA, and also youtube.com/UEFA TV for the knockout stage. Coverage starts at 4 PM BST and 5 PM Central Eastern Time. And speaking of the E-Champions League, well, in 2019, Mike Kuzo, he was a top 4 player, Ryan Pessoa, in the E-Champions League. What a tournament that was, the E-Champions League.
Massive tournament. Speak about Marcuso, he's been a coveted player in the scene. He's accomplished so much. I remember, I believe it was the first Club World Cup he won? I believe,
yep, 2017.
So he's had that. Yep, he's had that accolade with him. He's been fantastic throughout the scene. And again, he's down 3-1. He'll be backing himself that he can make the comeback. But again, I've been very impressed with Skifter. It's my first time watching him. It's the first time he's qualified for one of the European broadcasts this year. But from what I've seen so far, I can see how he's achieved this status so far and reached this stage.
I actually said a quote recently. I say recently, it was probably about 6 months ago. About Marcuso. It was just after he won the Superliga, and I said that in the current sort of Global Series Weekend League era of FIFA esports, he's not only one of the most underrated, but in my opinion, he's one of the top PlayStation European players since FIFA 17. When you look at his accolades, when you look at what he's actually done, and the consistency over now, FIFA 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, that's 5 different FIFAs, and he's won a title in every single year. It's really sort of mind-blowing when you take in consideration how long he's been playing and what he's accomplished in those years.
Exactly, and you speak about Weekend League. He used to be one of the players that used to achieve 40-0 or 30-0 on the first days as well. On Fridays, there'll be times when I'd wake up and I'd see a tweet saying he's already got 30-0. So he's been playing at the highest level. And on those days when you play Weekend League really early, you play a lot of top-tier players. So to reach that status and to reach that accomplishment, especially doing it so early, is fantastic. But as I said, today's the day that matters a lot for him. We'd be hoping he can start the second leg much better than he did in the first one.
Yeah, it was already 1-0 down in the first leg after 5 minutes. Opportunity now, Atau picking up on that loose pass, driving into the box. Marcuso on the defensive end. Ball dinked into the box and somehow manages to get away with that, but that could have been disastrous as tricked Skifter nearly capitalised on another poor pass in the defensive third.
Yeah, and he was very fortunate there, Marcuso, because I saw the run at the back post. I believe that's who Skifter was aiming it to. He didn't put enough elevation or power onto it to get it to the back post. But CR7 against Reece James at that angle, you usually expect him to maybe nudge it. But again, the angle could have favoured the defender a little more than the attacker. But at least he hasn't conceded so early on, contrary to the last game.
Chance here for Marcuso, just looking to play through sort of an improbable pass right there. Renato Sanchez, easy defensive work for him. And Cuadrado just hoping to maybe take the sting out of the game a little bit here, Skifter. Another goal would put him in pole position. Neymar down this right-hand side, looking to get inside the box. Ball roll scooped in, back to Mbappe. He waits, deliberates where he wants to go next. Bruno Fernandes just waiting. Ball quickly played into Ronaldo, scooped in, and that shot just wide.
That was almost perfect. For those people watching, that is exactly how you play the 4-4-2. You sort of build up the attacks. You make sure you can drag over a centre-back to one side, and then the other attacker makes a run, which CR7 done there, and Mbappe.
Oh. Penalty. He's given a pen.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my
Carlos
gosh.
Alberto, I think it was. Yeah, Carlos Alberto, the perpetrator. Just a dangling leg. And a huge opportunity as Bruno Fernandes steps up from the spot. Goes right, and it's a big save, keeping his tie alive and keeping his tournament alive there, Marcuso.
That is a huge save. I'm interested to see what the penalty was for. I didn't see any colliding between the defender and attacker. Maybe he fell. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe it was off the ball. But again, very fortunate there because he should have given away a goal there. He gave Mbappe a free chance from a misplaced pass. Saved it from Pope, gave away a penalty, and then saved the penalty as well. If that's not showing you that perhaps luck or fortune's on your side in a game of FIFA, then I don't know what is.
And now he's got a chance to atone for his sins in the defensive third. It's been a lot of just, I think, sloppy, the best way to describe it. Possession play from Marcuso. He's almost, would you argue, rushing a little bit in the final third as Adama Traore comes back, wins the ball for Marcuso. We'll get the thoughts of Ryan just after this attack has concluded here. Bruno Fernandes into CR7, now into R9, turns past his man. Beautiful La Croqueta and finds the top corner. That is vintage Marcuso.
That is it, the La Croqueta. What else? What other skill could it be for Marcuso? The guy that utilised it the best in FIFA 19, cancelling it there to give him a chance to get back into the game, to make it 3-2. R9 Ronaldo is never going to miss from that space there, and Schmeichel, in fact, actually almost got to it, but it's a fantastic goal to bring him back into the tie.
Huge, huge goal for Marcuso, and you said that penalty miss, mentally we're talking right now for Skifter. He's had the chance with Mbappe, that big opportunity from the penalty spot, both chances missed. He had a chance as well at the end of the first leg to solidify this tie at 4-1. Now a few of those passes that might have been working for him going against him. You just feel like the tide might be turning ever so slightly into Marcuso's favour. 3-2 in a 3-2 lead, I would argue, is probably one of the worst positions to be in. because you've had a comfortable lead, whether it be 3-0, 3-1, your opponent's got back into the game, they're chipping away at you, and right now, the cracks are starting to show.
Yeah, exactly. I think the issue is when you're 3-1 up, and especially you have a chance just to put that dagger in your opponent just to end the game or give you that extra goal, and you miss the chance. You speak about the Mbappe chance, which was, it should be a goal, basically. It was a fantastic save. I think he rushed the chance. You sort of don't expect that to happen. So in your head, you're thinking, oh crap, what do I do here? And I think that's what happened. And again, it's a thing you look back on with regret, but then you have the penalty as well, which was very fortunate to be given, and you miss that. And then your opponent goes down the other end and scores, and you still got so much time left. And again, that's where the nerves start to bring in.
Yeah, and that tournament experience as well that we talked about before this second leg started with Marcuso's experience, E-Champions Leagues, FIWC Grand Finals, top 2 finishers in FIWC consoles on the PS4 2018, losing to Stefano Pina, dinked into the back post.
It's got to be.
Ooh.
Wow.
Talk to me about that right there, because it's a technique we've seen more and more used. I picked up on that technique very early with Resende in South America. I'll get your opinion on it just after this chance. R9 Ronaldo, speaking of South American greats, from Resende to Ronaldo. R9 getting Marcuso right back in this game.
Wow. From one end to the other, R9 Ronaldo gets through, ball rolls it past Schmeichel and puts it into an open net. 3-3, and you spoke about there the player lock, and I thought that was a 99% goal. You see CR7 leaping at the back post against Renato Sanchez, so that's a 6'2", 99 jumping CR7 up against a Renato Sanchez of, I believe, 5'9", and he's just behind him as well. I thought that was going to be a goal, but Renato Sanchez just done enough to put CR7 off straight to the other end, and R9 is never going to miss from that angle.
Yeah, kept his composure, little ball roll past the goalkeeper, and look, we talk about how quickly FIFA can go. You have that chance, Ronaldo up at the back post. What happens? The goalkeeper catches it. The goalkeeper plays a long kick. CR7 wins the head, and you're in on goal. It's quite literally 5 in-game seconds. 5 real-life seconds, a minute in-game. And the opportunity you think you're going to score, you've just conceded. That's how brutal it really can be at this top level. You can't miss chances. You can't give your opponent possession. And Mbappe bullies Reece James, and then finally gets his goal. Kylian Mbappe sending Reece James back to school right there.
That was powerful. Not just the turn of pace there, but the strength to hold off Reece James future stars, which isn't easy to do, by the way. But Mbappe, of course, the Team of the Year version, 99 pace, is going to be lightning quick off the mark. And the directional nutmeg, of course, gives him that acceleration boost, and it was a fantastic finish.
You see both players' face cams right now with only 45 minutes left to play. Lots of words of encouragement, words of advice being delivered right now. Marcuso's done the hard bit, right? He was 3-1 down. He's got back into the game at 3-3. He's put himself within touching distance. When do you feel as though if you're still losing at 4-3, what minute are you looking at to take the pause and to throw loads of bodies forward?
If it's still only a 1-goal deficit, I wouldn't throw the kitchen sink so early on. There's still 45 minutes, and we've seen there's been 3 goals in 45, so who's to say it can't happen again? But I would probably wait until maybe the 75th before I went, just to contribute a few more attackers, like my fullbacks to bomb forward a little bit, or maybe another centre midfielder, or perhaps even a change of formation. But I wouldn't do anything drastic at this stage. I'll sort of keep it the same, sort of bide his way through the game, just to see if there's going to be some more openings, because there's been so many chances for both of these players so far, and this could be another one.
Just in around the box, Atal, ball falls to Kylian Mbappe. La Croqueta dancing around his man. That is beautiful play from Skifter. Left stick dribbling, and again Kylian Mbappe, he might have missed one early doors, but he is looking rampant right now.
That's something that I can give full props to there, the left stick dribbling around the defender. He's done a few skill moves to get to that point and then left Marcuso dumbfounded, but it was quite easy, I'd say. Marcuso will be upset about giving a goal away, because in those situations, when you've got Mbappe at that predicament, or even a CR7, because they have the 4-star weak foot, contrary to an R9, you sort of allow them to go on their weak foot in the hopes that perhaps they skew the chance it just goes wide, or it's not powerful or accurate enough, the keeper saves it. But with Mbappe Team of the Year, it sort of allows him to have that trust on the left foot, and you can see why he arrows it into the corner.
Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? Even though Mbappe, CR7 don't have 5-star weak foots, especially that team of the year Cristiano Ronaldo, it still feels like everything goes in, whether it's right foot or left foot. And that's just because of his shooting stats. He's pretty much 99 across the board in all of the shooting categories. Marcuso, again, finds himself in a very bad position. And the ball just turning over again. It looks like the resurgence, the fire might have been dimmed. Even potentially put out if he can get another goal here, Skifter. Renato Sanchez with a little Wakraketa cancel inside his half. Is that a little bit too direct?
I would say so. The issue is there are some situations on FIFA 21 where you might think that there's a defender there, but you can play the through ball in the hopes that perhaps the attacker can nudge off the defender, or you get it in some angles, you can just straight directional nutmeg. And the speed boost they get when you have players that are rapid, and what a tackle there from Cancelo to stop another chance there from Skifter. But I was saying, when you get those chances to play the through ball and you're losing, you sort of take it in the hopes that it works, and perhaps it does to bring you back into the game. But again, sometimes you give the ball back to your opponent very, very easily. And it's very tough against somebody that's a possession-based player. It doesn't look like Skifter is, but maybe he might resort to that because he's in the lead and doesn't want to give up cheap goals. But against players where it's end-to-end, I'd say the through ball is a favourable goal-scoring opportunity or chance creation.
Corner potentially to be whipped in here. You see Neymar coming on for Marcus Rashford. Ronaldo player locked to the near post. Ronaldo's going to win that as well. Flicks it goalwards.
Oh my goodness.
Just didn't lock on at the back post. Heard a big gasp from you just there, Ryan. It looks like it was about to go in.
I thought, even as soon as he locked it onto CR7 there and you saw him take a little step to the left and ran up for it, I thought that's definitely going to be on target. It was just wide, but even still, there was a player standing there, and as you mentioned, it didn't lock on. And this could be a chance here.
Bruno
Fernandes, fortunately.
Bruno Fernandes picking up the pieces inside the box, picking up the scraps. Just capitalising on that poor touch. Breezes past Renato Sanchez and fires it past the goalkeeper into the bottom corner. Game on.
Very, very fortunate there to have the ball fall back to Bruno Fernandes. I believe the pass was played in to R9, who was straight offside from a 1-2. But as I mentioned, the defender bounced it back straight to Bruno Fernandes. And as I mentioned, from those angles with Bruno Fernandes, his finishing is very, very high. And the shot power. And again, the positioning from Schmeichel wasn't the best. So it was definitely going to be a goal there. And again, game on.
And that ball right now, if you're a Skifter fan, if you're a Trick Esports fan, get it high, get it in the opposition third. El Shaarawy being brought on. Now Mbappe, another 5-star skiller. Ball does rebound off James. It will be another corner. This one decides to play short. Can't afford to lose possession here. It's got a lot of bodies forward. Theo Hernandez. On the turn, pass it into CR7. This is a huge chance. Maybe just took an extra touch. Ball bounces back. James just with a block on it. That's a huge opportunity missed.
Massive. I'm very confused why he took the touch there away from goal with CR7 on his weak foot. He could have taken a touch inside. I guess he didn't expect to have that much space going into the 6-yard box, but there's going to be so many chances going into the final 20 between both of these players because neither of the players are keeping possession really well in this leg. I believe that's just onside from El Shaarawy, but good defending there. Almost gave it away, actually. Wow.
Could have been disastrous there at the back from James. He's not had the best of days. Reece James bullied by Mbappe for the 4th goal. Chance here, Bruno Fernandes, maybe just a little bit rushed again. He fouls back to him though, very fortunately. R9 out the back. Again, a rush clearance from Cuadrado. Mistakes all over the place. And that will fall out for a goal kick in the end. 15 minutes remaining here. This has got very, very nervy all of a sudden.
Extremely nervy. You see both of these players are, again, you spoke about being a bit too direct with Marcuso there, but he's he's won it back there. He's giving the ball away so easily for Marcuso. He's not even having to work for possession. It's just being passed straight to him, which is something that you don't want to see, especially when you're winning by 1 goal. You don't want to make mistakes here. And Renato Sanchez, what a tackle there from Reece James.
He was in. If that ball got played, he's literally in on goal. Bruno winning the ball back. and he's giving it away again. What am I seeing?
Going on?
Ronaldo into R9. Someone play 3 passes in a row. Ronaldo now back into Renato Sanchez. We're seeing somewhat successful passes being played right now. Carlos Alberto getting forward. Bruno Fernandes, edge of the box to CR7. Can he create something magical? R9, CR7. Lacrica cancel. Just too many bodies behind the ball. And potentially time to put a nail in the coffin. Goes for that real direct through ball. If it went past Carlos Alberto, he's in. Marcuso comes forward yet again. Renato Sanchez now. Bruno Fernandes, the Portuguese build up, certainly ensure. R9, does he decide to play it back? Just waited too long.
Oh my God. That was it. That was the chance there for Marcuso. We saw a bit of, I guess, game management naivety from Skifter when he tried to play the through ball. He doesn't have to score again. He can just sort of keep the ball a little bit. Maybe they're good friends. He doesn't want to do that. But for me at this level,
Kent,
you need to resort to game management. He's just offside. Both of these players are rushing their build-up play a lot, and there's been so many mistakes in this second half. But it's been entertaining. That's something that's beneficial for us.
Another mistake. Ronaldo gets past his man. Can he finish? Ball roll, ball roll. James back. Ball bounces back for Ronaldo. James somehow manages to scoop it away. What a chance missed. He will get one more bite of the cherry. Will Marcuso. Ryan Kent. Theo Hernandez steps in. 30 seconds remaining here. Losers bracket quarter-final. The winner of this progresses through. The loser goes home as the ball goes out for a throw-in. That will do us. That was an enthralling last 10 minutes.
I'll be honest, I'm speechless with the amount of times the ball was given away in dire situations. But Skifter manages to see it out and advances into the next round in the loser bracket.
Look, if that's going to be a story of what's to come today, I am locked in, seatbelt on, more than ready to enjoy every single game. What a game that was. First game of the day, 5-4 victory for Skifter. You would say somewhat of an upset. A lot of people tipping Marcuso potentially try and go far in this tournament. He was the more household name, but Skifter always managing to just keep a little bit in front of him. Just a couple of yards out of touching distance, and somehow, I would say finally, just managed to get over the line, crawling over the finish line.
Yeah, as you said, he crawled over the line just about there. I thought Marcuso was going to equalise with that last moment chance, but Schmeichel, I think he moved the goalkeeper because he sort of predicted the ball roll, which is very, very good from Skifter to eliminate the angle to score from. But again, it was nervy. The second half was extremely nervy from both players, but for Skifter, he'll be definitely happy to advance into the next round. And of course, commiserations to Marcuso, but both these players do have playoffs secured already.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players with playoffs secured. However, it will be Marcuso crashing out of the tournament. Skifter goes through to the losers bracket semi-final. That's it from myself and Ryan Pessoa. Back over to Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. What a performance from Skifter, who, little squeaky bum time at the end. He was trying to give that game away, but he still gets the job done. And we're going to take a look now at the brackets. The updated brackets as they were. Skifter, who might have the best profile picture I have seen in any of these qualifiers. He just looks shocked to be there. But now he's not shocked, hopefully, to be in the semifinal. Very excited to see how he does in the next round. But like Ryan Pessoa said, commiserations to Marcuso, your player to watch, Spencer Owen. He had more than enough opportunities to get back into that one. He just couldn't take them. And that's the difference at this highest level.
That's why it was my player to watch. I told you the game was exciting, and it was. We enjoyed it, didn't we? That's all I was saying. You have to understand. No, listen, commiserations to Marcuso. We've got guys there that I think is it 13th and 18th on the European leaderboards right now. So not a lot between them on the leaderboards, and there wasn't a lot between them in that game. Well done to Trick Skifter for going through. Looking forward to seeing what he can do next. I think my worry for him going forward was at the latter stages of that game, we need to close it out. There was just that little lack of composure and defensive solidarity that could come against him later stages. However, they both beat Musty in qualification, so there's no reason why he couldn't go on to win the whole thing. But Marcuso's out for now. We'll see him at the playoffs.
Yeah, unfortunately for Marcuso, I think we always enjoy watching him play. And today, even in the loss and even in defeat, he still put on a pretty good performance. A very entertaining one at that. Now, let's talk about Skifter a little bit, Mike, because to Spencer's point, he just couldn't put the game away. He kept giving Marcuso too many chances. Now, they're both Danish. Marcuso's a little bit older. Do you think he was respecting his elders here?
Maybe to a certain degree, but I definitely think Skifter did a great job coming out and setting the tone, setting the tempo. This was a very fast-paced match, which played towards Skifter's advantage. In my opinion, we saw a lot of mistakes in the midfield, getting the ball out of the back at times, but offensively in the final third, there was a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We had that Danish sprinkle.
Yeah, is that part of what makes him special, that Danish sprinkle? Well, yeah, I know you got a telestrator bit for us. Maybe a little bit more of that sprinkle here from Trick Skifter.
I do indeed, and I want to talk about how pro players are able to take advantage of utilizing space and recognizing where that space is going to come from. You're going to see tons of skill moves here, but what Skifter's looking for is a matchup that then allows him to take advantage of a 1v1 and find space. So he's sending Ronaldo here into space, and what that tells Mbappe is that there's going to be a lane opened up, and you're going to see Mbappe attack that lane, and it seems relatively simple. And ironically here, you're also going to see the La Croqueta used against the master of the La Croqueta, the original La Croqueta professional, Marcuso, and that gave him that 3-1 lead. Even though Marcuso did battle back, I think for any of us that were watching the game really detailing, we felt as if Skifter had played a more complete matchup, maybe outside of the last 10 to 15 minutes where it looked a little helter-skelter.
All right, we're going to talk about Skifter moving forward, of course, but Spencer, one last bit on Marcuso. How dangerous do you think he'll be in the playoffs, given all the experience that he's accrued over the years?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about earlier the fact that he obviously got his qualifications to the playoffs, well, technically twice. He's done it on the leaderboard, but he also did it by winning in the E-Superliga. So he's known for quite some time he's going to be in there. So yeah, you could argue that right now is the time where he's almost just in his pre-season, if you like, because he knew he was going to be there months ago, and he's probably taken his foot off the gas. Now he's got to put it back on firmly, get that practice going, see what he can do. But we've said it before, he's the bad boy of the FIFA scene. He's, not my words, but the industry often call him the Mick Jagger of FIFA. You know, and you can definitely see him in there. He's got the hair, he's got the tattoos, but he's Mick Jagger good at FIFA. That's what I want to know.
Marcuso, the rock star of the FIFA scene. If you guys want to join us, here is the hashtag and the handle. You got to hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. How do you guys think Marcuso will do in the playoffs? That's my big question to you. So leave the chat just for a second on Twitch. Head over to Twitter and let us know so we can read your comments on the broadcast. All right, our next match is coming up right after this break. It's King Yuval, as we're nicknaming him, taking on one of the greatest to ever do it, Zidane from Spain. Don't go anywhere.
Forward once more, De Bruyne into Firmino! He's been there all weekend long, let's just be honest, all year long. And he starts it off for Tom.
What's happening, people? It's Tom here, also known as hashtag Tom. I am a player for hashtag United in the European region, and this is my masterclass. Today, guys, I'm going to teach you how to control a game of FIFA and how to use skill moves effectively in order to beat your opponent. And let's get into it. As we can see in this clip, we have the possession out wide, and I'm playing it up the pitch, slowly building the play, not taking too many risky passes, keeping it nice and safe for now, as I don't think it's worth taking the risk in the second third. I think any risks that I do take are in the final third. You can see I stand still as well in order for my opponent to doubt himself, not really sure where I'm going next. We play a couple of recycle passes, keeping possession, but we're still looking dangerous. So I know that whenever I get the opportunity to play the right pass, I will do that. But the recycling pass is really important because it then makes your opponent doubt himself. We pass the ball forward at the right time and we manage to get the goal. The main thing for me is that you manage to keep the tempo of the game at your standard. So if you want to play fast, you can play fast. Or if you want to slow it down for a little bit, you can also play a little bit slower. And I think that's really, really key in order to force your skills onto the opponent. If you have the ball, you can be in control and then you can go from there. As we can see in this clip, I have the ball with Roberto Firmino. He's looking dangerous. The opponent's actually at a standstill, and I know if I can get the bridge off, I can find the space to beat my man, as I do there, and we get the shot off at the near post and manage to get the goal. The bridge I use in the final third to gain an extra speed boost from the opponent, to pull away a few yards. I think it doesn't work every time, but if you can master it in the position it works in best, then you'll have a lot of success with it. And that's it, guys. If you learn the importance of controlling possession and controlling the tempo of the game, and also learning your skill moves, I'm sure you'll have a lot of success on the pitch. Best of luck.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
And just to catch everybody up, earlier this month in the 4th North American Qualifier, Kid Mamito rose to the top spot after resetting the grand final and beating Gustavo, who was the champion of the 2nd qualifier, 3-1 over the course of 2 legs. Now with this one, Mamito sits 3rd in the North American rankings, and he's looking ahead now to the 5th qualifier and the playoffs. Great stuff all around, but specifically for Kid Mamito. All right, let's take a look now at the upcoming broadcast for you guys. Coming up very soon is the E-Champions League knockouts. That's going to be pretty exciting. The week after that, the North American Qualifier number 5. The Oceania playoffs will follow that, and then the E-Champions League final. Last time we had one of those, Diddy Crislito was the champion of that, and we were there in Madrid. Very exciting. All right, now let's catch you up on the brackets as they stand right now on this broadcast. The 5th European qualifier of the season. Trick Skifter won the Danish derby over Marcuso, and now he patiently awaits our next matchup. King Yuval taking on Zidane. It's going to be great, and then after that will be the winners final, and then the tournament progresses from there. Very exciting. And we're happy to be here with you guys. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. Now, as we've said plenty of times throughout this broadcast so far, Spencer, that all of these players have already qualified for the playoffs. Now, you mentioned before that this was a preseason for Marcuso. He loses here, but I think momentum matters. You come out of this winning this competition, you're going to have a lot of confidence going into the playoffs.
Definitely. You know, everyone wants to win a competition, aside from the fact that there's a lot of cash up for grabs and kudos within the community as well. But yeah, these guys have worked tremendously hard, and some of these guys, it's their first event, if you like, of the year, despite the fact that they're in a really good position on the rankings, because the events this year have had a smaller amount of people on display. So that's really good in a nice way. It's a nice ego boost, you know. Ego can be a friend in events like this. If you can go in feeling confident, it hasn't got to be a dirty word. You know, sometimes if you use your ego at the right time, it's actually a really good weapon. And I think that these events can be great in giving you that. And listen, if you go into a playoff and it's your first event of the year, you're probably going to be a bit nervous. So yeah, it's a chance to kind of shake off the cobwebs and show us what you got. Yeah,
I was going to say, ego is an incredibly important part of having success in any walk of life. I mean, you have to believe in yourself first before anybody else is going to believe in you, Mike LaBelle. I know that you've gone through this before in terms of dealing with professional environments and having this experience of being on broadcast.
Yeah, no doubt. Something that's super important is to still have fun, to not pedestal your oppositions, and then at the same time to take the opportunity seriously. When I first got started competing, I felt that I was going to have so many opportunities, so many chances to be at the highest level. And the reality is you don't know. Between year to year, how things flow, the very small details between those skill gaps, you're not guaranteed anything is the point that I'm trying to make. So these guys, yes, enjoy the moment, but also be there for the moment. Don't think that they're going to get another broadcast opportunity, or you're going to get a playoff run, or you're going to be at the FIFA World Cup. This might be the only year, or maybe you get a couple years in the game. And I want to make a t-shirt, or I want to get a t-shirt where we can get that quote from Spencer. Well, an ego properly used, is the greatest weapon. Whatever. Instead of the greatest dad, you need the ego to make that happen.
T-shirt.
Yeah, you put it on a mug. Can we put that on a mug? Just ego mugs. I think that would. I think that would sell well.
Be big enough to fit that quote, but
you
no.
Have to go to scarf.
we might need something a little bit bigger. But I do remember in my professional career, the hardest thing to get was confidence when you didn't know where to go get it, when you were losing a few games, when you weren't sure of how you were playing. How do you find and regain that confidence that you once had? That's always the biggest trick, and that'll always be the biggest challenge for these players as well. All right, let's get into a preview of our next losers quarter final. We're going to do Yuval Belli. Mr. King Yuval is going to go first. Mike, he had some tweets as well to go along with your preview of how you think he's going to do in this matchup.
And I can appreciate all this Twitter back and forth and announcements. It's a great place for the FIFA community. Lost in the last game. Good game to Peixoto, who of course is in the winner's bracket, but qualified for the broadcast. And in this case, he missed an A. So broadcast and guaranteed $2,000. See you in 2 weeks. You see all the King replies, King emotes. I like this. Yuval is a fantastic name. I'm very jealous. As a Michael, I just feel that I'm underwhelming with the name my parents gave me. But you give me a Yuval, watch me work with it. But let's take a look at his bio and a little more depth about Yuval. Get to know the player, another teenager, which is going to be a reoccurring theme. It's wild. We talk about guys in their early 20s or mid-20s being the old men now of the community. He's 8th overall in Europe, top 8 in the first European event this year, and he's still a free agent. If you are looking to make a pickup, you want to make some moves for the playoffs, maybe the FIFA World Cup, this could be your guy, definitely for next year.
You know what rolls off the tongue nice, Mike, is hashtag Yuval. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, Spencer, let's talk about Zidane. He is his competitor in this losers quarterfinal. What do we know about him?
Yeah, top player, currently ranked 30th right now. And I'll be honest, it still doesn't sit right with me, a Spaniard being called Zidane. I just can't get on with it. I'm not going to lie to you. But good luck to him. That's not his fault. He's the top player. He's been talking, obviously, on social media as well. Delighted to qualify and getting some support from some of the events around him, such as the La Liga. You see here, he says, I mean, obviously, I speak Spanish, so I know what that says. I'm not sure if you guys at home can tell what that says, but it essentially just says, I'm happy that I've qualified, really. You can see some replies from people like JRA, top Spanish player, of course, Marcus Gomez, Australian, everyone getting involved, Fair Perry as well. Lots of congratulations to him for getting in here. And I think there was even a little bit of support from the La Liga as well, which is obviously the esports version of the league, La Liga.
Let's see your translation skills here, Spen. You got him?
Well, he's big time. He's qualified for the final of esports, the La Liga esports, you know, and he's essentially saying something about Elche. I think he plays for Elche.
Oh, yeah?
That's the football team he plays for, and now he's preparing for the top 6 final of the La Liga and playoffs. Let's go for, I don't know what Elo means. What's the Elo bit? Can we have the translation, please?
Yes, translation's coming up. Here you go.
Qualified for the fight, that's basically what I said. It was not the way I would have liked, but the important thing is that Elche will be where it should be. Now I got this bit right. Now to prepare for the top 6, final phase of La Liga and the playoffs. Let's go for it. Thank you for the support. Heart emoji. Let's have a look at his bio. This is the man himself. Zidane, 10 to be precise. 24. I mean, it's like dog years, yeah? One human year is worth 7 dog years. In FIFA, 24 is like 84. Okay? He's hanging on in there. Can he keep it going? We're going to find out. He's 30th right now, which is still very solid, but it's the lowest of anyone in this event today. Top 10 in the FIFA Club World Cup. Came second in La Liga as well. That's difficult. There's some top players in La Liga. So he's a top player.
No, there's no question he's a top player, and obviously he's got a top user handle calling himself Zidane, so he knows he's class in a lot of different areas. But also, he had a top-class performance against Enrasic to get here, along with the rest of his qualifying adventure. Take a look at this.
There might be a chance. Efusi Eusebio, can Hullet get there? He does! Zidane has found a way back into this.
Hola, buenas, soy Zidane, jugador de Riders, y quiero darles la bienvenida a mi masterclass. Hoy vengo a hablaros de cómo clasifiqué al quinto broadcast de Europa contra Enrasic. Una de las claves para poder vencer a Enrasic, sin duda, fue la profundidad con los laterales. Como pueden ver en el primer gol, estamos jugando por dentro, abrimos a banda Mbappé y es el lateral izquierdo el que causa esa profundidad y hace que se abra toda la defensa para después conseguir el hueco por dentro con Nazario y acabar finalizando. Aquí lo mismo, hacemos una transición hacia la otra banda, Cristiano es el que acaba descargando en banda a Cuadrado el lateral derecho, un amago de tiro, vemos el pase atrás a Nazario y Nazario acaba finalizando. Aquí tenemos el balón con Neymar que recuperamos, rápidamente vemos cómo está Mendy abierto en la banda, abrimos el balón y ya con él tenemos que esperar, no nos defiende el pase atrás, seguimos haciendo la transición hasta que acaba en Nazario y acabamos finalizando al primer palo. Atacar con los laterales siempre no es lo correcto, ya que te cogerán a la contra, pero sí de vez en cuando es bueno hacerlo para crearle incertidumbre al rival y que no se acostumbre a defenderte siempre de la misma manera. Ahora les voy a hablar de lo importante que es mantener la cabeza fría, sobre todo en los momentos más inesperados. En el segundo partido justo acabamos de marcar el primer gol y conseguimos adelantarnos, pero sí, en lo siguiente iba a venir una jugada fortuita a favor de Enrasek, en la cual iba a tener el balón al borde del área, nosotros estamos defendiendo bien con calma, él sigue buscando el espacio, está con el pase arriba, ahora se abre el pase a Cristiano, pero nosotros con James cortamos, le rebota a Mendy y se le queda el balón ahí a Bruno Fernández para empujarla. En estas situaciones en las que la suerte no cae de tu lado, es muy fácil venirse abajo, pero por ello es mucho más importante mantener la cabeza en su sitio y saber que los partidos no solamente es de un tiempo, sino de 90 minutos. Y por último tenemos la importancia de saber leer el partido y el nunca darse por vencido. Esta iba a ser nuestra última posesión y aquí vamos a perder el balón con Nazario y en este momento nosotros sabíamos que siendo el minuto que era, iba a ser la última posesión para Enrasek y teníamos que afianzarnos atrás, juntar líneas y aguantar lo máximo posible. Si llegábamos a penalti, pues era una realidad y si no y robábamos el balón, pues íbamos a tener una clara. Aquí ya estábamos en el minuto 118 pasado, sabíamos que Enrasek, si quería tener la última jugada, iba a tener que activarse un poco y por lo tanto nosotros íbamos a tener que estar mucho más concentrados en defensa. Está buscando filtrar el pase, minuto 120 ya, tenemos aquí tapando la línea de pase al delantero, minuto 120 cumplido, hay que salir rápido, recuperamos y en este momento es cuando montamos el contraataque. L1, R1 con Cristiano, vemos el desmarque Nazario, la filtramos. Aquí Enrasek se tira al suelo para intentar pararla, no llega, una pisada y acabamos marcando a puerta vacía y llevándonos la eliminatoria. Este ha sido mi trayecto para clasificar al quinto broadcast de Europa. Como habéis podido ver, no ha sido nada fácil, pero bueno, espero que con esto les haya ayudado para mejorar en vuestro juego. Un abrazo y muchas gracias por estar aquí. Nos vemos en la próxima.
I'm just going to state for the record that I absolutely love the masterclasses. They are fantastic and give so much insight on what these guys are thinking. Now, Mike, as I get your prediction, I want to know a little bit about how important that adaptability is, because what Zidane says there is that he was given the space out wide from Enrasek, and he exploited that until he got those numerical advantages in the middle of the field. How important is being able to change mid-game instead of just kind of sticking with what you know over and over and over and getting frustrated?
I've always said that you need to have at least 2 or 3 different strategies that you're able to implement on the fly. A lot of this is tactical awareness and then playing to your advantages. I liked even hashtag Tom mentioned earlier in a previous masterclass. He said that controlling the tempo and the pace of the game, whether it's fast or it's slow, whatever plays towards what you're looking to accomplish on the virtual pitch, gives you that competitive advantage. The same goes with tactics, whether you're playing wide, you're spreading it out, you're adapting, you're trying to kill off a game, you want to put pressure on your opposition, and all of these guys at the highest level, they're putting themselves in these types of positions time and time again, and that's what builds a lot of the consistency. It's not just their ability on the sticks and on the virtual pitch, but also the little details of making sure that they're setting themselves up with the right matchups, the right players, the right personnel, and then the formations. Oh, I'm going to play very aggressive, or I'm going to sit back a little bit deeper. And you see these adjustments on the fly and being able to pivot constantly at the competitive level, and these are the best of the best.
Okay, and your prediction then, who do you like to win in this?
I'm going to go against my heart here. Because like Zidane is the old man, and I've seen him play many, many times, but we're seeing this trend of the young gunners coming out, and it just makes me kind of feel like, all right, Yuval, I want to believe in it, I want to see it. You've been performing all year. He's a free agent. He could use this run, maybe even more so than Zidane in some ways. Think if you're a free agent, you win an event, you basically signed a contract, or you've got contracts coming in with offers. So I think this is going to be his tournament. I think he's going to start something up in the losers bracket.
All right, so 1 vote for Yuval. Who are you going with, Spencer?
I'm actually going to agree with Mike, to be honest. I think you look at the leaderboard, you know, we've got the second highest player in today's event in 8th in Yuval Belli, going up against 30th. That's 22 spots. Fairly big margin. There's a reason for that. He's been playing consistently better throughout the year. Of course, Zidane can win, but I'm going to go with the Israeli, who's representing a really strong region in Israel generally this year. I think he's going to do it.
All right, so Marcuso, the older player in the Danish derby in our first losers quarterfinal, went down. We'll see if the older guy loses this one as well. Let's throw it over now to Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa, who have the call of this next losers quarterfinal. Take it away, guys.
Jimmy, Mike and Spencer, and yeah, we're back for another loser bracket matchup. It's as simple as it sounds. You lose, you're out of the tournament. You win, you'll go into that all-important matchup against Skifter. Joining me in the commentary booth is Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, this is an interesting one because we've got two players that haven't made a qualifier before this year. They've saved it probably till the best time to come into a qualifier, to maybe go and get themselves a big result, and then to fuel themselves full of confidence for those playoffs in a couple of months and you know, whenever they'll be.
Yep, happy to be alongside you for this game, and as you mentioned, this is their first broadcast for both of these players. Yuval Belli is higher ranked. I believe he is ranked within the top 10, and he's been on the edge of qualifying so many times, so it's good for him just to reach this stage and to show the world what he's about. And for Zidane, he's been about the scene for a number of years. I remember him qualifying for the World Cup in FIFA 19, finishing in the top 16 of the cumulative leaderboards in the world, in fact, so he's done well in that year, and he'll be looking so far for this year just to add that little step. He's the lowest ranked player in this tournament, but he's been playing well. He's sort of peaking at the right times, which is sort of very, very valuable, in fact, for most players who are competing in FIFA esports.
Yeah, and just on the flip side of that Zidane conversation, Yuval Belli, 2 Israelis in the top 10 on the Xbox this year. A brilliant year for Israel. Of course, Nom Nisat was the player that we've seen in a handful of qualifiers. You mentioned it perfectly. Yuval Belli was about 2 games of FIFA away. Qualifier 1 back in December, and then just last month, again, was 1 game away from getting to this broadcast. So for him, it must be like, okay, finally my time's come to showcase what I'm about and how good I really am, and he'll be thinking, hopefully I can do that today.
Yep, exactly, and he'll be backing himself. He doesn't have anything to lose, and that's the key with a lot of players in the tournament. So the fear factor or the nerves factor that sort of comes into some gameplay should be eradicated a little bit. Of course, it comes to it. There's still a lot up for grabs, but both of these players have accomplished the thing that they needed to do, which was secure playoffs, and there's still the pride up for grab, the prize money, and just, of course, getting that momentum going into playoffs and for the La Liga for Zidane.
Yeah, as I said, it's all about getting to the playoffs. All of these players, we must add, have made it to those Global Series playoffs. So just playing for prize money, and if anything, to get a better seed, going into that stacked European playoffs. Let's have a look at the FUT squads for this matchup. We'll kick off with the Israeli in his first ever tournament here, and we'll break down this team first and foremost. This is Yuval Belli's team, and if you don't know the squad restrictions, I'll let Ryan break it down a bit more. But basically, you can have 1 icon and 1 team of the year, or 2 team of the years, or 2 icons. He's gone for 1 of each, but he's gone for an interesting icon, isn't he, Ryan?
Very similar to Marcuso. It's almost a spitting image of the squad. And Carlos Alberto, the prime version of him, is becoming a common theme amongst squads. But again, it's something that is very unique. You wouldn't see a player use one of their icon choices for a defender. But again, it's been working for these players, and there's a reason they reached this stage of the broadcast.
On the flip side, let's have a look at Zidane's team. Again, he's gone for 1 team of the year and 1 icon. I mean, it's more of a familiar icon, but as we know, Ryan, he costs a lot of coins. It's R9 in the team of the year, CR7, and the record breaker Mbappe. Anyone else in there that's really sort of jumping off the page and you're thinking, okay, that's a very, very good team?
I think it's key to show that he's got Renato Sanchez FUT birthday on the bench. He's got a number of those new FUT birthdays on the bench, in fact, but he's chose Vidal to start ahead of Renato Sanchez. Vidal does have the 5-star skill moves, and I believe he could be playing Quadrado in centre midfield alongside, so you can see that he does like 5-star skill moves in his attack.
Interesting team there from both of these two. Loads of squad restrictions are in place for this tournament. If you don't know how it works, as we said, that's so important to have a look at those icons and those team of the years. And if it's your first ever time watching a European qualifier, well, we'll talk you through it. We'll talk you through these squad restrictions that have changed tournament after tournament. And of course, as we said, qualifier after qualifier. Because as a player yourself, Ryan, how do you have to, adapt to the change in the game when new promos come out, FUT birthdays, team of the year? It's difficult, and we must add as well, compared to recent times, we're not at a LAN event, we're not on sort of those special esports editions of the game where you can use any player. It's you buying the players and it's you building your own team, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's one thing that I do like about having squad restrictions throughout the global series. You see on the screen here with the squad rules we mentioned earlier, you can have 2 players that are either icons or team of the year. So those players are very, very important to choose from. They're the focal points of the teams, the players that you rely on the most, whether it's Onan Ronaldo, team of the year CR7, team of the year Mbappe. Some players like the use of Pele as well, or Cruyff, because the prime icon moments cards are in the game. and available. But of course, it's key to mention that, of course, team of the season, most consistent, and the championship was released yesterday, but they are not able to be used in the squads for this tournament over the weekend. But again, the squads you notice are going to be very similar with the basis of it. You're going to see a lot of pace in defense. It's going to be rare to see an actual centre-back playing centre-back, which Zidane is using with the road to the final 91 version of Rafael Varane.
Here we go. You can see both players on your screen now, of course, both retrospectively in their own homes with the comfort and the safety of how the Global Series has been played this year. And to be honest, credit where it is due to all involved with EA Sports and working behind the scenes. We've had tournaments taking place all over the world, all year round. Qualifier after qualifier across North America, South America, Europe, Oceania, and even Asia, West and East. But we are underway. Yuval Belli kicking from left to right, and Zidane from right to left in this one. We speak about how good Israel have been this year. Two of their players have in the top 10 on those Global Series rankings on the Xbox. But also, quick bit of a well done to all involved with Movie Star Riders, because Andoni will be back in action tomorrow on the PlayStation. He, of course, is a teammate of Zidane. Both of those two did make it to the FIFA E-Club World Cup final stages. So clearly, there's just a good vibe in the camp. And more importantly, Yuval Belli, welcome to the Global Series. And more importantly, what a finish that is from Cristiano Ronaldo.
In all honesty, that attack was incredible. He's very patient, he's very calm on the ball, he's amazing at left stick dribbling, sort of stands him up there, does the scoop turn on Ronaldo's left, trusts him to take the shot and to bury it, which he does to give him the 1-goal advantage. And it's going to be a very interesting game, because I played against Yuval Belli before and also Zidane, and their play styles genuinely are one end of the spectrum compared to another. Zidane is very calm in defense, he's very slow with his build-up play, he utilizes through balls a lot of the time, contrary to Yuval Belli, who does a lot of skill moves, a lot of directional nutmegs, a lot of scoop turns, which we've seen. And again, you saw that with the player lock. We might be seeing that frequently from Zidane, because his teammate, who you mentioned, Andoni, who's going to be competing tomorrow, is one of, if not the best players I've seen using it.
That player lock into the box for CR7. Speaking of which, as a free agent, Ryan, we'll talk a little bit more about if after this attack comes in. First ever event, he's a free agent, he's got a lot to prove, a lot to say, I can assure you of that. How big is it for him to go and maybe win tonight's tournament, or if not, to get a top 2 finish? He knows he's going to be at the playoffs, so if there is a club or an organisation looking, they're guaranteed that they are going to have some sort of outing at those playoffs for him. Surely it'll be a case of he's waiting for the right move and the right opportunity.
Absolutely, there definitely has to have been teams knocking at his door. He's very young. I believe it's his first year competing, and he's got a name for himself. I don't think he has anything to prove. He's done so well this year. He's secured a playoff spot from very, very early on, so he's done well. And of course, he'll be backing himself to do well in this tournament and of course the playoffs.
Yeah, a good friend of mine and a serious FIFA player, Robbie Feldman from Astralis. He dropped me like a message just a couple of days before this tournament took place and went, watch out for Yuval Belli. It's been a quiet year for Robbie, but he's certainly been enjoying those fellow Israelis in Nisat, and this man on the ball right now looking for a second. How good they've been this year from home. Really well represented out of Israel. Looking for his first chance in this game is Zidane. A couple of scoop turns from him. You saw on the build up to this. He will be playing in the E Liga Grand Finals. That's May 8th and May 9th, one of the biggest virtual leagues at the moment. Is the E Liga. He'll be representing Elche in the Grand Finals there, hoping to put himself in a good stead of form. Potentially a goal here for CR7 if he can turn his man. It's defended well by Carl Walker. We'll go for a corner. Watch out for CR7 there. He'll just manually look to control on the edge of the box. He'll drop the run, then put it back forward. CR7, it's from very far out. He'll play the one more pass into the box. And it's trying to camouflage that run, isn't it, from CR7, Ryan, because it's always so obvious who you're looking for in the box. Yes, he was looking for the direct shot there. If anything, just a little nod on with the header to find someone else in the box that could tap it in.
Exactly, and that's a viable way to take corners this year. You select the target man in the box, the best player you've got aerially, and of course for most people that is CR7. Last year there was the likes of Van Dijk that was frequent in many teams, but not so much this year. But you can select him, you can run him to the near post really suddenly when the animation finishes. You can hover him around the penalty spot. if the player doesn't move his goalkeeper to sort of counteract that, and you can have an open header. You can move him to the back post, and as you mentioned before, similarly to what was done there, you can head it back across to create a chance there, which didn't happen for Zidane there. But again, corners this year, they're not frequent goal scoring opportunities from what we've seen from other years, but a lot of people, there are different ways to create a chance from it.
It often seems to be the case. You can really whip the ball into the box within like seconds of getting the ball down on the corner spot. You can often catch your opponent off guard because they've got no real time, in all honesty, to manually look to defend CR7 and the run that it will make. I'm just pointing out CR7 as one of the players because in the box he's had, for many years on FIFA now, one of the most incredible leaps to the ball. He's great defensively, he's great going forward. There's a reason why he's in so many teams, alongside how deadly he is in front of goals. So down, building up now with Furlong. Mendy dinked into the box. We'll speak about CR7 in the air. And it was like the commentator's curse. CR7 in the air. He's got a leap like nobody else. And look no further as Zidane equalises here at 1-1.
That is a vicious header, and it comes from the player lock. CR7 leaping above Kyle Walker, I believe that is. There's only going to be one winner in those situations when CR7 takes a step back and leaps towards the ball. And again, it's the player lock. We spoke about it before with his teammate Andoni, who I mentioned being one of the best players to utilize that new addition into FIFA 21. And you can see their teammates. They've learned a lot from each other, and that's the key. Having teammates that are doing well in FIFA, you can sort of mirror your game style to them when you play frequently, albeit on different consoles, but you can still learn a lot just from watching them compete in the broadcast or in other events.
Two players that both made FIFA E World Cup Grand Final win their time as well. Zidane and Andone, teammates at Movistar Riders. You remember just last month, Andone was sort of playing in the HQ of Movistar. The coaches round him, Zidane was there as well. Zidane looking to be in his own zone. That's the extra nutmeg around the corner for CR7. He'll look to bring more numbers into this attack. Tavernier of all players from fullback in CDM turns his man. CR7, as simple as you like, and more importantly, it's clinical as ever. Massive goal for Zidane to pull himself away, and it's CR7 again, the man we always talk about. Did enough to just turn Carlos Alberto, one of the icon choices for you, Valbelli. There's a reason why he backed his icon, but on that time he got pickpocketed.
The pass, in all honesty, to CR7 was, talk about threading the needle. That was pinpoint accuracy to CR7. He takes his time onto his favoured right foot to bury the chance there. And again, it's very calm, composed attacking, which I mentioned is Zidane's play style. He's very calm. He does a lot of through balls. He waits to sort of exploit a mistake from the opponent, but I don't think there was a mistake there. It's just slow, methodical build up, and sooner or later, when you're around your opponent's edge of the box, there's going to be times where he might rush out a centre back or a full back where you can play the pass, and that's something that he done there to great success.
That's the first half of 4. You can see the scoreline there. Zidane leads by 2 goals, on credit where it was due, because after just 7 minutes, did go down 1-0. It was a brilliant scoop turn in the box from Yuval Belli, which made it, of course, 1-0. And again, in your first broadcast of the year, yes, Zidane has got experience of playing in tournaments, E-World Cup finals, the E-La Liga, week after week, and playing in that environment, but you never want to go 1-0 down in the two-legged game. From personal experience, Ryan, when you're playing in qualifiers at home, you go 1-0 down so early on. Yes, you've still got so long to play in a second leg, but it's never the way you want to start off.
Not at all. And it's extremely infuriating because sometimes you might have a certain game style, which is something that might be a bit more common on the broadcast because you know who you're playing for weeks. So you can study their gameplay, you can go over it, you can do this thing where you might have a coach next to you or somebody that you can confide in, and you go over the opponent's tactics or little things that they do a lot in defense or attack, and then 5 minutes in, you're 1-0 down. The game plan's out the window. Sort of like boxing when they say you have a game plan until you get punched. It's a bit difficult to come back from. However, the key thing is, which is the top competitors are able to not be too downbeat, because again, there's still so long left in the game. Even if you go 1 or 2 goals down in the first leg, who's to say you can't overturn that and become victorious?
And is that a thing in terms of game plans from your own experience? You know, you've played in EPL this year, you've been knocking on the door and achieved so much within your FIFA esports career, and hopefully even more will come in the next sort of editions of the game and future Global Series seasons. Is it something that you've personally done in terms of having a game plan coming into a big tournament, into a big event? Nice Elastico on the box from Zidane. We'll talk about that more in a second. R9 reverse Elastico, and there's no way through on that occasion.
Yeah, that was almost brilliant there with the skill moves. He chose the right options. It was good defending there from Uvarbeli, but coming on from what you mentioned about having game plans, it's a difficult one because sometimes you do, and it could cause you to play a little bit different. And you spoke about, or there was the masterclass from Tom Lees, or hashtag Tom, where he spoke about setting the tempo. And sometimes when you fall into the trap of trying to nullify your opponent, it sort of diminishes your game style, and it causes you to fall into the trap to playing or to try and stop the way that your opponent plays from what you've seen. However, who's to say that your opponent hasn't changed his game style over the next couple of weeks because he's preparing for a situation like that? And you can play into a trap by sort of, what's the word for it, where you over prepare for something when in essence you can just go in with your own game style and just trust yourself rather than trying to stop your opponent doing something.
It's interesting insight there as well from a pro perspective to really understand how some players prepare. You're absolutely right, some players just turn up on the day, and let's say for me this is another day in the office, another game of FIFA. Brilliant build up by the way from Zidane here, a couple of brilliant interchanges with R9 in the box. You can see Kylian Mbappe, Lacriqueta on his way into the box, back to CR7, heel to heel, he's on his own, just a little bit too much from the Portuguese forward. Off his line was Nick Pope, sweeper keeper-esque pause coming in from Uvarbeli with not so long left in the first leg here. It's safe to say that I think Zidane's been on top since going in front by 2-1. Looking for that player lock, isn't he? He's looking for those really long through balls, which, don't get me wrong, they are effective this year if you can time them right. And I mean, speaking of players on the opposite end of the pass, we're talking team of the year Ronaldo's, Mbappe's, R9's. The pace is everywhere. It's just the quality of pass, which we could see now around the corner. It's clever. Carlos Alberto does superbly well just to intercept that ball from CR7. If it went through, probably would have been 3-1 for Zidane.
Definitely would have been a great goal scoring chance, but again, speaking about the masterclasses from what we saw Zidane versus Razek, it was a last-minute goal from a through ball. So you can see that he's got that in his repertoire. He's able to play the passes. It's something that he's used to. And as I mentioned, this year with through balls being so effective, you have to sort of resort to that in some situations because you can transition from defense to attack so quickly, and it's a perfect directional nutmeg past Carlos Alberto, but it was cleaned up there by Cancelo.
Just looking at the bracket that both of these two had, obviously they're in a losing position right now in terms of the loser final. It's a knockout game, you lose this, you're out of qualifier number 5, but both had very different runs. I mean, Zidane beat Nicolas Razek 7-6 to be in this position now. On the flip side, Uvarbeli actually lost to Leonardo Peixoto. It's the brother of the PlayStation 4 representative in Peixoto of Team BDS. Interesting to see Leonardo, his younger brother, in his first ever LAN event. We'll talk about that a little bit more as the broadcast unfolds this evening, I should say. That would have surely given him some huge confidence there, Zidane, beating Nicolas Razek 7-6. If you don't know when all these other games were played, it was a couple of weeks ago, and then tonight is just the broadcast for the top 6. Tomorrow we'll have you all the PlayStation games. Tonight, though, we will be crowning an Xbox winner for the 5th time. It's interesting to say, though, Ryan, that none of our previous winners are in tonight's bracket. Is it a case of that? It's not they haven't been trying, but they might have. There could be a factor of a bit of burnout there. It could be a factor of they've already done enough to get in the playoffs. They're happy with their ranking position, or they just didn't turn up to Qualifier 5.
Yeah, it could be a combination of everything that you mentioned, but the key thing is for most players this year is achieving that the playoffs. And most people have done that. That's already been in any of the broadcasts we've seen from early on. So they've had that confidence. But again, the key thing is just to build on from that momentum. Mike Lebel spoke about it, where you might have playoffs secured already. You might have had it with Marcuso, he secured it from December. But that doesn't mean you're still not going to try or want to reach the latter stages. And a fantastic Elastico there from Zidane. And is it going to lead to a chance here? Good tackle there, and it goes out for a goal kick. But something that I've mentioned since the Uvarbeli goal, I think it's been very, very disciplined from Zidane. He's sort of dominated the game in terms of possession or chance creation, and he's going to get the ball back very sloppily there from a bad attempted touch.
Yeah, it's a real sloppy touch there from the fullback. If they feel for Uvarbeli there. A player of that quality, expect the touch to be better. Final 5 minutes in this one. Zidane leads by 2 goals to 1. He was 1-0 down after just 7 minutes, looking for a third. Yusuf Attal, the FUT birthday item, second by the cherry. The bounce back was originally quite fortunate, in all honesty. The save made up for it. And then the ball just bounced back to the Algerian forward, who just took an extra couple of seconds. You'll see it again on the replay. Very well played from Zidane there. Opened up the body, ensured that it was going to be a guaranteed goal. And when your luck's in, you've got to take it. 3 goals to 1. It's a 2-goal advantage the Spaniard would take into leg 2.
I would say it's deserved. It was a very fortunate goal. You've already done well to defend it, and it bounced back straight to Attal. And the keeper even saved it, and it falls back for an open goal there. And you can see the sorry celebration which came out from Attal, from Zidane there. But again, I feel like this game, Zidane has controlled it since he's conceded. He's come back from a goal deficit to be 3-1 up. And of course, Yubabeli can still come back into this game. There's still a whole 90 minutes plus added time in this game where he can come back from it. But he's very skillful. He can back himself. It's his first broadcast as a free agent. He's got nothing to lose, so he'll be hoping he can do that.
That will do us for the first leg in this game. After such a positive start from Yubabeli, one of our most youngest competitors, not just in this tournament, but in any of the tournaments that we have seen. Went 1-0 up after 7 minutes, started the game so well. We thought, okay, who is this surprise package from Israel? And then that experience of Zidane came through. He got that goal back in the tie. And to be completely honest, Ryan, I think I have to agree with you that he did dominate the game. Defensively, he was great. He had a lot of the ball going forward. And, you know, whether R9's a factor into that conversation, he's got, you know, Team of the Year Ronaldo, prime R9 in the team as well. So many good attacking players going forward. But fair play. I think Zidane was way in control of that. And yes, it might have been a fortunate third goal, but it was definitely deserved, wasn't it?
I say 100% deserved. And you mentioned fortune does happen in FIFA. It's one of those things you got to get on with. You shouldn't let it give you, I guess, or demotivate you in the game. It's something that happens in your favor, happens against you. But the key thing is just to sort of, I guess, eradicate that from your mind, just to get past it. It's happened. You have to focus on what you can control. And what you can control is the next 90 minutes. He can come back into this game for Yubabeli's perspective, or for Zidane. Can he see it out? Can he add a few more goals to his tally just to give him that breathing space that's needed in the games? Because we speak about it a lot. The 2-goal lead is probably the most dangerous lead to have in FIFA, especially going into a second leg. You get caught in a trap. From my perspective anyway, do you go for glory again? Do you try and keep scoring? Or do you go a bit more defensive? But then that invites pressure, and then you might concede early on, as I mentioned, where the game plan goes out the window. So there's so many things to think about going into the second leg.
So much to think about, and again, still so much time for FIFA to be played. Anything that you've just said there, Ryan, could happen. Could he throw it away? Could he run away with a tie? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have that second leg for you in the losers' quarter-final. Will Yubabeli be able to bounce back and make it to the next round? Or will the experience from the Spaniard carry him through to the next round here? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Please, Dallas. What a performance. 2-time European champion.
Hi guys, my name is Dylan Neuhausen, also known as Stolen Mike. I play for NEO in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. Today I'm going to break down my final game against Nom Neisat, which allowed me to become the champion of the second European qualifier. So first of all, I was just building up the play with Vieira. Then I see the space for Cristiano Ronaldo, and in this situation I see that it's just a clear 1v1 against his center back, because his center mids are nowhere near to be found, so I don't have pressure from the back, so it's just a clear 1v1. And I just walk a bit into the box for him to kind of get baited into a tackle, and then I just go for the zigzag dribbling, and it leaves me with an open shot on goal. So first of all, I'm kind of starting with my 2 attackers, which are like the main parts of the team, and I'm just sending Ronaldo on the run to kind of leave his other center back behind, which has to follow the run, and therefore there's this huge space in between the center backs, and therefore his left back kind of has to go a bit into the middle, which therefore leaves a gap for my right wing back, which is on join the attack, and this leaves a lot of space, which Cancelo uses with the additional momentum he has, because he is running into the ball, and then I just play an RBX cross or R1 square, and Cristiano Ronaldo will never miss from that close of a range. Took the ball with Rafael Varane from a bad pass from him. It's pretty simple going forward. I just played it to Pele and then like directly with an LBA, so Pele runs into the free space right away, and just a simple through ball with Cristiano Ronaldo. And in this case, it's obviously, I think everybody has been in this situation. You're not sure whether or not you should play the pass to Cristiano Ronaldo or just keep on running. And in this case, obviously because it also was 8-1, I kind of wanted to spice it up a bit for the viewers, and I went for the Rainbow Flick Scorpion Kick. Okay, so that was my masterclass from today, analyzing my final games against Nom Neistat. Hoping you can use those tactics to get your game to the next level. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series, European Qualifier number 5. We're going to jump into the second leg in just a couple of minutes' time. But before we do that, we've got to talk to you about this. The Madden Bowl is back and better than ever with the Madden Bowl Draft Edition. 8 teams of 3 will run the gamut of game modes for a share of $150,000. The competition begins tomorrow, April the 25th, and will run each night through to April 28th. And if you're enjoying the action, guess what? There's even more of it in May. May 2nd and May 3rd for the semi-finals. And of course, it will all conclude on May 3rd with the grand finale. Tune in, from 7 p.m. Eastern Time to catch all of the action on Twitch TV/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. So if you fancy some FIFA and you fancy some Madden, we've got you covered here. Anyway, let's jump back to the action and talk about this one, Ryan, because Zidane leads by 3-1. I can assure you that Yuval Belli would have preferred 2-1 getting out of leg 1, but the 2-goal cushion is in the favour of Zidane. We spoke about this briefly before going into the break. It's about how you approach this game. I've been there as a very bad FIFA player that I've got a 2-goal lead at maybe a half-time at Foot Champs, and I'm thinking, right, I'm just going to just keep the ball, try and see out the game. It never happens, does it? It's the case of you get so much pressure on you, your opponent's going for the game. And again, I'm not the man to talk about it, you are. So what do you think the situation's going to be?
Well, the key thing is, of course, it's another leg of FIFA. You have to forget what's happened, as hard as that may be. You might be 3 goals down for Yuval Belli, but he started off the leg well. He started very promising. He was doing a lot of skill moves in the box with his build-up play. And I thought he was going to just keep piling on the pressure as soon as he went 1 goal up. And I thought it would have been a tough game for Zidane to come back from. But he done very, very well. But yeah, going into the second leg, I wouldn't change anything. I think it's a little too early. If it was maybe by 4 goals, then I would say, of course, you have to start committing a few more players forward, whether that's your fullbacks, whether that's another centre midfielder or a winger. But for now, just keep it simple, bide your time and see what happens up to the half-time.
Back underway in this one then. You have just tuned in, you've missed any of the action tonight. You missed the first game of play, which was between Trick Skifter and Marcusa. It was a 5-4 victory in that All-Dane derby. Skifter won the game. He is currently now through to the next round. He will face the winner between these two. The loser of this game will crash out of the tournament. Yes, they'll be out, but still, it will be a top 6 finish, which can't really be looked upon, especially out of all the players that have got involved in this qualifier. 450 of them signed up and bowed out just a couple of weeks ago. It was the beginning of April, actually. The top 6 can make it into the broadcast, and that's been the format all year long. Zidane kicking from left to right in the red strip of Elche, the team that he's been representing in the La Liga, looking to build here with CR7. It stings the gloves of Nick Pope. And his early warning shots fired at Yuval Belli as he looks for that third goal cushion. Back to R9. So silky in the box from Zidane. Back to CR7 again, tries to get the fortunate bounce back. Doesn't work in his favour there, but every single time he's in the box, Ryan, he's looking for a skill move. An elastico, reverse elastico, la croqueta, directional nutmeg. We could speak for days.
Dangerous. That's one word I can use to describe Zidane from what I've seen so far. Extremely dangerous in the box, as you mentioned, the skill moves. he's very unpredictable because you don't know what he's going to do, and he utilizes the right skill moves at the right time to create chances. Yuval Belli is defending pretty well, though, I would say, despite giving up a lot of chances. But again, something when you have to play against someone unpredictable is not give them space. When you back off and allow them to do the skill moves and start to chain a little bit, that's when they're in their zone, and that's when they back themselves to create chances. And if he keeps doing that, he's definitely going to get at least another goal from it.
Building again, it's R9 this time. Good feet in the box. From Ronaldo Nazario into the box, it will go. He was probably looking for CR7. Slightly too heavy, Mbappe stuck a leg out. Phil Belli knows that he's got to start this game well. A goal within the first 45 minutes is a must. That comes about conceding as well. Into his CR7 now, just the inform variant of the Portuguese forward. It's well read on the flip side. Speaking of an interesting change in the team, James Tavernier can certainly do a job in a midfield position. The fullback by trade of Rangers has just had sort of performance after performance in the league with, of course, his parent club. That's reflected on his in-game item, and it's a very usable item, especially within the squad restrictions we're looking at, Ryan.
Yep, definitely, and he has fantastic links, albeit being in a league that at the time didn't have many players to link with. You've got Ryan Kent, of course, with the perfect link to him, but again, links to Kyle Walker, he links to Reece James, he links to Rashford, being English, of course, so he has that viable option to have him into the squad. And of course, the stats are phenomenal. He's got the physical strength, he's got the pace, he's got everything just to put him in a great midfielder on this game, which is something that we do see utilized, whether it's starting him or subbing him on off the bench to cover many positions, which is why he's very, very useful in Ultimate Team.
Better from Yuval. The ball into Neymar's feet, can't scoop, turn away. Chance to break on the flip side of that. He's got Mbappe, R9. So many options forward. Amsterdam. Quadrado, that man, the match item. Lovely ball into CR7. Well read, well played on the flip side of that. Kyle Walker, right place, right time. Of today's tournament, let's not forget $15,000 they will bag alongside the top spot with 1,000 Global Series ranking points on their name. Ranking points not really in the conversation at the moment because all the players involved in tonight's broadcast have made it to the Global Series playoffs. Those taking place in July. But you can play for ranking spots on the build-up to that. Can you get a better seed coming into the tournament? However, one thing we know, Ryan, no matter who gets to the playoffs, it is going to be stacked.
Extremely. You've got the best competitors who have been performing consistently throughout the year, deservedly so, all there. It's going to be extremely, extremely interesting to see who's going to win that. There's so many names that haven't even been on broadcast this year in Europe, like Tex, who is arguably the favourite. I would say personally the favourite, but we haven't seen him perform this year on broadcast. But there's so many people who have done, like Dylan Mike, Razek, and of course every competitor in this competition today.
I don't know if he's watching, but one man that definitely deserves a mention is Sakul. Hasn't made a broadcast 100%. This year. In the top 10, he's been in the top 8, the top 16, every single qualifier, Ryan. And it goes to show, yes, you're only seeing the top 6 on broadcast, but there's so many players out there putting in big performances month after month.
It's crazy, the fact that we've not seen him, and that's a perfect directional nutmeg there from CR7.
And find the man in the box, so that's the problem. Found himself so much space. Arnon was pretty much making the exact same run. Chance still alive. Tavernier, double tap pass into CR7, gives him an angle. Not a wide enough stance though to get around Kyle Walker. All mentions as well to the two players that just missed out on today's broadcast, Nicholas Razek and Boras Legend. The players that have been icons in this scene for so long. Free kick on the edge of the box, 22 metres out. This is for Yuval Belli. One of the last chances of the first 45 here. Needs something to fall his way. Renato Sanchez back to CR7. This is great from him, and even better save from Nick Pope.
Wow. That directional nutmeg, the acceleration there from CR7 was perfect. And we see a through ball here, which is very similar.
Break.
Is he going to get it? Oh.
You have to think, Ryan, that chance has to go in. It just has to. The directional nutmeg was beautiful. It opened up the space, and then you just hoping that your goalkeeper can get something on it. The 6'7" frame of Nick Pope got down to ground, but that's the best chance. That's the only shot he's had on target all game. That had to go in.
Massive chance. Directional nutmeg was perfectly executed. I believe it was a goalkeeper movement towards the far post to block that driven shot across goal, and it was perfect. You can see, of course, in hindsight, maybe arrowing it to the near post would have been better, but again, hindsight is a wonderful thing when viewing these games. But I'd say for Zidane, it's a perfect first half. There's not been many chances other than the one towards the end, which we just spoke about, but this is a game where you want to dead it out. You don't want there to be too many chances. You want to keep your composure, keep control of the game, because when you're doing that, it's going to give him a better chance to progress into the next round.
And on Zidane's point of view on that, Ryan, as well, he's just come out of a 45-minute period without having to do anything in terms of conceding goals. He's in the exact same position that he started the game with. He's still got a 2-goal advantage.
Exactly.
Cruise control. He can hold this out. One more goal for me would probably solidify the tie. A few star riders having players in both the top 6 of Europe. And Donny back in action again tomorrow. He'll be watching, I'm sure, from afar, hoping that his teammate can have a good run in here. Zidane came into qualifier number 5, ranked 30th on the Global Series rankings. He has got a Liga Grand Final on his agenda in the next couple of weeks. Mams, that's a clever pass to CR7. Many players would go on their own in that sort of area. Zidane didn't. He got his head up, he laid the ball back to CR7, and it was an easy tap-in. We spoke about another goal, we spoke about him being in control. Well, he certainly is now. He's up by 3 goals.
That's a beautiful goal. He utilised the mechanics needed to get to that position. And as you mentioned, so many players will try and ball roll it or try and do something spectacular, whether to chip the goalkeeper or something. But he does well there to pass it. And of course, an open goal. He's never going to miss an open goal there. So it's a goal that gives him the 4-1 advantage. And I'll be honest, I think this is over. Because I can't see... I was just about to say before he scored with Zidane, he's very, very composed. And he's one of those players where you don't want to be losing against him because he's very, very experienced in the scene. Here, there are a few players which you could have on a list where you don't want to be losing against them because of the way they play. They sort of force you to commit players forward, and when you do, they pick you apart. You can see the amount of plays he's got behind the ball defending, but he's got the 2 strikers just waiting at the halfway line for the perfect counter-attack, and you can see there might be a few more chances left in this game for Zidane.
I'll say, just look at that wall of red shirts. Kulusevski does do well to turn his man. The Swede can't find the space, and as each attack comes to an end and each attack gets defended, you can see the frustration of Uval Belly building. First ever time in the A Major. Been knocking on the door back in Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 3. He was just 1 game away from getting onto a broadcast. It's been the nerves have got the better of him, or it's just been a better player from Zidane. Spoke about experience, a player that's been to FIFA E World Cup Grand Finals. He's had some great sort of online performances this year as well, qualifying for the FIFA E Club World Cup with his teammate in Andoni. All of that playing into his hands. The pause comes in here from Uval Belly. I just don't know if there's enough time left. He needs 3 goals and time's running out. 23 minutes left on the clock. Chance around the corner, Mbappe. Into Bruno Fernandes, not the man you really want on the ball in that area. Yes, he can finish, but you'd rather have Mbappe, Neymar, CR7, the list goes on.
Was a chance. I thought he was going to pull the trigger there, but he decided just to turn back, which was the predictable thing and something that Zidane did read well there. But there's a pause cue, and I always say this, when I see my opponent cue a pause, it means that they want to change something, obviously being in this situation. And I would want to keep the ball a lot longer. That's a beautiful shot cancel. And it's a great block there from Reece James, I believe it was there. So, yeah, it's still 4-1. And as I mentioned, 20 minutes left. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think this is finished.
Well, that was the chance, wasn't it? What a block from Reece James. Back to R9 to make matters worse. He tried to play it into CR7, just wasn't on. What a block from Reece James there. No idea how he got there. Teed up the finesse shot perfectly with CR7, did Uval Belly. Once again, defensively sound. He matched up another tackle. 15 minutes away from a Guaranteed top 4 finish. Mbappe to guarantee that. Zidane will move through. And he'll take on Trick Skifter for a chance to progress into the next round here in Qualifier 5.
He's played the second leg perfect. As I mentioned at halftime, it was a great situation to be in. 0-0, you're in control of the game, albeit you've given away a chance which could have gone in. But he's done well, ultimately, throughout both legs to be in this situation. It's 100% deserved. And the second half of the second leg, he just picked apart Juva Belli, who had to commit a few more players forward. But as you mentioned, that will be it, in my opinion. Unless something crazy happens, Zidane will be advancing into the next round against Skifter.
It's a difficult one now, isn't it, on the side for Juva Belli? I mean, what do you do in a situation like this when you're trailing by so many goals? You've just got to, put 3 at the back, everybody forwards. I go for it or I just sit back and accept the loss. It's as simple as that, but the way that Zidane is defended, in all honesty, Ryan, I just cannot see this being turned around, as you've said many a times when he was up by 3 goals, now he's up by 4 goals. He's only got 12 minutes left.
Yep, we would have to see one of the greatest comebacks in FIFA esports history for there to be any chance of Juva Belli getting something from this game. But again, it's his first broadcast. He's only, I believe, 17, and he's achieved so much this year in terms of ranking highly in most of the qualifiers. So there are a lot of positives to take. It's good experience for him going into playoffs because he's had that accomplished already, and that was offside, in fact. I was waiting for the whistle there. I was shocked that it came so late. But Zidane, as I mentioned, very, very composed defensively. He's done well in both of these legs, and it's been very, very impressive.
Said, it's not all doom and gloom for Juva Belli. It's still a top 6 finish here. He's just across the year looking at his stats and his results he's had. First ever real competitive year. We have to remind you here. He finished top 8, Qualifier 1 in December, losing to Gorilla. 7th place he finished back just last month in Qualifier 4, losing to the Russian in KFC Pablo. And now he's just got himself a top 6 finish here. I look at that, and that's progression to even get into a top 8. For 3 out of the 5 qualifiers, when you've got 450, 500 plus players playing in these tournaments, he's going to be at the playoffs, Ryan. He'll sit back, he'll look back at this performance and think, okay, this didn't go well. Maybe I should have started the game even better than I did. I went 1 goal up early on and then I just sort of folded and I just couldn't get control back in the game. There's a lot of learning sort of parts he can take from this and definitely take into the playoffs.
Absolutely, and it's key to mention that his first game on broadcast is against somebody like Zidane, who has been at the highest stage. He's qualified for grand finals before, he's won tournaments before, he's done everything, and he's very, very experienced. You can see with the way he's played the second leg, it's not new to him. He does everything perfectly well in terms of chance creation, in terms of defending the chances or nullifying his opponent. So there's positives to take, and there could be another chance here from that through ball.
Maybe a consolation, if any. Nick Pope still in the way. Added time of a minute is pretty much up here. Zidane will book a place in the next round against Trick Skifter to see who will put themselves at least a top 3 finish. He gets the job done after trailing by 1 goal to 0. The movie star Riders man ensures that he does get through and guarantees himself a top 4 finish. And he was just in control, wasn't he, Ryan, after that first leg performance? We had question marks over leg 2. He started well and he just remained in control throughout. Defensively sound, going forward, so clinical. Congratulations to Zidane.
Yeah, massive congratulations. And playing against somebody like that where they're so calm and composed, they wait for you to make mistakes, is really difficult to overcome, especially when you're already 2 goals down going into the second leg. So again, commiserations to Juva Belli. He can take positives from it, that he's reached this stage and experience going into playoffs.
Yeah, completely, on top of that, you said about Juva Belli, he's got to be confident with that. Yes, now it's going to be it's going to be a sore one to take. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. You don't want to lose a game. You're first on broadcast. Look at the facts. 3 top 8 finishes out of hundreds upon thousands of verified players in Europe. You've got to take that. You've got to be impressed with it. And as I said, he's got playoffs next. Surely, take a few days off, go back, look at the footage, and then see what I can work on for those playoffs.
Exactly, and playoffs is at the start of July, so there's still a number of weeks left until then. So he's got a long time to reflect on it, a long time to practice, to go over the gameplay just to see what he done wrong, what he done well. Because you have to remember, he started off the first leg extremely well. He scored straight away from his own kickoff to give that sort of shock to Zidane. He probably didn't even expect to be sort of overwhelmed in attack. There were so many little dribbling sequences or skill sequences from Juva Belli that can take positives from.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. Well, 6 become 4 here in qualifier number 5. We say goodbye to Marcusa and to Yuval Barely. Only 4 players remain. That's it from me and Ryan. Back to you, Jimmy, and the rest of the crew.
Brandon and Ryan, a terrific match by the old guy, as we're calling him. Zidane, the 24-year-old Spaniard, finds himself now in the losers semifinal, taking on the youngster from Denmark, Skifter. Should be a very good one in that losers semifinal. The winners final is going to be coming up next, but Zidane in particular, when the game was in the balance in the first leg, Spencer and Mike, 2-1, Zidane was leading. He got that third one to make it 3-1 right before the end of the first leg, and I really feel like that was the difference. I just thought his experience, he relaxed in leg 2, and he went on to have a very professional performance in leg 2 to get the result. Both of you guys picked Yuval. Explain yourself, Spencer. You go first.
I mean, there's not much I can say. Technically, the form we're seeing at the moment is youth over experience at the moment this year. That's been thrown out the window there. Zidane 22 places lower on the leaderboard than Yuval there from 8th to 30th. He upsets those odds again. So I think the only thing to say, Jimmy, is that experience came through. You know, it's a different kettle of fish. Even though they're still at home, going from qualification to this live event with all the things that come with it, working with the producers, you know, being ready for that environment, experience can come through. So that's what I think did it for Zidane today.
Yeah, I thought he was very thorough and, as you say, professional throughout both of these legs. And nice to see a Spaniard. We've seen a lot of them over the last 4 qualifiers get involved, but haven't really taken that big step to win it all just yet. Now, Mike, what did you see through these 2 legs? And I know you got a little telestrator action for us.
Well, you want me to take the telestrator now, or you want me to tell you about the 2 legs? Where would you like me to go, Jimmy?
Yeah, take the telestrator now.
Okay, I'll go into the telestrator. This is my favorite goal of the matchup between Yuval and Zidane. And I was super impressed by Zidane in terms of what he was able to generate, how he scored goals, the professionalism of the performance, the way that he controlled the game. At the competitive level, it's very difficult to do this. We're going to take a bigger deep dive into player lock. This is some of the most advanced player lock that I've seen used in FIFA 21. Player lock's a new feature where it allows you to have off-the-ball control. So right now, you see Cristiano in the box is actually being controlled by Zidane. He's going to whip in a cross. Typically, you see this done with passing, but with crossing, it's very unusual, even at the competitive level. And he knows that he has a good 1v1 matchup, and he's going to let Cristiano climb that ladder. He's going to let him get up to the roof and hit that back post cross, and it's a back post finish. It's beautiful, and it propels him into starting the comeback early on, and then from there, his confidence was through the roof. Congratulations to Zidane. But I love this goal because you just don't see it happen often. I can play a complete weekend league and concede 0. That's right, I said 0 goals that resemble this type of player lock system into some sort of cross. It just is not common procedure, whether it's a beginner, intermediate, or advanced player.
Okay, now Mike, have you seen any trends, let's say, over these 2 matches that we've seen from all 4 of the competitors in the losers quarterfinal? Formation-wise, icon-wise, anything standing out for you?
Very different matchups that we've seen today. So in the opener, we obviously talked about Skifter and Marcuso. That was very back and forth, not a very possession-heavy, not a controlling matchup. And it led to a lot of offense, a lot of the final third opportunities, and kind of organized havoc or chaos to a certain degree. And then this match was as pro level as it comes with Zidane. He just gave you a showcase from a tactical side, a lot more possession, a lot more build up, took his chances well, and then he took Yuval out of the game. We didn't see Yuval in the second leg. That's when the comeback should be on. And you heard Ryan talk about it, you heard Brandon talk about it. We're saying he can't get back into the game. This is a perfect performance. This is a perfect first half from Zidane. Oh, this is a perfect second half from Zidane. He's able to add to it, and the game was done. There was no hope for Yuval.
Okay, so I know that our winners final is the next matchup, but let's do a little quick preview of the losers semifinal since these 2 opponents are very fresh in our minds, Spencer. Who do you like in this one? Do you think Skifter has the advantage, or do you think it's Zidane?
Like Mike says, it's hard because the 2 games were so different. If we were to pick apart a little bit of Skifter's performance, it was that he was giving up those opportunities towards the end, and it was very back and forth. And, you know, Marcuso deserves a lot of credit for taking that game to him in a way that Yuval wasn't really able to do to Zidane in that second leg. So, in the nature of which Zidane came through his game, you'd maybe favour him, but all these opponents match up differently. I'm really excited for it. I hope it's another slobber knocker like we saw in the 2 Danish game.
I don't know what that word is, but I suspect it's a good one, and maybe I'll learn about it one day. All right, if you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter. EA FIFA Esports is the Twitter handle. and the hashtag is FGS21. Just leave Twitch, leave the chat for a little bit, come over to Twitter, let us know your thoughts so far about this 5th European qualifier, day 1, the Xbox side of things. And then coming up next, everybody, we have the winners final. Yes, it's all kicking off between Peixoto and Uptale. It's gonna be a fantastic one. Do not go anywhere.
You cannot take your eyes off him. Andoni keeps finding an answer. Andoni looking like he's back to his best, really.
Hola, soy Andoni Payo, más conocido como Andoni PM, represento a Riders en la región europea y os doy la bienvenida a mi Masterclass. Hoy os vengo a analizar la ronda de semifinales del Loser Bracket contra Peixoto, la ronda a la cual me dio el pase a la final del Loser Bracket contra #Top. Íbamos perdiendo aquí 3-2, el rival estaba bastante encerrado y entonces teníamos que tener un poco más de paciencia, mover el balón de un lado a otro y sobre todo buscar los desmarques de los delanteros, que al final son los que más peligro tienen. También hay que esperar su error, y aquí su error está en que saca al central de posición y vemos como Cristiano entre el central y el lateral hace el desmarque para meter este empate, este 3-3, y pues ponernos ya un poco más de cara a la eliminatoria. Pues aquí estamos con Bruno, cuando fijamos al lateral, saludamos a Cristiano. Y aquí es el momento en el que tenemos que aprovechar el hueco que hay con Neymar. Se queda solo Cristiano y con esa cola de vaca también nos hacemos ese espacio. Y en este momento hacemos el cancel porque si tiramos hay autoblock. Y aquí hacemos el tiro claro porque al final Cristiano con la zurda y siendo el Totti nos iba a dar el primer gol y era la primera vez que nos íbamos a poner por delante en toda la eliminatoria. Así que es una jugada muy importante y que nos iba a poner de cara ya todo el partido. Pues estábamos en un momento de que teníamos que tener el control del balón para hacer que su defensa saliera y en cuanto su defensa saliera aprovechar los huecos que creara para al final rematarlo. Aquí vemos a Cristiano, conectamos con el delantero, hacemos muy bien esos giros para que se equivoque con el switch con James y aquí ya definimos, con suerte de que movió a Pope por el palo donde tiré, pero finalmente con Cristiano Totti y su potencia de tiro conseguimos meter el 5-3 y poner la eliminatoria a nuestro favor.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
So be sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and use the hashtag FIFA21headset for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. Good luck. All right, everybody, we'll catch you up here for the 5th European qualifier, the Xbox side of things. Let's take a look now at the bracket. We're 2 matches down. Both losers quarterfinals have been completed. We got that losers semi-final all set up, but we're gonna get to the winners final first as Peixoto takes on Uptale. This one is gonna be very good because both of these competitors have yet to lose throughout this competition. It speaks to the high quality FIFA they have been playing. Congratulations to them to get to this point, but now they're 2 matches away from being crowned the champion. But to learn a little bit more about Uptale, let's take a look at his run the last time around in the 2nd European qualifier. Check it out.
Uptale, 16 years of age, his breakout tournament. Could be a chance now. Is there a cutback? Into Cristiano Ronaldo, and that's a huge goal!
Especially Tole's offensive was on a very high level.
Maybe the 16-year-old storyline is still there.
I don't know where all these young guys are getting this composure from, by the way.
Into R9, as you can see now. One of those players has got to come out of position. Here's R9, and that is the chance that he's needed.
I'm going on a Swedish boat.
All he needs is a goal, and we could be into extra time. That could be the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo!
Sweden is probably pound for pound the best FIFA country right now.
I'm going with the Swedes.
Yeah, nice little insight, sizzle reel, as we like to call it, of Optale, Mike, and Spencer. Mike, I'm actually going to come to you first. He did pretty well to get to the winners' final in the second European qualifier. However, he lost to Dylan Mike, the eventual champions, and then dropped down to the losers' final and lost to Nisat. So he actually hasn't won on broadcast yet, but I think we can all suspect that he'll grow from that experience and be better this time around.
Well, one, I think you're downplaying. And two, I definitely think even at 16 years old that now he has a little more of that experience is really important to have that self-belief to be able to bring that out on broadcast. When there's thousands of people watching, there's more pressure, there's more happening on social media. Speaking of, I think that he sent out a few tweets so we can see what he's talking about in terms of that ambition and that quality. And we also heard your voiceover saying Sweden's one of the top nations. I'd agree with that in terms of what's been developing in the FIFA competitive scene. Top 3 again. Let's go! I'm just really ruining the Swedes' English with what I'm doing here. It's a big honor for me to announce that I am one of the 4 players to be selected for the Swedish national team. And that's a huge deal, of course, and congratulations. And Sweden also already won within those 4 players that they had representing. And we see the familiar face Ivan Lapanya. Look at this man; he's looking like he's got some age to him now, some glasses. Coach Ivan, we won the Nordic Invitational today, best team in the world. And if you're looking at his bio with Optale, he's got obviously 16 years old, which is super young, but that's been a trend that the young guys have really been standing out, and they're ready. They don't need all the time to be champions or to be on these broadcasts. Xbox European ranking 5th, and then top 3 in the second European qualifier. And if anything, he's got to be feeling so much more comfortable, more confident. He's also got the Swedish national team that's there for him. You're building up. Those guys work together in terms of a lot of different tactics they share between the Alis, who have both had so much individual success over. They started basically last year with their success stories, and this year having more of it. When you're looking at the top 4 guys in Sweden, you don't want to go up against that group. That is a collective.
I agree with you. I think that Optale was my player to watch for a reason. I think he's going to come in with some good form, but he's got to get that first leg maybe under his belt where he's really in control and then can relax in leg 2 like we just saw with Zidane. But let's talk about his opponent, Spencer Peixoto. And it's not the Peixoto we've known and loved over the last few years. It's his younger brother who's emerging from maybe his brother's shadow. Let's talk about him.
Yeah, it's a family that obviously take their FIFA seriously. I heard when you're born in the Peixoto family, your dad sits you down and says, look, we know you're playing FIFA for a living. You just got to choose one console. That's the only choice you've got to make. So, yeah, it's very impressive, to have 2. We've seen it a few times. The Rafsu and his brother come to mind as well in the past. But it's very rare. It's very hard to do. This is the younger Peixoto, as you mentioned. He's also been talking a little bit on social media. What's interesting about these 2 lads is that they're kind of Portuguese and French. They're eligible for both. So we're actually seeing Leandro Peixoto. I think he's going to not only be playing in Ligue A, but also representing France in the E-Nations, whereas his brother, we familiarise more with Portugal. Top 6 broadcast, baby! He's saying there. Everyone always celebrating that they get in the top 6. Of course, it's a massive deal. Gets you those points, gets you that guaranteed prize money. He's 18 years old. Currently ranked 14th on the Xbox in Europe. Top 16 he got in E-Ligue A. So has he yet made that breakaway into the upper top tier of any sort of competitions? Not quite. And 18 is obviously still young, but going up against Optale, he's got 2 years older than Optale, and Optale's already started to make those moves. So for me, I feel like this is a great opportunity for Peixoto to not only, as you mentioned, maybe step out his brother's shadow, but also show where he is level-wise.
Okay, so what's your prediction, Spencer? I'm going to stay with you.
Optale. Sorry, Peixoto.
All that hype around Peixoto.
I'm going off stats here.
I love it.
Of course it's possible. Both these guys in the winners bracket, they've not lost in this process so far, so of course Peixoto can do it. And it'll be massive for him in his career, arguably bigger for him if he wins than if Optale wins. But I've got to look at the form book here, Jim. It doesn't lie. Sometimes it lies. Sometimes it fibs. But usually it comes through.
Okay, I just want to say for the record, everybody watching at home, that Spencer went with Marcuso. He got the L. And then he went with Yuval. He got the L. So Optale, I don't know if this is a good thing that he picked you. How about you, Mike? Who are you going with?
Well, I'm also on the chalkboard of L's. Very good at writing those lately. But we are going to disagree here. So we're going to split the difference between Spencer and I. Even though I kind of built up Optale and all the success story, something tells me that the second Peixoto doesn't want to be in that role. He wants to be at the limelight, the spotlight, the focus point. And now we've got that access here today, live on broadcast. So we're going to have a split result, or we're gonna have a difference of opinions.
Okay, well,
he doesn't like the fact that you called him the second Peixoto, by the way.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. He's
gonna to win this one.
Well, you can't spell L, or you can't spell Mike LaBelle without a couple L's. So that's par for the course with you, Mike. All right, now let's throw it over to Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this winners final. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, what a game we have got. Two players that have been unbeaten throughout this whole Qualifier 5 process here in Europe. And joining me in the commentary booth is Lisa Manley, professional FIFA player at NFG Sports, of course, that organisation founded by Christian Fuchs of Leicester City. Someone that was involved in the FIFA face-off as of late as well. So Lisa, welcome to the team. How are you and how are you looking forward to this game?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Obviously, they both haven't lost yet, so I think it's going to be a really close game. I think it will be maybe kind of a low score line, maybe only a few goals in the first leg, but I think second leg there's going to be loads of goals.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive game, this one. 2 legs of it. We'll be, of course, getting your expert analysis across the 2 legs. We'll talk about the teams first and foremost, Lee. So we'll kick off with team number 1 that will be in action between these 2 players. It will be Leonardo Peixoto's team. Again, the brother of Diogo Peixoto. Great to see 2 brothers so good at FIFA. Lisa, as you know, with the squad restrictions, you're allowed either 2 Team of the Years, 2 icons, or 1 of each. Interesting to see, no icon in the team, only 1 Team of the Year item, but I mean, it's not any Team of the Year item, it's Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, what a player to use, Cristiano Ronaldo. He obviously also has foot birthday Atal and Renato Sanchez. Atal's a very good option in the team because he allows you to have 5-star skill moves and 5-star weak foot. And of course, in defence, he has Cancelo, Reece James, Varane and Mendy. You always see Mendy and Varane in teams. And obviously, he has a fullback at centre-back because pace this year is very important.
Great to see, 3 foot birthday items in that team as well. We'll speak about them a little bit more in the game. Speaking of the player that's made his 2nd event of the year, what a breakout year. 16 years of age is the young Swede. He has gone for an icon in his team and a Team of the Year player. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, it's definitely a different team. Obviously, having Hullet as his icon, very good midfielder to use. And he's got a different take to the other player because he's got Kleiber at right back, and you haven't really seen him in most people's team this tournament.
We're underway in this one now. Leonardo Peixoto, first event, first major tournament, got picked up by the Landside Wave, an organisation that have been represented not in France but also in Oceania. And Naylor and Marco represent them in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. Optole signed for Gothenburg at the beginning of this year. As you know, so many virtual leagues running around the Global Series this year. There's the Allsvenskan that came back this year after a year off. And at the moment, Optole is running away with that with his teammate in Zimmer. They're top of the pile after 4 game weeks. Speaking of being so young, he's only 16 years of age, Lisa. What a first breakout year this has been. You have to be 16 to compete in these tournaments. He's probably had the best year that you can honestly imagine.
I mean, yeah, what a year for him. Only 16 years of age and obviously 5th in the European ranking. You couldn't ask for a better season for him.
He will be at the playoffs, no doubt. He was also back involved in January. Qualifier number 2 it was. He lost to Nom Nisat, the Israeli, to take a top 3 finish. That's quite intimidating there for Peixoto. He's got 2 players literally just standing right over his shoulder. We know how important teammates are and coaches. If that is actually Diogo behind him, his brother. We'll have to wait and see when we pan in on that camera. Great feet in the box from CR7. He was looking to duck and dive around the box. In the corner. Building into that one, Mbappe. In the box, looming and waiting. He'll try and get on the ball. Reverse Elastico turns back inside. And just like that, Optole back underway, back into his rhythm.
And it's only taken him 15 minutes to open up his account here, Lisa.
Yeah, what a goal. Obviously, so early into the game, it really does help getting an early goal just to settle your nerves a little bit. And what a goal. Obviously, I'm pretty sure that was a double A just to lift it up above the defender. So, yeah, Neymar, what a goal that was.
Speaking of that sort of double A pass, it just gives you that loft in the ball, doesn't it, to tee you up for the perfect volley. Is it something that you've sort of brought into your game at all when you've been playing your foot champs or, you know, in other tournaments?
Yeah, it definitely does help having that in your game. When your opponent does lunge in early, when you do that type of pass, you literally can't do anything about it because it goes above the player's foot and gives you an extra chance of getting a goal.
When you've got such good finishes in the box as well, whether that be CR7 or Mbappe, 99% of the time it's going to at least be on target or find the back of the net. These two, as we've said, have gone unbeaten throughout this whole qualifier process. From the 450 players that signed up in qualifier number 5, these two have been unbeaten, I think, over like 8 or 9 rounds in total. So whoever does lose, they won't be out the tournament. We have to recall that. They will just be down into that loser side. As we said, they'll be playing the winner of Skifter. Alternatively, it will be Zidane, who won his game just a second ago against Valbelli. What game that was over the 2 legs. Goes for that player lock, which we know is effective. Reversal has to go back to Mbappe. Player lock is a very vital way, and certainly a way that we've seen so many players score goals this year. It just offers you the opportunity to tee a run of an Neymar or Mbappe or Cristiano Ronaldo, as long as you've got a good passer of the ball, such as Renato Sanchez or Bruno Fernandes. There's the directional nutmeg we've been speaking about. I'm sure we'll be seeing that a lot more today, that directional nutmeg, because it is so effective.
Yeah, very effective skill moves to use. It definitely creates space for you as well. Optolo definitely is in the fire range of this game. He's going forward, defending really well, getting a lot of skill moves going. So, yeah, very in favour of him this game.
Featuring both of the teams is Renato Sanchez. That foot birthday item, we'll speak about him more in a second. Chance, is he going to be onside? Mbappe, he will be way offside. Just a quick one on that Renato Sanchez, Lisa. He's such a good player. The foot birthday item, he came out obviously just a couple of months ago now. A player that I see time and time again in foot champions. He's in pros teams with the restrictions and how they work. Why is he such a good player?
He's such a great player because he's 4-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, and he's just such a great defender to have. Defensively, he's agile, he's quite small as well. So I think overall a solid player to have, and especially when he has him next to Hullet as well. Hullet's such a tall player, strong, can put a foot in for you as well.
We often talk about this in commentary. When you have, you know, 2 midfielders, you want one that's going to be more defensive. There's going to be one that's going to certainly get forward and add a bit more into the attack. Here's CR7 for Peixoto, chance back to goal, and he just peels away from his man. His teammates, his friends and his brother. Just give him a pat on the back. Surely that was a big one for him. It's the first goal he scored in his first ever broadcast. I'm sure there was a lot of nerves coming into today, Lisa. That one just releasing a few nerves there. Really well done from CR7 and a really well taken finish.
Yeah, great goal from him. He went one way and brought the defender with him and then went the other way to create the space for himself. What a great finish into the far corner of the goal.
It's always one of those, when CR7's in the box and he's pulled away from his man, you know his incredible in-game stats, you know how good he is. Just like that, expect a lot from this one. You're currently looking at one of the best players, not just from Scandinavia, not just from Sweden. Europe sits 5th in the Global Series ranking, as you did allude to, Lisa. He's had such a good year. It was a top 3 finish back in Qualifier 2. Alongside that, we'll be playing Svensken, which only just kicked off about a month or so ago. So potentially he could have a playoff spot via that way. Doesn't need it, to be honest. He'll be hoping that he can do enough for his teammate in Zimmer. He will be hoping that he, of course, can get playoffs in the bag of how good virtual leagues are this year. They offer you so many playoff spots. And that will do us for the first 45 here. An end-to-end game of FIFA. And nothing to separate the two at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's been a very close game. Obviously, as you said, he has got top 3 in the Qualifier 2, and therefore, you know, he's going to want to build on that. Obviously, losing in the same round he is in now, and then losing in the losers, you know, he's going to have momentum coming on from that. He wants to win this one just as much as his opponent, but if he wins this, therefore, he will have to only win once in the grand final, which for both of these competitors is massive.
I love that as well. You can just see on the face cam on the left here. That's actually the brother. That is Diogo Peixoto. I thought it was from a distance. Huge FC Porto fan. I'm sure the household is, to be fair there. Just over his shoulder, giving him a couple of wise words. He's a player that has been involved heavily in the Global Series this year. The difference is he plays on the opposite console. We'll be hoping that he can have a great run in those European qualifiers. Fourth he sits out of thousands. We know the PlayStation's got so many more verified players on their books. Says a lot though when he's done enough, Lisa Peixoto, that he's playing for the national team this year. He went through the qualifying stages, Peixoto, and he's in the top 4 for France, so he could be going to that FIFA Nations Cup that has just been on the agenda for so many players now.
Yeah, it's huge for him. Obviously, for anyone representing your country is massive. Very close there from getting a goal there, but it's very massive representing your country, and only 18 years of age as well. Obviously having his brother behind him as well will give him a lot of confidence.
Sure, it just adds that, you know, at a LAN event would normally be where players would be away from home. This year it's been an online environment for so many players. They've got used to it. They've had to get used to it. I can assure you, I mean, from personal experience, if I was playing FIFA, I wouldn't mind my brother next to me or some family members just for some support.
Yeah, and especially someone as experienced as his brother as well. You know, he's going to be able to give him some massive tips going forward in this game, especially in the position he is in now. Maybe he'll give him tactics just to tell him to sort of maybe keep the ball or just push maybe last minute of the game, especially when, you know, when it gets to the 80th minute, if it is this same level, maybe trying to keep the ball for the last chance of the game.
Could be a chance around the corner here. I mean, all these games are 2 legs. How do you come into a 2-legged game like this, Lisa? Because we see it time and time again. It often feels like a bit of a feeling out process for the first leg. You know, you don't want to overcommit. You don't want to sort of open yourself up too much. Then you go and concede 3 or 4 goals, and it's a mountain to climb in leg 2. From your own personal experience in competing in competitive FIFA, we'll talk about it more in a second after Optole comes in with Mbappe. That makes it 2-1. Mbappe will score for Optole. He led early in the first half. He leads again in the second. A really well taken goal. But just back to that point, I mean, what is your mindset when you come into a 2-legged game? Is it a case of you want to go and put some goals away, you want to go and get yourself a bit of a scoreline to hold on to, or for some players, as I alluded to, it's just a bit of a feeling out process?
Yeah, I think in the first leg you want it to be sort of, well, as close as possible. Obviously, if you can take the lead, it's great. But, you know, just feeling out your opponent, seeing how they play. Do they like to use the wing? Do they like to use the middle of the park? Trying to work out what they do. And second leg, just go for it. It's your last chance, especially in the second leg. So just go, you know, put a sink out and just go for it.
Tao will come on, one of those players we did highlight. Alongside Diatza, 2 players from the Ligue 1. League that Peixoto will be playing in this year. He's FC Lorient will be playing alongside Sneaky, his teammate from Atlantide Wave. Another one of those virtual leagues that keep popping up, and it's a common theme across all the players, to be honest, that are in these broadcasts. They're all playing their FIFA in the Global Series, in these qualifiers, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. They're playing for their nations. Optole, he's been doing superbly well for Sweden. He got picked up for their newly formed national team. They won that Nordic Invitational against Finland, Norway and Denmark. But they're all playing in virtual leagues as well. Surely that's just giving them all more experience. They're playing more FIFA at such a high level. It's just going to aid them in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're both, like you said, playing for the nation, and it's both probably a privilege for both of them to do that. I mean, in this game, he's just brought on 2 attacking players, so I assume he's going to try and go for it in these last couple of minutes in this game.
Still got a second leg. He needs to fall back on that. Speaking of Renato Sanchez, one of those foot birthday items into Mbappe. You have to just tune in. This is our winners' final here on the Xbox qualifier number 5 in Europe. He's slowly unfolding. We say goodbye to Marcuso and to Valbelli. see there's loads of support for both of these two in the Twitch chat. Building up is Hullet, last 15. Looking for a third goal for Optole, off the bench Diata. Is he onside? Yes he is. Offering so much pace is that winger. Alongside Atal 2 on the other side of the pitch. That's so much pace coming onto the game at such a late stage.
Yeah, I guess he's going to try and get a late goal in this game, bringing on such pacey players.
Players that might not necessarily be good enough to start the game. I mean, I think in the FUT birthday selection, just speaking about that quickly, Lisa, it certainly felt like Renato was popular, but Atal was also on that list, I'm going to say, of the top players. In your opinion, anyone from that FUT birthday promo that you've personally enjoyed using on the game?
Yeah, I actually got Ryan Kent, packed him in my 83 pack, so 83 times 25 pack. So for me, I've used him off the bench. Obviously, he's using Atal off the bench. For me personally, Atal's a great player, 5-star, 5-star. You can be so unpredictable when using him as well, so great asset to come off from the bench.
As you said, we're speaking about players that have got those in-game stats, whether that be 5-star skill moves, a 4-star, 5-star week foot. The FUT birthday promo offers you that.
Yeah.
On top of all things. Last 7 minutes in the first one of this game. 2 legs, as you said. That player lock again. Last chance to it for Mbappe if he can try and get the ball forward. Be happy with this first sort of leg performance though, Lisa. He will be up by a goal. If he can make it 2, it'll be even sweeter.
Yeah, if you can make it 2, it definitely does change the aspect of the second leg, because the other player will have to push players forward. Maybe not too early, maybe going into half-time. If he doesn't get a goal, then he'll have to push players forward. But yeah, 2 goals is a big lead. But at the moment, only 1 goal, so it'll be definitely a close second leg.
Second leg will be coming up straight after this one. Added time to follow up Tolle, I think, just seeing this one out now. There's still so much time to play. 16-year-old Swede leads by 2 goals to 1 in what's been an incredible year for another player. Popper, that's one thing that FIFA 21 certainly brought us this year in the Global Series. Yes, we might not have lands. Yes, it might be different for some players to really adapt to. But one thing that we have had across all the regions is just new players popping up. That is leg 1 done and concluded. You see a very big sigh of relief. He knows it's not over though, Lisa, but for him, at least he's in control. He's got something to take into that second leg.
Yeah, going into the second leg, he's now 2-1 up. He can try and control the game, and he obviously, controlling the game means he can have possession and therefore annoy his opponent, trying to keep it as much as possible.
On the flip side, sorry, I was going to say on the flip side for Peixoto, it's a case of, for him, he's got his brother next to him. That's surely going to give him some support. If you don't know the Peixoto brothers, Diogo Peixoto's on the PlayStation. He's 4th in the moment on the rankings. What do you think he's saying to his brother now? Because it wasn't the worst performance. It was a very, very narrow game. But surely it'll be a case of an arm around the shoulder. Sorry, come on, brother. You've got this in the second leg. Hopefully you can pull this back.
Yeah, he'll be behind him, just giving him some confidence. Obviously, when you're losing, you're going to have to try and tell him maybe some tactics, maybe tell him to change formation or keep it as it is and just attack.
Well, there you go. That is leg 1. Speaking of the 2 Peixoto brothers, there you go. You can just see him, give him some wise words. Well, we'll leave them to it for a couple of minutes because we're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have that second leg. Will Peixoto bounce back, or will the 16-year-old Swede run away with it into a grand final? We'll see you in a few.
The ball bouncing back to Neymar. Levy Louise does not care. Levy went into gear 19. Incredible performance.
Hello guys, my name is Levi de Weert. I'm a player for Team Gullit in the EU region, and today I want to welcome you to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna talk about how I won the PES Europe Qualifier number 3 while being 3-0 down against #Tom. As you can see here, I was 3-0 down. It was very difficult for me to create space with the 4-2-3-1, so I had to change things up. I talked with my coach Renzo, and the game plan was to switch to a 4-4-2. And as you can see here, it rewarded me because I had 2 strikers up top with a 4-4-2, so it's easier to make combinations and play short passes. And as you can see here, the through ball to Neymar was open and it is a perfect goal. As you can see here, I was just taking quick passes, trying to get him drag players out of position and just waiting for the good opportunity to come. And as you can see here, the perfect pass from Davies to Neymar and the perfect inside fake shot made it 2-0. In this situation here, this is a really tricky situation because as you can see, Tom has 8 players on my half and all his players are just bunching forward. And I also have only a 1-goal lead. That's not nice. But what I also knew is that if I win the ball here, there's a really big opportunity for me. So as you can see here, I win the ball back with Bruno. The thing that you keep in mind then is when your opponent is pressing, there's so much space on the wings. Then it's the most important thing, just running and let him make the choice. An easy cut back to Ronaldo, and that's the decisive goal for me. Because when I scored this goal, I was confident because of 2 goals leading. I wouldn't give that away anymore. Thank you guys for watching my masterclass on how I beat #Tom while being 3-0 down in the second leg in the European Qualifier number 3. I hope to see you guys soon.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. Qualifier number 5 here in Europe. And as I said, qualifier number 5, this is the final qualifier. All eyes are on the playoffs. Playoffs, grand finals, we'll have a world champion at the end of the year. This is how it's going to be breaking down across the next couple of months and weeks. We're going to be kicking off in Oceania, East Asia, we'll go to West Asia, North America, we'll go to South America in June, and then we'll conclude it all with the European playoffs in July. Beginning of July, back-to-back weekends, and I mean, it's impressive to see, Lisa, how things have changed this year because we're not in person, we're not at LAN events, but still we're getting to showcase the best FIFA players from all over the world.
Yeah, it's definitely very different, obviously, being at home around your family, whereas at LAN you're sitting right opposite your opponent, so I think it's definitely a very different atmosphere.
I think if anything this year, it's given more players an opportunity to really showcase how good they are. We've had new stories, new names emerge, new opportunities for esports organisations and football clubs to really stand up and be accounted for. We are back underway now. Optole does lead by 2-1. Kicking from left to right in that Gothenburg strip. The flip side, it will be Leonardo Peixoto from right to left. Player that finds himself 2-1 down. He's got his brother behind him. Player that's played in 2 qualifiers this year. Will be interesting to see what he's sort of fed him in terms of advice, but I don't know how much advice you can honestly give him, Lisa, because he's been playing brilliant this year, has Leonardo. He's playing for his national team. He's got that national pride under his belt. He looks to be going to the FIFA Nations Cup if he can keep performing like he has.
Yeah, very good player. In this game, you can see a lot of switching going on, and it definitely does create a lot of space. You know where your opponent's going, but he's close on goal right now. Is he going to? No, he doesn't. But gets another opportunity here, Brandon.
Yeah, we'll speak about that player switching and player lock a little bit more. It's something that more players running into the game. You can just see it being cued there. It's not always a case of using it. It's just to get your opponent maybe off guard or to keep them on their toes. Neymar now building. For Peixoto, dancing in the box was Neymar. The player lock, just a quick word on it, Lisa. It's so effective, especially for these moments now with that through ball, if you can pull off, because you've got so much pace going forward.
Yeah, I think it's very important to use. Obviously, your opponent does know that you're doing it because it's a little arrow on the top of the player, but you know, it's definitely good to put players in behind, moving the player where you want them to be.
As we've seen time and time again, you can score goals from it. It will make your opponent's life hell in terms of being sort of matching up to, I should say, having to defend it. Needs to have been unbeaten throughout this whole Qualifier 5 process. If they do win, be straight into the grand final, which I can assure will fill any of these players with confidence. You're in a grand final, it will just be 2 games of FIFA away, Lisa, from not only winning Qualifier 5, but $15,000 in your back pocket and all the confidence in the world going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and confidence is very, very good in this esports. I mean, he'll also have the momentum going forward as well into the playoffs as well, especially winning this one. He'll be so close to, I guess, putting his name on the trophy for that as well, especially with how well he's doing. Obviously 5th in this at the moment, and obviously if he wins it, I'm sure he'll be very close to that 1 spot, so a lot of confidence going forward for him.
First ever European major potentially on the cards for both of these two is Neymar now. Can you get around the goalkeeper? It was a great idea, Edison. Not once but twice had to just stand up and get onto that one. Speaking of forwards this year, if you could have sort of 2 of the 4, who would you go for in terms of, you've got Neymar, you've got Mbappe, you've got CR7 or R9? I mean, R9's probably a given. Who else is playing up top for you in your own team, if you can afford these players, of course?
Definitely R9. I think he's just a different type of player. Obviously a lot of coins as well, but if you have the coins for him, definitely a player to use with the 5-star, and he's just so strong as well. He barges players with the ball, sort of like Mbappe did in the game a few games ago, where he just out-strengthened Reece James and he was able to get the goal there as well for that. So definitely a player that I would use, which would be R9 Ronaldo.
And alongside him, I mean, we'll talk about this after this attack comes in from Peugeot. Here's a towel for birthday, a towel. Let's start this game. There's the Algerian winger from Nice. But in terms of partnering alongside R9, is it Mbappe, CR7, Neymar? Who sort of ticks the boxes for you?
I think Mbappe is a great player as well. I mean, you could also go Ronaldo, because with the restrictions, his in-form version of him is just as good, just because his shot power is almost as good as his Team of the Year version.
I think that's what we've seen from a lot of pros as well. As you said, you can only use sort of 1 Team of the Year and 1 icon, or, I mean, we haven't really seen any players use 2 icons. A Team of the Year in your team is a must if you can afford them. And as you said rightly, you know, Ronaldo's had a couple of sort of informs Team of the Weeks in past times. There is going to be that opportunity to get him involved, squeeze him in the team alongside the restrictions that are available. So it makes sense, and it also gives you the opportunity to use a Team of the Year Mbappe, an informed Neymar, an informed CR7. If you can get R9 in the works as well, that's 4 incredible attackers. I mean, for a lot of players, we'll be lucky to get sort of 1 or 2 players in that front 4 or front 3. Chance to get forward for Mbappe here. Optole looking for a third in the tie. Neymar, it's a last-minute tackle, a last-ditch tackle from Reece James. If that went in, that would have been a 2-goal cushion for Optole, and I think he really would have been in the driving seat.
Yeah, very good defending from Peugeot. I mean, obviously did slide across the box, which is very risky, because anything can happen. You can give away a penalty, or you can catch, you can catch your opponent, and that's risky as well. But a very good last-ditch challenge from him.
Building is the Swede. You said rightly, Lisa, he's ranked 5th at the moment in the rankings. A season to remember in the national team playing football. Issue in the Allsvenskan for Gothenburg, and he's on his way to try and get his first European title under his belt. Another chance comes in there, it's saved up, it's matched well by Edison. Building. This time CR7 can't get past Kylian Mbappe, that has to come back and do his defensive duties, but 2 chances in the last 5 minutes. So close to extending his lead.
Yeah, very close there. Went left, went right, and then did a hill-to-hill into actually good space as well, but very unfortunate for his player not to bang that in the back of the net, but great save from the goalkeeper.
Probably the last chance of the first 45 here. Leandro Peugeot can't get the ball forward. He tried to play the through ball, but that will do us for half-time here. Nothing's changed, really, in all honesty. Lisa, I mean, Optole's had the better of the chance. He's registered 2 chances at goal. For Leandro, it hasn't been any chances for Peugeot. He's still chasing the game. He's still a goal behind. When does it get to a stage as a FIFA player where you have to sort of go for the game and you have to throw bodies forward, a change of formation, get the depth high, get the press higher?
I would say don't do it too early in the second half, because if you do, then you're, especially if you're putting, stay forward on your midfielders or your wingers, and therefore leave space in behind. So I highly recommend not doing it too early. Maybe wait to the 75th minute to do it, and then, because obviously if you lose, you're going into the loser bracket instead. So you just got to go for it. Nothing to lose.
Yeah, absolutely right saying that, because if you lose this game, you aren't out the tournament. You will be in the losing side of things. You'll be waiting patiently, as we said, to play the winner of either Zidane or Skifter. That'll be our next game coming up this evening in our loser semi-final. Back to goal, CR7. Chance round the corner, goes for that directional nutmeg, gets the ball literally just pumped to his feet. And for a split second there, Manuel Neuer, very, very lucky there to get away with that one.
Yeah, a very good directional nutmeg. I think he panicked, if I'm honest with you, Optolo there. He obviously panicked with the fact that he almost got through on goal, fizzed it into his goalkeeper, and yeah, put him under the pressure there for his goalkeeper, but luckily got away with it.
It's one of those where you never want to be in that position, because it must be so nerve-wracking. You don't know what on earth to do. You don't really have any control over it, in all honesty. Optolo looking for that third still. What a chance that was for Peixoto, maybe to pick off that awful heavy touch from Neuer. Neymar back to Royce. For birthday Royce, that'll be lovely. Elastico to find the space. Varane with a flying tackle. Still alive is the chance for the Swede. Heel to heel from Müller. Can he look to bring Mbappe into the chance? Mbappe now drops the shoulder. Reverse Elastico, and he'll pull away with a huge goal for Optolo. They've said a lot of things about this man. They've said he's dangerous. He's one to watch out for. And he's certainly one for the future with moments like that.
A very, very, very good goal. Obviously, the reverse Elastico gave him extra space to just shoot it into the far side of the corner of the goal.
And I mean, when you're defending, from your own experience, Lisa, against a player that is just pulling out reverse Elasticos, heel to heels, directional nutmegs, how do you stop it? It gets to a stage where you just can't at times. You have to sit back and just literally just take that skill move and hope your goalkeeper can save it.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely hard to play someone that is very skillful, because you're not too sure what they're going to do. You're very unpredictable, and that's why I think Zidane did so well last game. I mean, for Optolo, I think, for his opponent, I think he just needs to not give him too much space, because if you do, then he's just gonna pull it into the net. But yeah, overall, a very, very solid goal there.
I mean, we've seen what Scandinavia can produce in recent times. I mean, you need to look back, a year or so ago, we saw Oli Lito pop up. Next thing you know, he won a European major and he became one of the most feared names in Europe. FIFA 21, we've seen loads of names pop up, of course, but another one, Optolo, another Swede.
Yeah, I think also what's actually interesting about him is he's actually using Kleiber as a right back, and you don't really see that in competitive games at all, really. In general, normally if people do use him, they use him as a centre back, and to use him actually as a right back is very interesting and not really seen actually.
Worth saying as well, because obviously this is their own account that they are using, so restrictions have to be played. They have to follow certain rules and guidelines. I mean, playing fullbacks in at centre back has just been a thing this year. I mean, whether that be Reece James, that future star item, he does not look out of place as a centre back. That was a trend that happened many months ago, and it hasn't changed, because he is just the man there. You've got Kyle Walker's in form, which is a centre back, and as you were saying, rightly, if you can't afford some of those players, I mean, slightly before that Reece James Future Stars was released, it was Kleiber that was playing in at centre back. Many people played against him on Foot Champs and Weekend League, and unfortunately had to go against the Dutch fullback there, and he certainly can do a job, just because he offers you a bit of everything. But no, certainly interesting that he's starting right back. 25 minutes left of this game. An offside tray played that could be one to forget about. Luckily, let's get away with that one, but that was nearly panic stations there for Peixoto. So you've got to be so careful when you play an offside trap, because it's such high risk, a high reward strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that was very risky there. To be fair, I actually thought he was offside, but yeah, I mean, he wasn't, and very lucky there for his opponent, because otherwise that would have been just a gifted goal, if anything.
Last 20. 2 goals are needed. Certainly this isn't out of the window, or it's not a possibility. So many red shirts being committed forward from Peixoto. First ever major name in France that, again, has been rising. People have been talking about him. Did enough to make it into the recentest squad of the eFoot de France.
Thought he was actually going to pass that to Mbappe there, but left it too late, and he was offside.
Got player lock again, isn't it? Natal into the feet of Neymar, just literally was a little bit too ration. Forced the pass in. It won't be the end of the road, though. We have to remember that. Even if you do lose this game, you will still remain in the tournament. Plenty still to be played, and plenty of matches still to be played this evening. Tell you what, though, he's going to be pressing forward. He's committed so many numbers into the final third. Fair play to Optole. He's actually dealing with this press really well, and if anything, he's going to try and find one more goal just to solidify the tie. That will be the perfect way to kick off qualifier 5 for him. Be a guaranteed top 2 finish. It'll be one step better than he got back in January, qualifier number 2. He got a top 3 finish then. Building upon that performance months down the line. Can he find that final chance? Or if anything, just take time out of the game. It's tactical either way.
Yeah, Optola here, you know, using experience, I guess. You know, he's going backwards and forwards, just trying to keep the ball as much as possible here. It's obviously going to frustrate his opponent, and he's already putting players forward already. You know, he's probably team press. He's paused it now. He's going to probably go press on possession loss, and, you know, high depth, high width, and just send players stay up on the team and just fully go for it. You know, he's not got nothing to lose now. If he loses this, he does go into the loser bracket, so he still does have a chance. So yeah.
And on the flip side, for Optole, you've been in positions like this, Lisa, when you've played your own competitive games. You've got 10 minutes left. You can't go into a corner and hold the ball. But what do you do? What are you thinking? You've got to try and take as much time out of the game as possible. Yes, you've got the option to score or to sort of keep possession. What are you doing and what are you thinking?
I think he's just got to try and keep the ball as much as possible. It is obviously easier said than done when your opponent is team pressing and putting pressure on you, but try and keep the ball. If you see gaps that he's made, try and through ball it and get it into your opponent's half, because obviously if you lose the ball in your own half, you're just putting yourself in danger. So try and keep the ball in your opponent's half, and he should see the win out on this game.
Credit where it's due as well, too. All involved with Gothenburg Esports this year. As I said, it's Zimmer, Optole, and then a sort of team coach, a content creator that's famously known in Sweden. Of course, Frole. You can just see him just in the background there. He'll be coaching his player just to ensure that they are back into winning ways. They've had a brilliant start on the Allsvenskan. Great to see that return this year in Sweden. They've needed that to just ensure that they're producing, you know, more and more quality in the scene. And at the moment, Gothenburg, they're top of the pile there. They've won every single one of their matches. They've only played 4-game weeks so far, but everything's just going right, it seems, at the moment for Optole, Lisa, in terms of national FIFA, club FIFA, his own individual FIFA in these tournaments. It's just sort of win after win. And the confidence just must just be building and building.
Yeah, he's very, very young, so he's got so much more to do in him, to be honest with you, and he's just getting so far this year. You know, he's new to the scene, and he's, you know, doing everything for his country. You know, he's quite high in the seeding, and yeah, props to him, really.
Final 6. 2 goals needed for Peixoto. Is it just too much to ask?
His brother did give him a bit of tactics there. Obviously, he did go free at the back as well. He's just sending everyone forward here.
Chance, another block comes in. It's one of those that has to go in all honesty, Lisa. Another chance to come forward to be Attal. Back to Davies, Neymar, so many red shirts forward for Leandro Peixoto. To see Arcera reverse Elastico dancing in the box. There's another man in the way, and I think by that point we know it's game over. And certainly it could be now. Diatta, acres of space to run forward to conclude the tie. Diatta ball around the goalkeeper on his own, cuts back inside and still misses somehow.
Yeah, I have no clue how he's missed that, to be honest with you. Obviously, he was a bit fortunate for the ball to come back to him there, but that's why you bring players like that on the pitch. Very pacey, got in behind quite easily there, and yeah, unfortunate not to score.
To be honest, I think you could afford to make that mistake when you've got a 2-goal cushion. A minute of added time, there just will not be enough left. This 16-year-old wonder kid that announced himself onto the FIFA 21 Global Series will ensure he's got a top 2 finish in the bag and will remain unbeaten in qualifier number 5. Referee, conclude the tie, please. Ball into the box, and surely that will do us here. It will do us here. Optole makes it into a grand final. Incredible scenes from such a young FIFA player, Lisa.
Yeah, incredible performance from him defensively and attackingly in his tie. Obviously, you can see how much it means to him there.
Top 2 in Europe What a story. A third place finish back in January, qualifier number 2. Playing for Sweden in the national team, a Nordic Invitational win there. Top of the league in the Allsvenskan. Everything just seems to be going right for Optole at this moment in time. He'll be done now in terms of waiting to find out who will join him in the grand final. On the flip side, Leandro Peixoto, we've got to talk about him briefly, Lisa, has lost the game, but he still is in the tournament, isn't he?
Yeah, obviously he goes to the loser bracket, so for him now he's just got to focus on that game. It was a close game with his opponent, but overall he can be so happy with his performance, and going into the loser bracket he's just got to give it his all just to get the rematch with him as well.
Yeah, certainly indeed. I mean, as you said, he's got his brother over his shoulder in Diogo Peixoto, a player that is playing on the PlayStation. But that will do us here from myself and Lisa Manley. That is job done. We'll be saying, of course, congratulations to Optole. He's in a grand final. And I mean, Jimmy, speaking about these wonder kids that just keep on popping up, there's another one for you. Optole, incredible scenes.
Yes, thank you, Brandon and Lisa. Optole was my player to watch for a reason. And maybe it wasn't the prettiest version of the beautiful game, but a result is a result is a result. It's his first win on broadcast. He was here for the second qualifier in Europe, and he was in the winners final as well, and he lost both to get knocked out. So nice, I think, maybe a bit of relief for him. But as you can see now, he moves on to the grand final. He's now one match away for becoming the champion of this qualifier, which will give him terrific momentum heading into the playoffs. Of course, I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. Spencer, I'm coming to you first. Like I just mentioned, a pragmatic victory, but one that needed to get done for Optole.
Yeah, I mean, he lived up to his billing as the, I would say, number 1 seed. Even those 2 winners brackets, obviously he had the higher ranking, so he's done really well there. I mean, he's just showing composure, experience beyond his years. I'm excited for where this lad's future can go. He's still obviously got a win today, but I think he's in the driving seat to do that. We all know how hard it is to win through the lower bracket, because you've got to win that game in the final and then the reset game. So he's clearly the favourite for a reason, and yeah, I think it's his to lose, isn't it, really?
Let's talk really quick. I'm coming back to you, Spencer. Hold on one sec, Mike, because I know that you've got some good insight here. But Spencer, with regard to Peixoto, undefeated so far up until this point, somewhat of a lackluster effort in some ways, or do you think that's more credit to Optole in the way that he was defending?
Yeah, I mean, we've just got to, I think, give all the credit we can to Optole in the season he's having. You know, he's not been beat that many times in big games this year. He's obviously come out cropper against Dylan Mike previously in the other event, but we all know how good Dylan Mike's been playing. So he's the real deal. I'm not saying Peixoto isn't, but we've heard a little bit more from Optole this year, and we've kind of got a bit more convinced about his potential and his credentials. So obviously it's there to be proved wrong, but the uphill battle for Peixoto is going to be a struggle.
Okay, well, it's not pure commiserations for Peixoto. He drops now to the losers final. But Mike, what are your thoughts on this match in particular and Optole's performance?
I think we saw some maturity from Optole in terms of being ready to win. I'd like to echo Spencer's sentiments as well in terms of this is his to lose now in the grand final, because we have a lot of competitors that are left that just haven't been there. We don't have any champions. These guys don't have previous history in the FIFA scene in terms of that level of success. So why not? You've got the most on the line. You're sitting in the best position. You're the only player undefeated. Why not take that momentum, carry with that? That's confidence. Your team's behind you, and go ahead and get your first victory on the books.
Okay, now I know you have a illustrated piece for us, like always. What play did you identify to help us get smarter and better at the game?
I thought it'd be nice for us to focus on some intangibles. And we're going to look at the double tap. We often look at the skill moves and some of those flashy moments, but you have to have some of the traditional build-up aspects if you want to score goals. This is a great way to counteract when someone is packing it in. There's a lot of players in the box, which is exactly what you're going to see. So you got a double tap pass with Mbappe, and this allows you to have that lofted pass. It gives you a little extra lift. There's no need for an elevator. You can get by the defenders, get by the midfielders, and then you have that finishing touch. Hits it first time, nice and early. Neymar, top corner, best corner, and we move. And that was a great way to really set the tone, the tempo, and allowed Optole to play in the manner that he wanted to express himself.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good one, the double tap pass. I feel like I need to utilize that more in my own game because, as you guys both know, I'm not that great. I try hard, but I'm not that great. And speaking of try hard, join us on the conversation, please, on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. The winners final is done. Optole has booked his ticket to the grand final. Peixoto's not out of it just yet. It's a double elimination as we know, in this competition. Let us know. Do you think Oftale can win it all? Hit us up on Twitter. Those are the details. All right, coming up next, it's the losers semi-final. Skifter, the Dane, taking on Zidane, the Spaniard. It's going to be a great one based on what we saw earlier in the losers quarterfinals. Check it out. Don't go anywhere.
Mbappe, reverse elastic goal, that is unbelievable! And Pablo, 4 goals to 3 with an unbelievable performance.
Мое имя Павел Скуратов, более известно как KFC Пабло, и рад всех видеть на моем мастер-классе. Давайте посмотрим, как я обыграл Дани в 3-м отборочном турнире. Так, но за лаймера здесь я шел вперед, но понял, что нет шансов дальше, и Клостермана подключаю к атаке. Защитник редко подключается к атаке, поэтому Дани не ожидал, что я пойду. Здесь хороший дриблинг был. Главное, здесь поймал момент именно навесом. Я выдал этот пас на Криштиану Роналдо, не готовый, когда мой игрок выбегал из-за его защитников. Ну и после этого уже пас на пустые и гол, который с помощью необычного движения получилось сделать. Здесь получается отнять мяч. Буквально через пару секунд Клостерман накрывает Решфорда, и идет сразу молниеносная атака. Криштиану Роналдо убегает 1 на 1. Все, вроде бы я мог заканчивать этот матч 3-0, идеальный счет, но я делаю болл-ролл не в ту сторону, в левую сторону было бы лучше, мне кажется, и удар с левой, но я побоялся, что Криштиану Роналдо может промахнуться с левой, и поэтому брал под правую, а там оказался Варан, который просто меня очень легко накрыл. Этот эпизод мог сразу закончить всю игру, но, к сожалению, я ошибся. Довольно напряженная игра вышла, я с 2-0 начал проигрывать 3-2, смог сделать 3-3, и вот последние минуты у меня уже не было эмоций, не было сил играть. Ударил за Криштиану Роналдо с неудобной позиции, откуда гол точно не залетел бы. Я рассчитывал на угловой, то есть я не хотел допускать ошибку на последних минутах матча. Неудачные. Здесь получилось, что мяч откатился ко мне назад. Увидел, точнее, заказал ускорение Мбаппе, чтобы он ворвался в штрафную площадь с помощью забегания. И благодаря финту, благодаря обратным эластика, получилось обыграть Дани, который, мне кажется, не ожидал. Он переключился на другого защитника. И, заметив это, я решил сделать финт, после которого сразу последовал удар, который вывел меня вперед и не дал Дани шансов отыграться. На этом все. Это были главные фишки, которые помогли мне обыграть Дани. Надеюсь, они помогут вам улучшить свой скилл.
All right, everybody, just to catch you up, earlier this month in the 5th South American qualifier, Felipe Rose to the top spot. He took it, defeating Becerra 6-4 over the course of 2 legs. Mr. Felipe, with this win, has now claimed his first Global Series title this season and has qualified for the South American playoffs. So congratulations, felicidades, Felipe. Very exciting. And speaking of those playoffs, let's take a look at the schedule. Oceania's happening middle of May. East Asia, beginning of June. West Asia follows after that, middle of June. And then it just trickles from there. North America will be following up that. South America will be at the end of June. And then Europe, the region that we're in currently, beginning of July and the middle of July. Should be a lot of fun, all of that. So much at stake because everybody's trying to compete to get into the E-World Cup. All right, let's take a look now at the brackets. We just had our winners final. Oftale makes his first grand final appearance in 5 qualifiers. He had a chance in the second one, could not make it happen. But let's go to the losers final. Pashota now drops into the losers final, but he's gonna wait to see who wins between Skifter and Zidane. It is all popping off here. This is gonna be a good one between the Dane and the Spaniard. This is the 5th European qualifier of this FIFA Global Series season. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, the usual suspects. Spencer, some rankings have changed now since these players have played and started this broadcast. Why don't you catch us up on the rankings, where everybody stands?
Yeah, a little bit of movement. And for those people thinking that the rankings might not play a huge part because these guys are qualified, well, it's still going to have an effect on the seeding for the first match of the Swiss format, I believe, in playoffs. And if you get off to a good start in playoffs, that can make a massive difference. Optole has gone from 5th to 3rd. Obviously, he can still gain some more points if he goes and wins the whole thing. Skifter up to 11th. He started the day in 13th, so he's also gained 2 places there. Zidane has been the biggest jump up from 30th to 23rd, sitting on 16.36 points. He can still go up a fair bit higher if he goes the distance today. So a little bit of movement for most players there.
Yeah, we see some familiar Brits down there. The 29th is Gorilla, 31st, Fnatic Tex. Interesting. I'm curious. I think those guys will obviously have something to say when playoffs come around, you being a fellow Brit, Spencer.
Yeah, but he won't like me saying this, but don't forget, Mark Marley does count because he's Scottish. But we're going to claim him. I mean, I've got Scottish blood in me. I'm more happy going with the Scots. But I know the Scots don't always like to be called British. But we're all part of the UK.
Sure.
It's all good. The Brits are struggling, though. You're on this consult list. On PlayStation, we're going to see him tomorrow. Obviously, #Tom has been kind of leading the way, for England at least, this season. But I'm hoping, if we get to that sort of, from an English standpoint at least, I'm hoping if we get to playoffs and then maybe LAN events again, we'll come through a bit more.
Yeah, Tex is making some big claims that got to watch out when the playoffs start. He's going to be a different beast altogether. That makes me a little bit nervous for everybody else because when he's focused, he's definitely one of the best in the world, if not the best. But let's talk about this losers semifinal. Mike LaBelle, Skifter, and Zidane. How did these 2 guys get here?
Well, thus far, we've seen both of them in action. Very different opening matchups as well, if we're looking at the loser quarterfinals, where we had Skifter going up against Marcuso, and this was an all-out attack, not a lot of possession play, very direct and decisive between both competitors. I think they both wanted to play this way. As you're seeing some of the goals in the build-up play, it's going to be a reoccurring theme, and a little bit shaky when it came down to the game management portion. Obviously, Marcuso was not in that same position, but at least Skifter, it should be mentioned that he didn't look nearly as confident in the late game scenarios, but offensively he had a little moments of genius in a lot of these final third areas. You see the cancellations with the La Croqueta, very, very smooth, sexy, easy on the eyes, build up, walking tightrope with the left analog stick. He advances, and then we look at Zidane. His matchup completely different, very professional in many regards, and he took Yuval out of the game. Yuval really couldn't find his flow, which you got to give a lot of respect to Zidane being able to do that. Beautiful player lock there in order to whip in a back post cross. We talked about it on the breakdown, but it's just not something that you see at the competitive level or the intermediate level or the beginner level. So credit. Look at the pass, penetrating, able to split the back line, split the defense. Jimmy, you've got to probably respect that as a former professional defender. That's something they always catch you not to get caught out, where you're kind of leaving the back line hanging. But this was really all Zidane from the beginning. He did a fantastic job in the second leg in particular, just killing off the game, controlling the pace of the game, dictating the rhythm. You were playing that little dance. There was a shimmy, there was a shake, shoulders were moving, the waist was going this way and that way, and it was all in favor of Zidane.
No, it's fantastic. Both of these players beat Enrasic along the way, and obviously Enrasic is one of the most decorated players on this side, this console. Spencer, I'm going to come to you. Do you think that matters? Because Skifter beat Enrasic 5-3 earlier, and then Zidane beat him 7-6, which was a pretty wide open game. And Zidane, I thought his adaptability, he did a masterclass on it a little bit earlier, very insightful. I really enjoyed watching that. Do you think that matters, given that they beat the same opponent? Do you think that gives either one of them an edge?
Well, we know, of course, the 2 Danes both beat Musty as well in that earlier game, which is arguably on this year's form a bigger claim. No disrespect to Enrasic, but I mean, I think it's interesting, but I wouldn't say you can read too much into it because everyone matches up differently depending on who they're playing and the different game styles. And Mike mentioned earlier having a plan B, maybe even a plan C. The only way you can afford to not adjust your game style to your opponent is if you're the best of the best. I mean, I'm thinking like apply it to traditional football, and maybe it worked against them a little bit this year when they had injuries, but Liverpool have a certain way of playing, and when they had the injuries this year, they struggled. because they couldn't adapt to a different way. They couldn't suddenly start playing with a big striker up top or this different setup. They had their attacking wing backs and all these sorts of things that they couldn't stop. And when you've got everyone, it's great. If you come up against an opponent or you're not on your game, you need to be able to change things. And no disrespect to these guys, but I wouldn't put any of them as the best in the world right now, at least. So you can't afford to just go, if I play my game, I'm going to win. You've got to have a plan B. So, of course, beating Enrastic is great, but how do they match up individually against each other? That's what we're going to find out.
Okay, Spencer, I'm coming right back to you. What's your prediction then, after kind of working through who you think might have the advantage?
I'll be honest, I've been going back and forth on it because seeing the two games these guys played previously, and I'm only really going off what's happened today more so than earlier. Zidane came through his game very well and he looked composed and he reminded me of his experience. But then I'm watching the replays back just then, and the nature of Skifter's goals on the edge of the box, the movement, it was very different type of goal. Zidane's goals were a bit more patient, a little bit more longer through balls and passing. Skifter on the edge of the box was doing things that were very impressive, and if he can do that again, it's going to be hard to defend against. Defensively, he had problems. He had openings. I'm still going back and forth on it now, but I'm going to go... I was going to go with Zidane, but I'm going to do a last-minute switch to Skifter.
Wow, I did not see that coming, and I'm glad you didn't straddle the fence. All right, Mike LaBelle, who are you going with on this one? And give us a good breakdown as to why.
Well, this is what the preview looks like. If it's going to be a slower paced, lower scoring, more control based fixture, Zidane comes in at an advantage. If it goes or becomes a very fast paced, very aggressive, dynamic and prolific offensive focused game, then I feel that Skifter has the advantage. So it's just a matter of who's able to counteract or really dictate what happens on the virtual pitch. With all that being said, I'm going to disagree with Spencer again. Even though today's been not the best in predictions, I'll be very transparent with you. I think Zidane's going to have enough to close out the games and see a game out late. So it's just a matter of him getting the goals and not falling behind early.
Okay, very transparent for everybody watching at home means he's not hit any of his predictions yet. He's 0 for 3, but we still love you, Mike LaBelle. We really do. All right, let's throw it over to two other people that we love, Richard Buckley and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this losers semi-final. And the winner takes on Peixoto. Should be awesome to watch. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike. As always, cannot wait to get into this losers bracket semi-final. Job by myself, Richard Buckley, and Lisa Manley. I have to say, Lisa did a great job on your first game and stepping it up into a semi-final right now. Who do you think's going to take it? Have you got your eye on either of these two players?
I think it'll be a very attacking game, if I'm honest. Obviously, the last couple of games they had, but high score lines. I think they'll be very skillful as well. I reckon there will be like loads of skill cancels on the edge of the box from both players, a lot of through balls as well. So overall, I think maybe Zidane will take it because he just did so good defensively in that first game.
I like that. Not sitting on the fence at all. Straight in there. Zidane to win. You heard it here first from Lisa. Let's have a look at the teams that are going to be used maybe to pull out some of those skill cancels and nice sort of elasticals, reverse elasticals on the edge of the box. The electric skill moves. This is going to be Skifter's team first. And talk me through, where do you think the key players are, Lisa?
I think the key players in his team is obviously inform Ronaldo. He's using that over the team of the year because he's got Mbappe, so he can't have... Well, realistically, he could have if he wanted to, but maybe coins are a barrier, so, that 95 Ronaldo will definitely do the job with the shot power he has. He's obviously got a Tau and Renato Sanchez. A lot of people are using them this weekend. In terms of the defence, Carl Walker in form, sort of normally a right back, but, people are using fullbacks at defence this year in centre-back's position just because of their pace. It just gives them a little bit of boost in terms of catching up to the likes of his Neymar, his Mbappe and his Ronaldo.
And on the other side of that, let's have a look at Zidane's team. I can see a very expensive Prime R9 in there. Also, both players using that Juan Cuadrado. Who else do you see there being a danger man in this team, Lisa?
I mean, in this team, he has a lot of dangerous players. I mean, he's obviously got the 91 Mbappe, 98 Cristiano Ronaldo, and the main man, 96 Prime R9. He's such a great player this year. Even his 94 is good. So to have the Prime, he's just going to give that different taste of goals. Obviously he's a player that's 5-star, and he's got a lot of strength. So going forward, just free ball it to him, and you can use LT to sort of block the player off the ball.
Yeah, one of the perfect players in FIFA 21, that Prime R9. Let's see if he can be the magic man here for Zidane. Getting underway. It's going to be Trick Skifter from left to right in the red, the Dane. And from right to left, it's going to be the Spaniard, Zidane, in the white strip. Winner of this will move on to the losers bracket final, guarantee a top 3 finish, and also move their way up those rankings going into the playoffs. Skifter, early chance here. Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box, looking to build up with Neymar. Expect to see a lot of bodies in and around the box, and these are the real sort of passionate play where he is just so beautiful. Reverse elastico, then that regular elastico. It's a joy to watch, Lisa, when a player is playing with so much confidence.
Yeah, going forward, he looks very impressive. Like I said, doing loads of, impressive skill moves. With such ability of him, he can just do so many different skill moves and be so unpredictable for his opponent to actually read.
Chance here, CR7 looking to push it out of his feet with that directional nutmeg. You've talked a lot about skills. Do you have any favourites yourself that you tend to use on Weekend League, or whether it be in other competitions?
For me, it has to be the bridge and the ball roll and the directional nutmeg. They all give different things. Obviously, the ball roll, you can just, ball roll away from your opponent just to give you a little bit extra space. With the directional nutmeg, you can just... he's almost...
Yeah, ball roll here. Ooh, Mbappe inside the box.
Yeah, like I said, ball roll there. He almost scored from that. But in general, going down the other end now, is he going to do anything with it? Very unfortunate. Like I said, the ball roll is so helpful because you're able to just... ball roll away from your opponent, give you a little bit extra space. The directional nutmeg you can just do from a different angle, so you can just create that gap and that angle for yourself by just doing it at a 90-degree angle. You can sort of look like a bridge, really, and with a bridge, it's mainly used going forward. So, like if you're facing a goal, you can do a bridge through your opponent, and most of the time it's very effective. But for me, the main one out of all of them is definitely the directional nutmeg, because you can just do it from different angles, and it's so unreadable sometimes.
Yeah, great stuff there. Plenty of new skill moves for people to improve their game at home. A couple of chances at either end, neither coming away with a shot in the final third. Cristiano Ronaldo here looking to build up into Mbappe, and these are the areas that he is so dangerous. Trying to find Neymar. All 4 of his front 4 5-star skill move players: Atal, Ronaldo, Neymar and Mbappe. Obviously we know the squad restrictions. You're allowed 1 team of the year and 1 icon, 2 team of the years or 2 icons. Typically in the early portion of the FIFA, it was the icons that were heavy in these teams: R9, Hullet, Vieira. Now we're getting into the later stages with team of the years, FUT birthdays, and also team of the season. Here it is the live FUT players that are so prevalent in these squads. Just looking to almost pass it across there. Gipper came out, but nothing of it in the end.
Yeah, very close there. Obviously did a running fake shot there, but was very unfortunate to not score and get an opportunity.
R9. Oh, Schmeichel coming out, clearing his lines. You've got to think R9 probably should do better in such a good area.
Yeah, definitely should. Obviously, R9 Ronaldo, he's got the prime version as well. You expect better from him there in that position.
When you pay so many coins as well, you almost expect perfection from him whenever he's around the box, inside the box, even sort of the harder things that you wouldn't expect a regular player to do. He's extraordinary prime R9. Mbappe inside the box. James does well and steals the ball off the Frenchman. That's been a battle that we've seen all day today. Reece James against Kylian Mbappe. It was in fact Skifter's team of the year Mbappe that embarrassed Reece James earlier on in our first game of the day against Marcuso. Toro Vidal there just in midfield, partnering up next to Tavernier. Ball played out wide to Mbappe, but Theo Hernandez does well on the defensive end. A third of this game gone already between Skifter and Zidane, and it's currently 0-0.
Yeah, they're both playing really well, both keeping the ball, just trying to make sure that when they do play the ball, they're definitely going to get it there, because they don't really want to give away the ball cheaply, especially against 2 attacking players. They're both doing so well attackingly, and if you give away the ball in a really dangerous position, you're likely to concede, especially with the attacking players that they both have with R9, Ronaldo and Mbappe.
Chance there, offside trap played, Mbappe's onside, and he will finish past the goalkeeper. Mistake at the back. The offside trap played just at the wrong time, and Kylian Mbappe, ruthless in the attacking third, puts Skifter 1-0 up.
Yeah, very good finish actually. Unfortunate with this offside trap. Like I said, little mistakes like that are definitely crucial in this game, and you don't expect Mbappe, team of the year, to miss that.
Are you a big fan of the offside trap? It's something that you use in your game quite a lot to try and pull players up. I'll get your thoughts on that offside trap just after this attack has come in. Zidane into R9 here, looking to bounce back is the Spaniard. Tavernier now picks up the ball and recycles to Arturo Vidal. Ronaldo twisting, turning, La Criqueta, Elastico. Still Ronaldo has the ball somehow on the byline. James comes across and that attack does come to nothing.
Yeah, in terms of what you asked about the offside trap, for me, I don't actually really use it just because it's so risky. I mean, if you can do it perfection, then yeah, do it, just because when you do it, you know, it forces your opponent to lose the ball because you end up offside trapping them and you get the hold of the ball. So you get the possession from doing it, but as you saw there, if you fail to do it, your opponent just has a free goal. So I try not to do it just because otherwise it will just put me on the back foot. And as you can see here, 1-0 down, just like he was in the first game, but he obviously did bring it back, so still more to come obviously in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't forget about that second leg performance where he was just so good, turning the game around and in the end sort of making it a bit of an exhibition match. There was no hope for his opponent in that losers bracket quarter-final. That was doers. 45 minutes gone in our opening leg here, and it is Trick Skifter once again in the lead. Plenty of work for Zidane in this second half. If you were sort of just giving some thoughts, Lisa, on the first 45, how would you sum it up?
I think it was a very close game, very attacking from both opponents. I feel that obviously the only goal was a mistake, so very unfortunate there. I expect very more attacking in the next half of the game. Hopefully a couple of goals as well to make it more entertaining.
Could be a chance right now. Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, beautiful lacquer inside the box. Kyle Walker with a heroic tackle to stop Trick Skifter going 2-0 up. That would really put Zidane on the back foot right there.
Yeah, good challenge in defence. Obviously it could have gone wrong with maybe taking out a player there, but he did it perfect timing to stop his opponent from getting that attack off.
Now it is Skifter moving forward. Renato Sanchez looking to play through to Cristiano Ronaldo. Lacquer on the edge of the box. Varane does well, and again these sort of half chances on the edge of the box, just they're being created, but it's just that final pass, that final touch inside the box. Looks to be in front of his man there. James does well to cut it out, goes back to the goalkeeper, and once again those opportunities, it will come. It will just take a little bit more of working down your opponent. Yusuf Attal playing into Cristiano Ronaldo, killing Mbappe, back to Ronaldo. That link up is just so deadly between Ronaldo and Mbappe. Speaking of Mbappe, here he is, just looking to get that strike away. If you had to pick between one of them, Lisa, do you have a preference for either Ronaldo or Mbappe?
I think they're both as good as each other. I think that may be offside. Yeah, they're both as good as each other. Obviously, I think Ronaldo gives that extra height in your game. So if you do want to go for a couple of back post crosses, you can. Obviously, I think Mbappe's got a little bit more pace and I think more slick on the skill moves. So I think it's just whoever preference you want really, and the coins you have as well.
You see that player lock there. Cuadrado coming forward. That's a mistake from Zidane. He was assured with the player lock in the opening match. That right there is poor, and Ronaldo is going to capitalise. Skifter stealing the ball back from Zidane, and just a lapse of concentration with the player lock.
Yeah, I mean, great goal. Obviously another mistake and costing him vital there. I mean, ball roll into the near post and you're not going to stop that really. Great goal from him.
We talk about these mechanics, the offside trap, the player lock. If used in the incorrect way, they will bite you. They will cost you games, they will cost you goals, and unfortunately for Zidane, just not getting his player lock right in that particular situation. Giving the ball away with Cuadrado, leaving himself vulnerable at the back, and Skifter more than happy to eat that up all game long. 2-0, the Danishman leads right now, looking to make it 3 with Cristiano Ronaldo. Directional nutmeg in the box. Varane is the defender to come across. Nothing of it in the end, and Zidane comes away with the ball.
Yeah, Skifter's looking very promising in this game. I feel like he's getting the opportunities out on the edge of the box, and he's doing skill cancels to try and get himself into extra positions. That extra space could leave him with a goal. So I think overall he's looking promising. Defending, he's doing really well. He's not doing any mistakes as well, like Zidane was unfortunately in this game. But still more to go in this game. Only 2-0 as well. Anything can change with an extra goal. If Zidane gets the next goal, it changes the whole aspect of this game.
Oh, 1000%. The complexion of this match completely changes. Just when you thought it was going one way, we turn, we twist, and we go in a different direction. If Zidane was to even get a consolation goal in this first leg to trail at the halfway point, 2-1. You're listening to Richard Buckley and Lisa Manley here commentating your losers bracket semi-final match, over halfway through the European qualifier, number 5 on the Xbox. Give you the lay of the land. Optole waiting in the grand final. Leonardo Pacheco in the losers bracket final. The winner of this will play Pacheco in that losers bracket final match. Currently Skifter leading 2-0 with 20 minutes left to play. Quadrado again on the ball. He was at the fault of the goal for Zidane. Just taking it nice and easy, lofting that one down the line for Mbappe. Skins his man. Cristiano Ronaldo inside the box. We talked about that consolation goal, and there it is. And there's enough time to turn this tie right around.
Yeah, great time to get a goal. A very good finish. Ronaldo there, great, waited for the pass and pull it into the far side of the goal. Now it's 2-1, changes the aspect of the game. Can he get maybe an extra goal to go into the second leg? Looking promising. 2-2 definitely would change the aspect of this side of this game.
Quadrado out the back. He's been a name that's on the tip of my tongue. He's done bad, he's done good. We've just maybe waiting for the ugly. El Shaarawy just off the bench, coming down the line. Heel to heel inside, plays back to Bruno Fernandes. He's a staple of Global Series qualification teams. Exactly the same as Youssouf Attal. Kylian Mbappe up against Reece James. James on this occasion does well. And Zidane will play out again. Look how deep R9's dropping though, Lisa. He's having to drop so deep to get the ball.
Yeah, it's because, to be honest with you, Zidane's actually playing really well. Obviously, he's trying to get more options going forward. If I'm completely honest with you, Skifter's actually playing quite deep, if I'm honest with you, because obviously he's winning now, so he doesn't actually have to push players forward. So for Zidane, he's got to try and bring players back to get other players into a better position to try and get the best angle for him to try and get a goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Just into a pause here. The ball did roll out of play for a goal kick here. 12 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be Phil Mendy coming off, potentially Sambia to be replaced, and also Gunter coming on as well. That's a mistake out the back, looking to play short from the goal kick. Ronaldo always going to be the favourable player to win the ball on the offensive out wide if it is an aerial battle. Renato Sanchez just off the bench as well. Into R9. He's being quiet. The type of player to explode into life in the final 10 minutes. Renato Sanchez, so much room for the Portuguese midfielder. Speaking of room, look at Youssouf Attal. Can have a picnic with the amount of time he's got out wide. Directional nutmeg into space. Cristiano Ronaldo. Skifter looks like he's building to something. What will be the conclusion? Kylian Mbappe. Reece James does well again. Another chance, goes begging.
Yeah, another offside trap there. This time it was actually perfected well, and he ended up getting the ball and going forward with it now. Hopefully he can make something out of this.
Ronaldo looking for R9. Potentially to turn his man. It is Reece James coming across. Reverse elastico into the defender. And again, another attack. It's those half chances. If you can create just a shot out of those half chances, it gives you confidence. It gives you just more to build on, more to really take in to that second leg. It's a mental battle at the end of the day, as well as a physical battle on the controller. Ronaldo, that would have been a beautiful pass. It does fall in the end to Renato Sanchez. He gives the ball away. That's a poor pass out of the back from Zidane. Mbappe into Cristiano, back to Mbappe, looking to get the bounce back. It just falls to Varane, who will play out for Zidane. Can make a ride any time. Mbappe down the wing into Cristiano Ronaldo. Potentially going to be the final chance of the game. It falls to R9. Bruno Fernandes sends it into touch. And that will do us for leg number 1, Lisa. 2-1. Skifter leads. Zidane with everything to do in leg number 2.
Yeah, very close game. Obviously, I think a few mistakes are the sort of reasons why we've got goals in this game. But overall, a solid performance from both. Still 90 minutes to play in this game, so anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen indeed. And we saw Zidane have a fantastic second leg in his opening losers bracket quarter-final. He'll need more of the same if you are supporting him. Don't go anywhere though. Leg number 2 coming up in a couple of minutes' time between Trick Skifter and Zidane.
Adriman with that ball towards them. Goal, and it will be a goal. Adriman, he's played this game perfectly. He writes himself into a top 4 finish.
Hola a todos, me llamo Adrián, pertenezco a Team News Gaming, juego en la región de Europa, me conocen más como Adriman y bienvenidos todos a mi Masterclass. Hoy vamos a hablar de 2 temas para que todos vosotros podáis mejorar en vuestro juego, que es saber aprovechar las contras y el juego con espacios en FIFA 21 y la fortaleza mental. Yo, de la manera que más cómodo me siento atacando en este FIFA 21 es atacando con espacios al contraataque. Aquí estamos presionando a Vieira para conseguir recuperar la bola y salir rápido. Conseguimos robar en esta presión con Renato su pase a Zidane y salimos en la contra. Vemos a Bruno, vemos el espacio para Mbappé. Continuamos con unas bicicletas. Aquí lo normal sería dar el pase si él no cubriera, pero como él cubre esta situación, nosotros seguimos avanzando con Mbappé. Le tiramos la pared al ver que su central sale y generamos un espacio muy grande, el cual aprovechamos con un pase a Cristiano. Cuando él salió con el central, su Vieira tuvo que ir a tapar la posición de defensa, con lo cual se generó un hueco muy grande en el centro del campo para que llegara un jugador con llegada como es Bruno. Aprovechamos el espacio. Su defensa está muy desordenada porque antes él tuvo que taparnos su triangulazo. Aprovechamos el pase para Rashford y conseguimos marcar el gol. En el partido que me jugué yo para clasificar al segundo European Qualifier de la FIGS, de FIFA 21, en la ida perdimos por 3-1 en un partido muy duro, además recibiendo un gol en el último minuto que realmente, si no hubiera sido por la fortaleza, nos hubiera dejado fuera de la eliminatoria. Y gracias al coaching que recibí de parte de mi equipo, hicimos unos ajustes en el segundo partido, que fueron jugar más directo para generar más ocasiones, y le conseguimos dar la vuelta. Es muy importante mantenerse frío en estas situaciones, ya que muchos de vosotros en vuestra casa os frustraréis en X situaciones del juego, pero tenéis que conseguir manteneros fríos, emplear la cabeza y hacer los cambios necesarios y no los cambios que a veces hacemos cuando nos enfadamos en el juego o tenemos rage. Bueno chicos, espero que os haya gustado mucho la masterclass que hemos podido dar hoy. Espero que os sirva de mucho saber nuevas tácticas en el contraataque y que sepáis lo importante que es la fortaleza mental jugando a FIFA 21 y que disfrutéis jugando al juego chicos. Un abrazo.
If you're enjoying the European Qualifier number 5 FIFA 21 Global Series, well, I can guarantee you're going to enjoy the E-Champions League. All the flair and prestige of European nights are back in the FIFA 21 Global Series. On May 1st and 2nd, the 3rd edition of the E-Champions League gets underway, as 32 of the top FIFA pros will battle to lift one of the most coveted trophies of the FIFA campaign. Make sure you don't miss it. May 1st and May 2nd on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA and also youtube.com/UEFA TV for the knockout stages. Coverage starts at 4 PM BST and 5 PM Central Eastern Time. Cannot wait to get the E-Champions League underway, but before we get to the E-Champions League, we've got a little bit of a game underway here at Lisa Manley, because it's 2-1 currently at this moment between Skifter and Zidane, and we've had 4-5 minute break. How important is it to reassess that first game if you are Zidane, if you are Skifter right now, to calm yourself down and to get stuck in to a meaty second leg?
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, for Skifter, I think he just needs to keep the momentum going forward. Obviously, he's in a winning position at the moment. For Zidane, he's obviously older, so he's more experienced in my opinion. So I think if he just has to change something maybe slightly in this game, and yeah, a great game we'll have.
It's going to be Zidane kicking from left to right in that red and green strip. Skifter from right to left in the black. And Ronaldo, a couple of step overs. He was very quiet in the first leg. That is Prime R9 if you are just joining us. That is Schmeichel kicking the ball out for a corner kick if you are just joining us. Kylian Mbappe inside the box. Lovely Rabona into the box. Is that going to fall in? Ronaldo wins it. I cannot believe what I've just seen there. I think that was a Rabona cross into the box from Mbappe.
I mean, what a great goal. I think it was a Rabona cross as well. And I mean, that's the player you're going to want in that position, if I'm honest. You know, he's 98, Totti Ronaldo, very tall, very good at jumping. And yeah, that was the player that he was looking for, and he perfected it very well.
Yeah, what a goal that was. Stick it in an art gallery, because it was deserves to be looked at again and again and again. And getting Zidane right back into this game. Just under 10 minutes gone here in leg number 2. Playing through to Neymar there is Skifter. Inside the box, Bruno Fernandes now. Building up with Renato Sanchez. Direct into Ronaldo. Turns his man, shifts it out with his feet and rifles that shot into the top corner.
I mean, yeah, straight from the other end, you know, he's just conceded and already going forward, trying to get on the back of Zidane, and yeah, great feet and bangs it into the right hand side of the corner of the goal.
Great sort of calmness as well as he played the ball into Ronaldo. There was no particular skill move, there was no sort of real dribbling technique. It was just taking an extra touch, moving the ball, and then just having confidence in your attacking players. That team of the year, Ronaldo, just hits differently in the attacking third. And I want to get your opinion, Lisa, on some of the players that you use this year in FIFA. Just after this attack has come in, Neymar Jr. looking to turn past Phil and Mendy, goes back to Neymar and might get a chance here through Cristiano Ronaldo. Varane steps across. Who would you say your sort of go-to player is in FIFA 21 this year?
I mean, with the coins I actually have, I packed Team of the Year Lewandowski, and he's the sort of go-to for me. He just scores everything from outside the box, finessing it, doing a couple of hills into the box, and he also just bangs it in the back of the net. Any position he's in, he just scores.
Yeah, very, very clinical finisher is that Lewandowski. Is that a penalty? Free kick?
I think it's a free kick, yeah.
On the line, 16 metres out, 18 yards. We've got to see a direct shot from here. Neymar into that opposite corner. He's took it quick. Up and over. Oh, headed off the line from Ronaldo.
I mean, yeah, he did that very quickly, and he got Ronaldo, he's told his player on the line to block that.
Kyle Walker, maybe not the player that you want trying to pull the strings. Kylian Mbappe, more of the puppet master. Looking to turn his man. Neymar does well on the defensive end here for Zidane. What a free kick it was. Cristiano Ronaldo. Not typically the player that you'd have back on the line, but just heading it off of a certain goal. We've got Ronaldo now. Again, I'm going to say it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. He has been quiet. For the premium price tag that you pay, you expect results. And at the minute, Ronaldo is not living up to the billing.
To be honest with you, he isn't, but I think Skiffs is just defending really well in this game, just keeping him quiet, and that's what you're going to want, you know, a player of his ability. Just try and just stop him from getting the ball at all, and he's doing that very, very well.
Tavernier playing through to Mbappe. This could be a chance for Zidane. Keeper comes off his line a little bit. Ball roll into Ronaldo. Double tap pass. And Cristiano Ronaldo puts Zidane back in front.
Yeah, I mean, great goal. Like you said, lofted pass actually helped it get to Ronaldo, lifted over the player, and a very clean finish into the far corner of the goal.
The second time we've seen Zidane taking over in a second leg, Lisa. What are we putting that down to? Did he just play better in the second leg? Is he taking the information from his opponent? What do you think it is?
Yeah, I think first game is more about him just seeing how his opponent plays, and second half of the game just making sure that he reads what he does best, his opponent, and just stopping him from doing it, you know. And I think it's just because of his experience, you know. He's been in the game for so long and doing his stuff, so I think the experience, he loves to control the game, and now he's obviously in a position where he can do, so I think this is where he'll strive off.
Now we need to see Skifter showing some of that youthful exuberance in the final third. That through ball potentially was going to fall right onto Ronaldo's foot. James does well to cut it out. And you talked about that experience showing, and that experience sort of being vital for Zidane. It's just in these sort of areas where he doesn't need to go forward, just keep the ball, play calm. How do you play against that, Lisa? If you're the opposing player and you've got a player who's keeping the ball, when do you throw more bodies forward? When do you potentially try and steal the game back. Is there a game plan for that?
I mean, I feel like for a player that keeps the ball, you just can't let it get to you, because if you start, throwing players at them, it just leaves gaps in behind, and when you leave gaps in behind, it equals goals. So I think you just got to stay patient and just try and get the ball back, but without, committing too many players.
More and more, maybe a mental battle, not losing your head, keeping cool, keeping calm and composed. More instrumental in a comeback rather than just going team press and throwing players out of position. This could be a chance here for Zidane if the ball does fall to him. It's not going to in the end, and a chance to pull bodies forward for Skifter. Playing a look, maybe a little bit unnecessary in that particular moment right there. Is the play lock something that you've experimented with quite a lot, or have you left it to one side?
Yeah, I think I've left it to one side. I mean, in these last couple of games, we've seen it in imperfection, and we've seen it, mistakes as well. So I think it's about not trying to overuse it, because if you do, you might make mistakes.
It's also easier to read. Yeah, absolutely. So then Mbappe now. Final chance of this first half will fall to Skifter. Lacazette inside. Ball roll into Cristiano Ronaldo. He is onside. And we've got a level game going into half time. Skifter, 3 apiece. What a goal. No, 4-3 actually, I should say.
Yeah, very calm and collected there. He just waited for the perfect time to pass it, and when you're in that position with Ronaldo, you don't expect him to miss.
What a game we've got right now. These second legs always firing into life. Mistake from me right there. Got caught up in the action. 4-3. Skifter leading. Great goal. Just so we see Maestro in the chat as well, with a huge, great goal there for Zidane. Skifter leading 4-3 with 45 minutes left to play. It really is completely up for grabs right now.
I mean, what thriller of a game. You actually don't know who's actually going to win this game. It's end to end. It's just so hard to predict now. I mean, everyone's just sending players forward, great passes, great skill moves, and yeah, great management from both players.
Thought Zidane was... Well, he did. He got back into the game. He narrowed the deficit all the way to 3 apiece. But again, Skifter just keeping a little bit in front of his opponent. He did the exact same against Marcuso earlier on today. He won that game 5-4. Interesting enough, both players won their losers bracket quarterfinal, scoring 5 goals. However, completely different games. 5-4 win for Skifter against Marcuso. 5-1 win against Yava Bell from Israel for Zidane. So it really just goes to show the two type of players that we've got right now.
Yeah, from them scorelines, you can definitely tell they're both attacking players, and in this game, that's what we're getting, just end-to-end stuff.
Impossible to predict these games. I actually feel quite sorry, to be honest, for Spencer and Mike, because such a toss-up between all the players that we see. Players that you might think, the experience will bring him through. Maybe the youthfulness, maybe the rankings. You look at all the different stats, and the stats just don't cut it. Yusuf Attal inside the box, just offside.
Yeah, I mean, both these players are looking very, very good. It's surprising that it's actually their first, Europe qualifier event, just because they're showing so much going forward and defensively.
Yeah, especially Skifter as well. We know Zidane, he's been around the block. He's many different tournaments, majors, minors, La Liga. He's been all over. Skifter showing some real good experience right now. That finesse shot sting in the hands of Nick Pope right there. On the short corner, playing into Kyle Walker. Renato Sanchez to Mbappe. James does well defensively, and again, corner coming to nothing. Are you a big fan of set pieces? Do you have a particular move that you do from corners, or is it a short one?
For corners, I do actually like to go in the box, depending on the minute of the game as well, if I'm trying to, waste time a little bit. But normally it goes into the box to Lewandowski, because, he's very good at heading and he's very tall, so he normally just drag him to the front post, and normally he can get on the end of it.
Quadrado looks a bit in behind here for Zidane. Ball's going to roll out of play for a corner, and that gives us a good chance to take a breather right now. Skifter with around 24 minutes left to play here, leading 4 goals to 3. Is this going to be offensive changes, you have to imagine, for Zidane?
I mean, yeah, he's obviously losing. He's got to, bring some players on that might help him in the attack, and just, he's still got a little bit more time, I think, because, you don't want to send players forward too much. Maybe if he's not scored a goal before the 75th minute, maybe send some players forward, maybe change it so they're overlapping on the defenders, or just stay forward on the midfielders.
That corner again came to nothing. It sort of looped up towards the back post. I don't know if there were going to be a big head there from Cristiano Ronaldo when Zidane put that corner into the box. Stefan El Shaarawy off the bench here for Skifter in the attacking third. Ronaldo looking for Mbappe. Ball's going to fall nicely to Vidal there, and again we see this end-to-end FIFA match take place. A lot of mistakes again starting to creep in. The nerves, the tension, all playing a part right now. Ronaldo looking to turn his man. James comes out to meet him. Ronaldo gets the better of it. El Shaarawy inside the box. Did he need the ball roll?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think he did, but I feel like maybe he felt that was the best option. But very, very good defending from Zidane there.
Another chance goes begging, and Zidane with a poor pass. Skifter with a poor pass. I'm getting flashbacks to the first game of the day with Ryan Pessoa. Neymar in behind for Zidane. Cuts it back to R9. It's mistakes all over the place.
Yeah, it's obviously the nerves getting to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. Nerves, and you could just see it. For 70 minutes of 2 games of FIFA back-to-back, these mistakes didn't happen. As soon as you get to the 70th minute mark and the real end goal becomes in sight, mistakes come in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mistakes coming in. We saw that from Trick Skifter in the last game that he played. He was dominating and he just kept giving away the ball to Marcuso, and it was so close, to be honest with you. I mean, this game it's happening as well, but he's had a couple of opportunities that we've seen. Been quite unfortunate not to score, but yeah, close game.
Neymar! Oh, R9! We've asked so many questions of R9 Ronaldo, and finally, I said he answers in the biggest way possible. Ball played into him on the double tap pass, and R9 Ronaldo levels up the game 4 apiece.
Yeah, he just seemed to have so much space there to just pass it into him, and he's not going to miss from there. It's such a key player. Obviously, he's been quite quiet this game, but yeah, it's time for him to shine, I think.
Shining brighter than anybody else. R9 Ronaldo 4 apiece, and Skifter. Well, if you're nervous at 4-3 winning, I think he's going to be petrified right now at 4-4 with just around 12 minutes left to play. Beautiful choice of pass right there as well, Lisa. The double tap, again, we've seen Zidane use it quite a lot, and just a very reliable way of getting the ball into the box.
Yeah, he's done it a couple of times now. It's just such a great way to pass to your players. It just lifts it over the feet of your opponent, especially if they, use B to lunge in or something like that. So overall, he's now back in the game, so now he can control the game and play the way he wants. But yeah, it's such a close game. I don't actually know how this is going to end now. It's just so end to end and so nervy, so entertaining as well.
I just had a quick look to my left as well. The chat completely in disarray right now. Some people huge Skifter fans, Scandinavia fans. We've got a lot of Spaniards in the house as well. All cheering for Zidane. This is Skifter on the offense right now, trying to win the game in regulation time. Cristiano Ronaldo playing the ball back into Mbappe. Varane steps out, and James Tavernier will happily keep that nice and calm in the midfield. So we're going to extra time, Lisa?
I actually don't think we are. I think we might see someone. I think Zidane here will try and keep the ball and try and get the last attack. And I think in the 90th minute, if he loses it, I think Skifter will go down the other end and score. But I think he's going to try hold this ball as long as possible, try and make him commit some players, and then just have that last opportunity.
See if that last opportunity is successful for either player. Zidane keeping the ball in the defensive third. He's going to wait for that clock to get to 90, and then it's all guns blazing. Mendy, nothing down the line, recycling back. Sambia, he's gave the ball away. Lisa Manley, got your crystal ball out. Have you just predicted this? Skifter into Renato Sanchez. Bruno Fernandes. Back to Renato. Has to go, and it has to go now for Skifter. Bruno, Ronaldo, Mbappe! He's onside! Oh, he's offside! Is he offside? He's offside!
He's off.
Oh!
Wow. This game is so intense that it does go to extra
Surely
time.
Not. He's
wow.
in. Oh no, it's in. Ronaldo. Schmeichel clears him. Oh. Oh, what a... That was a ridiculous 1 minute of play. He was offside. He's then hit the absolute Hail Mary of all Hail Marys with the player lock. Tom Brady-esque pass to Ronaldo, and Schmeichel has just cleared him into Rose head. Oh, extra time we go.
Crazy game. I always spoke too soon there. I always said it's going to extra time. Next thing I know, look up and he's almost scored. Yes, such a thriller game this is.
38 minutes remaining to find out who will be going into that top three. Guaranteed. Losers bracket final looming for one of these two players. Will it be Zidane or will it be Skifter? Zidane getting us underway for extra time right now. Kicking from left to right. In the red, accompanied with green. Seen a lot of requests actually about this kit. I'm sure somebody will be able to tell us, or Zidane himself, where and what this kit is. Skifter from right to left in the full black strip. Ball given away by Zidane on the halfway line, and Skifter just going to keep it nice and calm. A little pass into Yusuf Atal. Sambia's fresh. He's in with a defensive player. Questioned by Atal. Renato Sanchez now into Bruno Fernandes. Ronaldo. Can he be the game winner? Sambia does well. He's getting very, very nervy.
Very nervy indeed. I think there I actually saw I think he held it for too long, if I'm honest with you. I think I saw that wide through ball to Mbappe there, Lehman, but he didn't do it, and lost the ball, so yeah.
So down with a nice little chance here down this right hand side. Cristiano Ronaldo, you'd probably want him inside the box. Ball out wide, Mbappe is the player to receive the pass. Into Yusuf Atal, can he turn his man? Oh, Cuadrado just does enough off the back of the directional nutmeg. Chance still alive, Yusuf Atal. James does well. Cuadrado to bring the ball out. Al Shawawi now in the wide areas. Cuadrado into Mbappe. Atal back to Mbappe! Beautiful finish to that top left corner.
Yeah, very, very, very good goal there. Just 1-2s really, and just created the space, and Mbappe is not going to miss from there, straight into the far left-hand side of the goal.
Team of the year, Kylian Mbappe. The ultimate clutch player. And again, Zidane has to come from behind if he's got any hope of seeing himself in a top three. He's more than capable of doing that. Ferland Mendy. Is that going to go for a throw-in? No, referee blows us up for half-time of extra time. Lisa, what a game that we've been treated to right now.
Yeah, very end-to-end, entertaining game. I mean, he took the opportunity well. I think second half now he's just got to change maybe a few custom tactics, send a few players forward and just do what he's doing, because he's doing very, very well.
What a game. Zidane must go all-out attack here. 15 minutes left. Needs a goal to send us into a penalty shootout. Skifter reclaiming the lead here. Deep in extra time. Going to be Skifter to get us underway. Just see a little change there as well. Gunter coming on, that foot birthday Gunter. Quite an underrated player, in all honesty. I know I see him quite a lot in FUT Champions, getting the link to Marco Reus as well. He's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, he's a player that is used quite a lot because of, like you said, the link to Marco Reus. think he may be offside there. Yeah. Yeah, he's a player that's been used a lot just because he links to Marco Reus, and he actually is a very solid player, very strong as well.
Toro for Dow to bring it forward for Zidane. R9 Ronaldo. You need the big players to step up to the mark and be counted for right now. Yusuf Hattal, ball stolen back by Skifter. You've probably got 3 or 4 max attacks right now if you are Zidane, and that's one of them just taken away. It's been rubbed out. Has to win the ball back and has to win it back right now. If Zidane's got any hope of keeping his tournament alive. Ronaldo into a towel. This could be game, set and match. Oh, it's an awful touch.
Yeah, a very bad touch there. You know, he did play really well there. You know, ball roll. He lifted it over and tried to pass it to his striker, but yeah, a very awful touch there to, you know, that could have sealed the game and it could have been game over. But now his opponent's on the attack and see what he can do.
You see Gunter flying forward here, getting the better of Cuadrado, wins himself a corner. 3.5 minutes remaining. Yusuf Hattal floated into the back post. It's going to be a red head. It's going to be Varane keeping it alive. Not sure where the ball is. Cristiano Ronaldo now inside the box. Adama comes across. Loses out to Ronaldo. Mbappe. La Cricket cancel. Left stick dribbling. Tavernier. R9 Ronaldo, twisting, turning, beautiful from R9. What a tackle from Kyle Walker.
What a tackle that is. I mean, it looked like, R9, you expect him to score there, but he just lunged in and won it at the perfect time there.
Kyle Walker with a game-saving tackle for Trick Skifter. He sends it out of play. And then in an unbelievable tie right now, it smiles and fist pumps all round for Tricked Skifter as he guarantees himself into the top 3 with another 5-4 victory. This man loves a 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mind blown, to be honest with you. It's just such an entertaining game from left to right. It's just an amazing game to watch. I just can't believe what I just saw there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was an honour to be in the commentary booth for that one right there with Lisa. Top work from yourself today, and unbelievable games, in all honesty. Did you have a highlight of either of the games?
I mean, they're just both games so entertaining. This one was obviously more entertaining because it was just so close, whereas the last game it wasn't as close. But yeah, very much enjoyed myself today.
Yeah, great stuff. And that is it for myself and Lisa right now. What a game, what a tie, and what a tournament we've had so far. I'm going to send it back over to Jimmy, Spencer and Mike so I can go and have a lie down.
I love it, Richard and Lisa. Thank you so much for the call of that exciting affair. And actually, I want to see Skifter play all the time. Every time he plays, there is a lot of excitement, and somehow he figures out a way to win by 1 goal. So Skifter advances to the losers final. He's now going to take on Peixoto. We'll take a look now at the bracket. As you can see, Peixoto lost to Optale a little bit earlier today. Skifter took down his compatriot Marcuso from Denmark. And now he just took down Zidane. The oldest competitor still left in the competition is now out. So we're down to 3 competitors, and that is very exciting because now we get to see a little Peixoto versus Skifter coming up next. Spencer, what were your initial thoughts after watching that match? That was ridiculous.
I mean, this is what we now know we get from Skifter games, right? If he can keep this coming, he's going to be the most entertaining man in the FIFA scene, especially if he comes out on top. I mean, I don't know how good it is for his blood pressure, his heart rate, but from a spectator perspective, it's unbelievable. And I really think we can't stress enough, Jimmy, how important it is to add that I got the prediction right.
That's right. You've got your last 2. You're 2-2 today, and Mike is 0-4. Mike, what do you have to say for yourself?
I mean, this is a skill set. I think that Spencer is doing the ordinary right now, just being 50-50, and I'm over here shooting 0%. That's difficult. And we've got what sounds like a healthy appetizer. You went out to a restaurant and you said, you know what? I would love to have some Skifter Peixoto. They'd be like, sure. What else comes with that? Can I get some chips with the dip? That's just what it sounds like to me. I'm looking forward to the matchup.
Okay. Yeah, a little dip in the Olelito. Maybe a little Olelito dip and a little Optale dip. Any Swedish names I can come up with. Ollie Bolly as well, all the Swedish compatriots. Little dip in the Boris legend, as it were. All right, so Spencer, let's talk about this losers final. who do you think has the advantage? Because Peixoto comes into it. We talk about this every one because I find the mental side of the game very fascinating. He comes into it losing, right? He finally suffered his first loss of this whole event, and then you have Skifter who's coming in and is absolutely loving life because he's won 2 back-to-back.
Exactly, and you've got to remember like the fact that Peixoto's come through the winners bracket now. It doesn't necessarily. It shouldn't be looked at as an advantage because they've both lost just 1 game at this point, so their records are level. It's just the way they've lost and the order they've lost. And the fact is, you're completely right. You know, Peixoto's coming in off of a loss. Skifter's coming in off the back of 2 massive games, massive wins. My only worry for Skifter is like how much those games have taken out of him emotionally, particularly when you think about the extra time he's just gone through there, which is taxing, you know. He would have constantly been thinking, am I going to do this? Am I going to do this? You know, the first leg was much more convincing. The second leg, we saw that Zidane sort of comeback, if you like. So that would have taken a bit out of him. But for me, just because of the nature of the games and the way he's winning, I'm thinking Skifter.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning with you. I think we've seen that momentum, as it were, does carry over into the losers final. Now, Mike, you have a special play from Skifter for the Telestrator. What do you got for us?
I'm actually rebranding Skifter as well. We've got DJ Skifter, and I want to join this party. And we're going to talk about the offside trap because we see it used effectively many times. And this is a great example of Skifter just seeing the game a little bit quicker than Zidane. He catches the offside trap. And you can see right here before the pass is made, you've got a back line. They're stepping. He anticipates this with Renato Sanchez. And it's going to leave a man wide open, and it's a bread and butter play. It's not difficult. It's part of those appetizers that we love to talk about. Mbappe's not missing from there, but I like to showcase what happens if you do the offside trap wrong or if it's mistimed, because we talk about alignment and having this collaborative effort so much offensively, defensively in the midfield. If you get it wrong and your opponent reads the game a little bit quicker, he got the novel before it was released, this is what's going to happen to you.
Okay, so how do you defend that? I guess I'm speaking from a Peixoto perspective. You know, what do you do there to eliminate those types of opportunities?
We're once again going with a conflict of styles here, and I think that Skifter has to be much more favored in this matchup, just considering that he's coming off back-to-back wins. You asked about the mental side. Peixoto is going to try to kill off the game. He's going to try to play more defensive, slow down the game. That's his best way of counteracting, and it's also natural for him. If you recall earlier in the day, it was a more defensive, a lower scoring affair when we were in the upper bracket. So I'm sure Peixoto's talked to the coaches, talked to his brother, talked to a manager, made whatever phone calls he's needed, went for a walk, and he's returned and he's ready for the game.
Yeah, that's where I think Peixoto does have the advantage. You got to watch Skifter play a little bit. But before that match starts, everybody, let's talk a little playoffs. Yeah, I'm ready to talk about some playoffs, and there's a whole bunch of those coming up very soon. As you can see here, here's the Global Series playoff schedule. You can go to FUTChampions.com for more information, but it starts off in Oceania, mid-Bay, and works its way down all the way till the beginning of July for both the Xbox and PS4 side of things here in Europe. But wow, lots of big, great FIFA action coming your way. And if you guys want to join the conversation, make sure you hit us up at EA FIFA Esports and use the hashtag FGS21. Who are your favorites to win the playoffs? Tell us who you think is going to win between Skifter and Peixoto. Just give us all of your insight. Let us know what you guys are thinking. And now, coming up after this break, it is Peixoto, the man, the myth, and the legend, carrying that Peixoto name, taking on Skifter, the new Danish dynamite. Don't go anywhere.
Long, let's just be honest, all year long, and he starts it off for Tom.
What's happening, people? It's Tom here, also known as #Tom. I am a player for #United in the European region, and this is my masterclass. Today, guys, I'm going to teach you how to control a game of FIFA and how to use skill moves effectively in order to beat your opponent. And let's get into it. As we can see in this clip, we have the possession out wide, and I'm playing it up the pitch, slowly building the play, not taking too many risky passes, keeping it nice and safe for now, as I don't think it's worth taking a risk in the second third. I think any risks that I do take are in the final third. You can see I stand still as well in order for my opponent to doubt himself, not really sure where I'm going next. We play a couple of recycle passes, keeping possession, but we're still looking dangerous. So I know that whenever I get the opportunity to play the right pass, I will do that. But the recycling pass is really important because it then makes your opponent doubt himself. we pass the ball forward at the right time, and we manage to get the goal. The main thing for me is that you manage to keep the tempo of the game at your standard. So if you want to play fast, you can play fast, or if you want to slow it down for a little bit, you can also play a little bit slower. And I think that's really, really key in order to force your skills onto the opponent. If you have the ball, you can be in control, and then you can go from there. As we can see in this clip, I have the ball with Roberto Firmino. He's looking dangerous. The opponent's actually at a standstill, and I know if I can get the bridge off, I can find the space to beat my man, as I do there, and we get the shot off at the near post and manage to get the goal. The bridge I use in the final third to gain an extra speed boost from the opponent, to pull away a few yards. I think it doesn't work every time, but if you can master it in the position it works in best, then you'll have a lot of success with it. And that's it, guys. If you learn the importance of controlling possession and controlling the tempo of the game, and also learning your skill moves, I'm sure you'll have a lot of success on the pitch. Best of luck.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth and final European qualifier of the season. Let's catch you up now on the bracket. We had 6 to start the broadcast. We are now down to 3. The Dane, Trick Skifter, is taking on the French-Portuguese man, Peixoto, in the losers final. After Peixoto lost in the winners final, he suffered his first loss. Skifter's had his first loss for a while, so he's used to it. He's had his back against the wall. We'll see if that helps him in this one. Let's talk about the rankings, Spencer.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of movement, Jimmy. Zidane's gone from 30th to 23rd in Europe now on the Xbox. We've seen Optole move into 3rd position, just shy of Musty and Dylan Mike, the 2 Germans. But getting ahead of Lefty now, so making it not a top 3 of German players for a change. So Optole's in 3rd. Juvabeldi stays in 8th where he started. Juvabeldi, sorry. Skifter is up to 9th. Could go further if he can keep getting these wins. Peixoto in 14th at the moment, which is where he started, but obviously there's some more points available if he can get a couple more wins.
Yeah, a couple more wins. Still some big ones left to play. What's up, everybody? I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. I see a lot of Germans in that top 15. There's no Germans in this one, so we're going to have another country finally win one of these European qualifiers on the Xbox side. Very exciting for everybody that is still involved. Now, Mike, let's talk about Skifter and Peixoto. How did they get to this point?
Well, if you've been missing out on the broadcast, you've missed out on some great gameplay, some back and forth. Peixoto came into the broadcast being undefeated. We saw him drop a game, go down to the losers bracket, and that's where we're at currently. Now we're looking at Skifter, and I've made the mistake. I think I owe some apologies, as you're going to see Peixoto in that opening loss. But he did play pretty well, just maybe wasn't offensively, I guess, gifted enough. He didn't give us enough to really battle back into this game, but it was very, very close between both legs. And you got to give Optole a lot of credit for being able to see out the game, good decision making, very good creative work in many areas on the virtual pitch. and it comes down to those fine details. You see the passion, you see the coaching, you see the intensity, and then with Trick Skifter, who I think I owe an apology, I've gone against him twice today, and both times I've been wrong, as Spencer has loved to remind me, and he has been excellent. I would like to get a ticket to get on this subway. I want to be a passenger or a backseat passenger, and though I guess any passenger would not be in the front seat. But you see, he's been very dynamic going forward. Absolute prolific material. I've been super impressed in both of his games. Very decisive. We just saw extra time against Zidane. Great matchup here. I mean, everybody's edge of the seat. My hands are sweating. I took my pants off, but then I put them back on, so we're good to go. We're ready for the next matchup. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was getting hot in here, man. I was getting really intense.
That means something else in England, Mike, so be careful.
No, all right. So I went to shorts. I had to switch to shorts. All right.
Yeah, trousers. Okay.
Trousers. Cool. There we go. I don't know the terminology. Overalls. I didn't have those on. There was no overall action happening on the live stream. Okay. I don't know what you want me to say. But I owe an apology to Skifter. I apologize. Should not have went against you. You've been the main man offensively. Been so impressive going forward. And I know it's going to be an entertaining matchup. Anything that he's been involved with, I talked about it. That's the appetizer that you want to re-up on. I should always order Skifter. I'm here for it. DJ Skifter.
Okay,
let's go.
So that's your prediction then. You're going with Skifter over
Yes,
Pashotto.
I am not. I'm going. He has earned my prediction all day, every day. I messed up twice today. It won't happen again.
Okay. How about you, Spencer? Who are you going with?
Yeah, I actually got on the Skifter appetizer / train, backseat passenger, whatever he's talking about. I got on that one stop earlier than Mike. I saw what I liked in the first game. Skifter convinced me. He's doubly convinced me now. Obviously, Pashotto could come out and get a win here and he becomes the conversation. But look at this audience vote beneath me right now. 76% of people watching are backing Skifter. That's over Optole, the man that hasn't dropped a game. He's only getting 18% of the vote, and I think 6% to Pashotto. So it just shows you how much, coming through that lower bracket sometimes and getting those extra games in front of the fans, in front of the viewers, and showing what you can do, it can get you some serious support. That's what's happened for Skifter. 76%. I wouldn't say 76% likely to win this whole thing, considering the position that Optole finds himself in. But in this game we're talking about now, I like him. I think he's going to do it, and I think he's going to make Mike keep his pants off.
Okay. That's too much. That visual.
It's getting hot in here. I'm sorry.
That visual is too much.
From the skill moves, the offside trap, it happens.
Sure.
Up and down, whatever.
I just want to see how Pashotto responds, because his back's against the wall. He's finally dealing with some adversity in this event, and I think he's going to be up for it. But we'll see what he ends up doing. Now it's time to throw it over to Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa, and our very own Spencer Owen for the call of this losers final. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jim. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. The first time, hopefully not the last time, the three of us will be commentating together. Spencer Owen and, of course, Ryan Pessoa join me in the commentary booth. Spencer, I'll come to you first. You've just been previewing this matchup. This is such a big game because for both of these two, they can make their first ever grand final in the competitive year in the first sort of ever time they've done it in their careers.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if you noticed, but since I mentioned it, that percentage was increasing. It's up to 82% the last time I just saw it. So more people joining the Skifter bandwagon. And I don't blame them, because the games are unbelievable. It's down to 77% now, so it's always moving. It's constantly moving. But Pashotto, at the current point, as I see it right now, is 4%. Basically, no one's backing him. Which you've got to remember, because he's lost that game, against Optole earlier, and we've only seen him play once, it's easy to not rate him, but you can't look at it like that. He's come through a very difficult qualification without dropping a game. Yes, we didn't see his best self, but he's got plenty more to offer.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. What he's done, 8-9 rounds unbeaten throughout this qualifier. He's being coached by his brother. It's quite an interesting dynamic, isn't it, Ryan? He's got his brother over his shoulder, who's fourth on the PlayStation rankings at the moment. It's one of them, isn't it? Are you helping me, or are you just annoying me?
Yeah. Well, there's no one better to have over your shoulder than to have a sibling that's also performing really well in the global series. So he'll be getting confidence, be getting advice from him, because of course this is his first broadcast that he's made this year. So it's always good just to have someone next to you that's had the experience at the highest level, just to offer that support and guidance.
Well, let's see if it does help him get over the line and back into a grand final. Maybe a rematch against Optole. Let's have a look at the teams that these two are using. If you haven't been following the action tonight, well, let's refresh you about these teams. We'll kick it off first and foremost. And Spencer, I'll let you talk us through this team, because this is the first team coming in here. What do you like about it? This is the team that we've seen, of course, from Skifter throughout this tournament process. He's gone for only one team of the year, no icon in the team. As we know, the goalkeeper is an icon, but it doesn't count towards the overall squad restriction.
Yes, Brandon, it's a lovely team. A couple of those birthday items there with Renato Sanchez and Of course, Atal on the right side there, very, very useful. Timothy Mbappe, we know what he can do. You know, he's an absolute game changer. Got that Portuguese link, not just Sanchez, but also you got Fernandes, you got Ronaldo, of course. The things we're seeing in most teams, we tend to see a lot of Neymar. We tend to see a lot of fullbacks in defence across the back four. We've got that again with Hernandez, Walker, James and Cuadrado. We've got the two Englishmen in the middle. Good to see some English representation. We're not getting them in the tournaments. None of the players getting this far, so at least we're getting them on the pitch. And then Schmeichel in goal, who is an icon that not everyone goes with, but we've seen him pop up in some big events of late and actually make some match-winning saves, to be fair. So, yeah, I like the team a lot, Brandon.
And also, yeah, it's just fitting, isn't it, that he's got a Dane in goal for the Dane playing in this tournament. On the flip side, Ryan, I'll give you the floor to explain this team that is being used by Peixoto, a player that's had such success this year again, doesn't take the icon pick, but takes Team of the Year Ronaldo, who is very, very expensive, to say the least.
Extremely expensive, but I would say worth the coins, definitely. Of course, you mentioned Team of the Year Ronaldo. He's also got Inform Neymar, the 5-star, alongside Atal for birthday. He's got Renato Sanchez for birthday, Benjamin Mendy for birthday, and on the bench as well. For birthday cards everywhere. But he's going with a centre-back, an actual centre-back in Rafael Varane, 91 version. And of course, Cancelo getting that chemistry and putting Reece James in centre-back. And Cancelo will be in the right-back position.
And just a quick one with you, Ryan, still in terms of those FUT birthday items, obviously as a pro yourself at Manchester City Esports, obviously there's a reason why we're seeing Atal pop up, Renato Sanchez. Any of the ones that maybe aren't the norm that you've enjoyed using maybe on the off chance in FUT Champs?
I would say, weirdly enough, probably the best player in the world, but not on FIFA, is Lionel Messi. I love using him in the game just because of his finesse shot. His left stick dribbling's amazing, but I wouldn't say he's a go-to player on FIFA. If I had to choose between him or Neymar, I would choose Neymar, or between him and Mbappe, I would choose Mbappe. But Messi just offers something different compared to those players. But as I said, it's not something common you would see amongst the competitive FIFA scene.
And just another question as well to you, Spen. Obviously, you know, you've been involved in this scene for such a long time. We've seen the likes of Mahmoud Basha, you know, August Rosama, you know, someone that's played for Hashtag in his past time as well. Why do you think we see so many great Danish players pop up? Of course, the same debate can be had in Sweden, Norway and Finland, but especially in Denmark. New names, familiar names, year after year. It just seems to be a common occurrence, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the Scandinavian region deserves a lot of credit in terms of, you know, their pound for pound players they produce, or the amount, you know, per population of their country. These guys haven't got the same number of people in their country as some of the bigger European nations, but they're producing as much talent, if not more, than any other. So that deserves a lot of credit. Why is that happening? There's a couple ideas I've got. They're generally very savvy with esports. They generally have very good technological advancements over there, but I actually think perhaps he might not get the credit he deserves, but I don't think you can take too much away from Agi Rosenmeier. I think he set the tone in that country particularly at such a young age, quite a long time ago now in the grand scheme of things, by coming out and winning that World Championship and then winning other things, going to sign for PSG when no one was really doing moves like that at the time. You know, this whole new generation have a lot to thank to Agi Rosenmeier for really just setting the benchmark, and I think he's played a big part in it.
I definitely agree on that conversation. I think also credit where it's due to so many of those role models involved across all of Scandinavia, with the E-Superliga as well. For me, that's one of the virtual leagues that has really been leading the way in terms of how they go about their year-to-year seasons, a winter season, a spring season, you know, ridiculously incredible live finals when we could do that before coronavirus hit. And I think that just goes to show, look at the quality we're seeing now, maybe with an early goal within literally 4 minutes and 59 seconds. This man has played a lot of FIFA today in this tournament. He's had to go through the loser bracket, he's had to play in extra time as well. Spencer, 5 minutes in, it's like he's just got going.
That is his 11th goal, Brandon, in about 205 minutes of FIFA. Do the maths, that's a goal about every 18 and a half minutes, I think. This guy is entertaining. He might just be the most entertaining man in FIFA. He might even be the most electric man in sports entertainment today. Do not take your eyes off tricked Skifter.
Can you follow that up, Ryan, with anything more?
Yeah, not as eccentric as Spencer, but he's been lethal. Every game I've seen from him, he creates so many chances, and he starts the game off really well every single time. So it's something to admire from him. And I just want to speak on something that Spencer spoke about, just to echo on about the Scandinavians, because I've been lucky to be part of a team at Hashtag anyway, where we had a few, to say this, we had Boras Legend, of course, and Aggie Rosemary, just pioneers of the scene and role models. So that's particularly one of the reasons why the scene in Scandinavia is so prominent, and you've got so many good players, and this could be another chance here.
CR7 nearly made it 2, didn't he? One thing I want to add as well quickly, Peixoto in particular, in his first game on stream in that winners bracket, he literally had his brother over his shoulder, and it might have been another family member, of course, I don't know who it was exactly. Now he's playing with no one behind him, whether it's something that annoyed him or put him off slightly, having just people literally over his shoulder, breathing over his neck and sort of delegating those orders as I saw his brother do. Yes, he was doing it in a supportive way. Clearly just says, you know what, come and speak to me at half-time or in between the two legs, because I want to be in the zone, I need to get in the zone. Maybe that's one thing that he is looking at. Must be said as well for him, yes, this might be his first qualifier of the year, but speaking outside of this, Spencer, he's playing for France this year. He's got national pride under his belt.
Of course, yeah, it's a massive moment in anyone's career. And I know he's sort of eligible for a couple of different nations, but you know, France, one of the leading nations, at least traditionally in FIFA esports, is a big opportunity. And we talk about the brother factor. I'd love to know from people in the chat if they'd want their brother in their corner, because it can go one of two ways. You know, amazing to have that resource, a brother as a top pro, but depends if you get on with them, Brandon, because it could be quite awkward sometimes. Yeah. You know, maybe he got a little bit annoyed after last game and he was like, "Mum, can you get rid of him? He's annoying me." And maybe he's gonna. Well, it's not worked out so far because it's 1-0 down. Maybe he needs to get his brother back in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad advice you'd be getting from your brother Ryan, because he's ranked 4th in the Global Series rankings this year. Diogo Peixoto, a player that has played in playoffs before. He's been knocking on the door for, you know, an E-World Cup final time after time. Hasn't been there as of yet, but he's having another great season as well. He's made 2 qualifiers this year.
He's had an amazing season, and it's all personal preference though with the way people like to be coached. Some people like just feedback after the game, and of course a bit of motivating speech just before the game, and it's a chance.
It's a massive goal for Neymar to score that one. 26 minutes on the clock. We speak about his brother's not being in the room. I'm sure they're watching this on a big screen somewhere in the house, because that is one way to reply. Just completely split open the defence of Trick Skifter. You'll see the cutback pass. I think it was a player lock even. And Neymar will pull away, Spencer, to make that 1-1 after just 30 minutes. Every game that Skifter plays, he always makes it an exciting one.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, let's give Peixoto the credit where it's due. He's gone and got the goal, and that moment is all about him. However, Skifter's games are unbelievable, and I think it's because of the way he attacks, it leaves certain gaps at the back. And like I said, it's like watching Brazil, in the sense that he's very good going forward, but doesn't necessarily worry about the defence part. From a neutral perspective, from a spectator point of view, he might just be the best player to watch in FIFA, because this is not just a coincidence now, this is a pattern. His games are just good to watch.
If you look through all his results as well he's had tonight, just echoing what Spencer's saying, he's outscored all of his opponents, of course, because he's won the games, but he's conceded a lot of goals. He comes forward, again on the flip side, here is Leonardo Peixoto. Didn't come to anything there, chance for him to break forward. Must be said as well, he's got 2 teammates behind him of Trick T Sports. They've been playing for Ville. It's the Superliga club that had the likes of Mikel Audior in their books in the past, and it's Kent Bryan behind them on their right, a player that's been, a former player I should say, now a coach. He's been such a big advocate of pushing young Danish players through the scene. Hopefully that his player can make it into a grand final tonight and get himself a top 2 finish. It will certainly be an achievement that will be remembered and recalled if there can be a chance to break forward. 10 minutes of the first half here. 2-legged game of FIFA. Only one man can join Optole in the grand final. Will it be an all-Scandinavian affair? Chance to get forward, and just offside there, Ryan. Slightly too keen off the mark was the tout.
Yep, definitely. You can see the passing patterns there. He was looking for a certain play pattern just to create space. It worked, but of course the pass was just played a little bit too late. But again, it's been even from both of these opponents, and everyone's been mentioning about in Skifter's games there's been goals galore, whether it's for him, whether it's against him, there's been goals. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next 45 minutes plus the second leg as well.
It's one of those as well, you know, to become the complete FIFA player and to be so good defensively and so good going forward. I mean, I don't think it's something that anyone's masked. Nice little elastico that doesn't buy him any time. And I think one thing certainly to be said this year, especially on FIFA 21, Ryan, is just there's just so many more goals that go in. There's naturally just, as it feels like, more attacking games. FIFA 20 in the nicest way, we saw 0-0s, we saw penalty shootouts, you know, we saw overload ball side and just a very defensive games. You know, this year it's just so much more offensive, and it's great to see as a neutral and a FIFA esports fan like myself.
Yeah, of course. I think the more offensive the games are, the better it is for viewership and just to play it as well. It's more entertaining. And this year, as you said, we've got a lot more goals than we did in FIFA 20, and hopefully it continues.
Well, half-time, 1-1 here. Ben, what have you made of the game so far? It was an early goal, as we said, from Trick Skift. Only 5 minutes it took for him to score that goal, and then there was a reply for Peixoto. It seems like his family members not in the room is working for him so far at the halfway point here.
Yeah, unless his brother's hiding under the covers, I don't know. But it started very, you know, as we expect Skift the games to go, and it did kind of find its balance towards the latter stages of that first half. But, you know, I do wonder, Ryan mentioned there that, you know, these high-scoring games are obviously better from a viewer perspective and maybe more fun to play as a player. But when there's really something riding on it as a pro, what do you want? Do you want a lot of these 5-4 games? Here's a chance for him. Can he start this half how he started the last one? That's well defended in the end. But yeah, do you want these high-scoring games? Or do you actually prefer every now and then to have a bit more of a relaxed game where you can kind of take your time and just try and work for that one goal-scoring opportunity? Because I know I've seen you come back from 5-0 down, Ryan. As much as that was an amazing memory, surely it took a lot out of it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I remember that game very well. It's tiring, to say it the least, but I prefer higher scoring games. I've always been more of an offensive player than a defensive player, so maybe that's just a bit selfish, I'd say, just because I want there to be more goals, because it technically favors me. But I just think it's better to play, but of course it will become more stressful. But again, you can speak about 0-0s being stressful as well, because you have to give 100% concentration. Any sort of lapse or you drop a percentage, you're going to concede. So you have to be focused 100% of the time. But that's not to say that you aren't going to be at this stage as well, or with this type of game.
Could be a chance. Maybe Mbappe, we're trying to catch Varane off guard. Fair play to Rafa Varane there. He literally had to sort of wrap his body around the ball, got a block, then picked himself back up and just did enough to stop killing Mbappe there. But again, really interesting insight from Ryan Pessoa, who's been joining us on the commentary booth for all of the qualifiers, from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 5. Still feels crazy to think that the next step will be Global Series playoffs, which will be coming up in July. If you miss those dates, where the very best of the best will battle out 64 players in total over 3 days of action to find out who will be vying towards that FIFA E World Cup. Chance back to goal for Cristiano Ronaldo. Brilliant ball. It's a great pass. How on earth is that not gone in?
Wow. Great stuff there from Peixoto, showing that he can attack just as well as Skifter. And the thing with Skifter is, Brandon, I'm frightened about how good he could be, because he makes so many unforced errors. He gives the ball away a lot in his half. That's why we've seen a lot of these games he's been involved in. He's so back and forth. But if he can iron them out and you know, maintain the same attacking energy, then he's going to be, you know, top tier player. But right now, unfortunately, we're seeing that sort of Jekyll and Hyde element of his performance. You know, for every good bit, there's a bad bit.
Oh, and these deep through balls. Is he going to be onside there, Cristiano Ronaldo? Yes, he will be. Even surprised Skifter that he was onside there. Into Yusuf Attal. Certainly seems to be a way you can cause disruption, Ryan, this year with that player lot. Then manually just sort of pull a player forward. And these long through balls, like 35, 40 yard through balls that I've seen go in, and I've seen them just be really effective, because you can't do much about them, because, you know, it's the AI that's trying to follow the run, and then you're manually controlling a ridiculous run from Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, the key to defend it though is for me personally just to track the run, because I know a lot of pros, the way we see it, is sort of a cheap goal to concede. You'd rather concede from any other way, whether he just manages to run through whilst you're blocking the run, he manages to skill through your players. You'd rather that than concede it's a very easy goal to concede because how effective it is. But you mentioned the player lock, where you don't necessarily even have to pass the ball after you lock onto the player. You can just use him as a decoy run, maybe bring away a defender, and it makes you think, because I know if someone does a player lock, my instant thought is to watch the player that he switched to. So I sort of neglect other players that are running, and it was almost a chance there. But again, it gives the opponent a lot to think about, and I'd say I've been guilty of not utilizing it as much as other players like Andoni, like Zidane, like the two players that we are seeing here, but it's still very, very effective to use.
Chance now for Skifter. It needs the feet of Edison of all types to block that ball and send it out for the corner. 1-1 in this one if you have just tuned in. This is our loser final here in European qualifier number 5. The winner will go into the grand final against Optole. Brilliant feet in the box from CR7. Still somehow with it. Tries to carve out the perfect chance. El Shaarawy comes in with a header, and for a split second there, Spencer, it was panic stations at the back. Edison was involved. Everyone was all over the shop.
Yeah, you get the sense there's goals coming. I mean, still only the first leg, of course. So ever since I've labelled him the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, he hasn't done much. But we know this game is it's just teetering on the edge. You know, I feel like when the next goal comes, it's going to open the floodgates.
You just need to look at the games that Skift has played, as you said. Has scored plenty of goals. I think he said 11 in total. This one going in, adding that to 11 that he has scored. Across the games he's played, he's had an interesting run in the bracket. Came through the loser side in one of those loser quarter-final matches where he had to beat Marcuso, the fellow Dane. That was a difficult game for him. Saw Marcuso come out on social media afterwards and just say, go the full way, go and win it for Denmark. Back to goal for Neymar for Peixoto. Leonardo still just trying to buy his time. That's out around the corner, can't carve it. Fair play for the composure here. I mean, that's a difference for many of these players, Ryan. If it's me or if I say it's me or you, it's me. I'm just spamming that and I'm trying to get rid of the ball. For these two, just a simple, just keep the ball, don't rush into the pass. Chance back to goal again. Just can't find the space he's looking for.
I commend both of these players there. The build-up play from Skifter, from Peixoto there was amazing, but then the defending was just as good. He sort of nullified him, and you see there he had a chance with Neymar, and the obvious thing there is to turn on the left. You've got the space to take the shot, but he turned on the right because of the way Skifter's been defending him, and it gets him caught in two minds, and it's a great save there from Schmeichel. I thought that was definitely going to make it 2-1.
He's made what, 2 incredible saves, make it 3. No, not that time. The man that's always deadly in the box is a head-in-hands moment from Skifter there. That time Schmeichel's not come to save him. I don't know whether he moved the goalkeeper out just slightly, expecting Schmeichel to get a hand on the ball, to punch the ball away, but there's always one man in the box you've got to be careful of, Spencer, and it's that man that's just scored, Cristiano Ronaldo.
I know a lot of people feel like corners aren't necessarily the best way to score, but do those people have Cristiano Ronaldo? Because he is so good in those areas. You have to be perfect, Brandon. Defending corners, it's like a different version of the game when this guy's on the pitch. You have to be perfect. You cannot drop that concentration for a split second, particularly if that corner gets taken quickly and you're not ready for it, because he will get in position and he will score. Schmeichel's gone from hero to zero. He's made the save to give the corner, and then he's come flapping and he has missed it, and Ronaldo's done what Ronaldo does. So Peixoto has turned this game round. He's 2-1 up, and Skifter's now being asked a serious question.
Fair play indeed. He was 1-0 down, as you just said, and after 2 double saves from Schmeichel, he won't be the hero anymore. Came out, just got caught off guard, and I'd expect to see his brother Diogo come into his room in the next couple of minutes to say, you know what, you've just played superbly well in that performance, because in all honesty, Spencer, from 1-0 down, as you said, to pull it back to 2 goals, well, that takes a lot of character, and fair play to him, because he was wearing down Skifter for a really long time in that game, and Cristiano Ronaldo in the box scoring maybe an unlikely corner. We don't see many of them going.
Yeah, particularly the early goal. You know, it's a real kick in the teeth to concede a goal that early. And I'm just thinking ahead, Brandon. I'm just imagining a playoff scenario where we could see Peixoto. Could we see Peixoto versus Peixoto? Could that happen? I'd like it to happen. They're on different consoles right now, I know, but maybe if we do get to LAN events again and we have a cross-console final, the Peixoto derby, the mum in one corner, the dad in the other, family split apart forever. I want to see it.
Right, just a quick word on that game as well before we go to a break. I mean, just to echo probably what Spencer said, 1-0 down, you bounce back to 2 goals to 1 after an incredible performance from Schmeichel. Unfortunately, can't really leave much from that game now because he's down by a goal. But there's still so much time to play, isn't there?
There is so much time to play, as you said. Still 90 minutes to go. Still all to play for. It's only 2-1. There have been situations, as Spencer said, where myself come back from many worse deficits than being 2-1 down. So again, it will take confidence. He's been in a situation where he scored a lot of goals so far in this tournament, and he backed himself to do so.
Well, hopefully the second leg gives us all a bit more to talk about as well. 3 goals in leg number 1. Hopefully there'll be more in leg 2. We're off for a quick break now. When we return, we'll be finding out who will be joining Optole in the Xbox Qualifier 5 Grand Final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifier number 5. If you have been enjoying the action today, well, we are getting into the real nitty-gritty part of the season. It's not done just yet because we've got a Qualifier number 5 next month happening in North America. But before we do that, for the 3rd year, the E-Champions League returns. One of the biggest events of the year. We have the knockouts, as I said, Qualifier number 5. We get into the playoffs as well, also in May. Oceania kicks off that, the first of 6. And then we have the big E-Champions League final. Myself, Brandon Smith here, alongside Spencer Owen and Ryan Passard, bringing you the action for our loser final. First and foremost, gents, I mean, Spencer, the E-Champions League, such a special event, isn't it?
Such a special event. I'm not going to lie, it's a lot better than the E-Super League, let's be honest. No one wants it. But the E-Champions League, I'm buzzing for. You know, it's one of the best events I think we do. It's got that sauce, as Mike LaBelle would say, you know, the extra special thing that's associated with the massive club competition that is the Champions League. So I'm looking forward to that very much, mate.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a big one as well. I mean, Ryan, from a player perspective, how big is the playoffs as well as events like the Champions League? Because, you know, the Champions League offers a lot of prize money, plus prestige like no other. But in the playoffs, everybody wants to be there because you have to be at the playoffs to get to the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals.
Exactly, and it's so many top players that are there, especially for the playoffs this year. And of course the ECL, the players that qualified on PlayStation, there are many players. You've got Levinkin, you've got #Tom, many other players as well. And for the playoffs, all the players that have made broadcasts, I believe so, on PlayStation have made playoffs. So you've got so many players at the top level. And it's the place where you want to be, of course, as you mentioned. It's the only way to get to the World Cup this year through playoffs. So everyone there will be wanting to do the best they can.
Back underway for the second leg of this one. It was Leonardo Peixoto that snatched a late goal with Cristiano Ronaldo to give them a very small and slender 2-1 lead here. Heading into this second leg. Winner, as we said, goes into a grand final, into the top 2. They'll guarantee themselves at least $10,000 and a chance to walk away with all the confidence after qualifier number 5. Of course, it will be Trick Skifter in possession now from right to left in this one. He did start leg 1 in such a strong way, scoring after just 5 minutes. Surely that's what we're looking to do the same, because as soon as that time goes on and that time starts ticking down, it's where that will come into his mind, and I think a first goal will be crucial here, Spencer.
Yeah, I feel like I should just clarify one thing as well. When I said no one wants the E-Super League, I meant as in, you know, the idea of this new league being created by the European big teams. I didn't mean the Danish E-Super League, which is great. You know, that's a great event. We like that. We do want that. It was just a very contemporary joke, and I think a lot of people did get it, but I'm seeing in the chat some people are getting a bit confused. Denmark, I love you. You probably did ask me another question as well, Brandon, but sorry, I was too busy thinking about the E-Super League.
Yeah, that was more important. It was more important. We do love the E-Super League, and we can confirm that. Speaking of which, Skifter has been involved in that. Got a top 4 finish back in Season 4. That actually coming towards the end of its spring season at the moment. Marcuso did get knocked out in the first matchup. 2 Skifter will be at the playoffs, not just through his E-Super League performance back in December in that win for FC Copenhagen, also from the strong performances he has put in this year in the Global Series. Trying to build up his name. He's sort of been the danger man, Ryan, for Peixoto. Down in sort of a central position. He's often a player you can push out wide Neymar and have sort of CR7 more in the centre. It looks to be sort of a 2 up front situation. CR7 and Neymar being those 2 forwards for Peixoto.
Yeah, and Neymar this year hasn't had too many performance-based cards. He has that 192 rated in form. And that's as far as it goes, but he's still a staple in most teams because of his agility, his balance, his 5-star, 5-star. He's reliable on either foot, of course, because of that. When shooting, his dribbling is insane. He's also relatively quick, not as fast as some of the new performance or non-performance cards that have been introduced into Ultimate Team, but nonetheless, he's still a fantastic card to have going forward.
So deadly, isn't he, Neymar? Speaking of which, we'll play a little game now in terms of you could have 2 forwards, any 2 forwards in the game. Who's it going to be? Surely, I think the only debate I can see difference is going to be R9's going to be in there, and it's going to be either Team of the Year Mbappe or Team of the Year Ronaldo. For me, it's the 2 Ronnies. Spencer, who are you taking? Any 2 strikers?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 Ronnies has just got such a nice ring to it, hasn't it? And I grew up in the era of R9. Obviously, I'm a big, you know, Cristiano fan as well, and Mbappe's got a lot of you know, a lot of strings to his bow, and he's a top item, but he's going to have so many more years in the game to look forward to. Let's kind of honour the Ronaldos. Well, we've got them both, you know, so for me, I'd probably go 2 Ronnies for that reason. You've got to play a certain way with Cristiano, maybe you can play slightly different way with Mbappe, but I mean, just the option of just crossing one in, as we've seen in this game already, on the head of Ronaldo is such an extra factor. That's why I'm going with him.
Whitworth's got a 5-star on the flip side for R9. Speaking of CR7, so it's a great save, and after this corner comes in, well, Ryan's 2 strikers of choice into CR7 again. It was nearly deja vu, literally in the exact same area for Peixoto with the exact same player in CR7, but just couldn't latch onto that one, Ryan.
Yeah, and I thought it was, as you said, it was about to be deja vu. I thought I saw Ronaldo leap, and I thought there's only going to be one winner there. And that's why I speak about goalkeepers, with their traits. I spoke of how important that is in previous qualifiers, just because goalkeepers that have come for crosses, even if you set them on instructions, because Schmeichel doesn't have any traits, which is something that I don't like with goalkeepers. I like to use Van der Sar or Nick Pope. They have saves with feet, some of them, and comes for crosses, which is very, very important to defend corners and back post crosses. And there could be a chance here, and it was well defended with the number of players in the box there, so we can break away. But yeah, I would go for, of course, prime moments R9, and I'd also actually I'd agree with both of you. I'd go for both Ronaldos. Of course, I'm definitely too young to fully appreciate how good R9 Ronaldo was in real life. And of course, Spencer's a lot older than me. He was around for the Bobby Charlton days and those type of things. But for me, of course, Ronaldo is incredible.
Bobby Charlton should have an icon. When's that coming?
So many, isn't there? So many good icons, so many good players from previous times that certainly could be in that icon debate. So many in the game now, and hopefully as we go into next year's edition, more players will be added. 4 minutes from half-time in this second leg. Not really too much to cheer about or too much to talk about as of yet. Peixoto's had 64% of possession. Whether that's something that he's looking to sort of bring into his game now. I mean, a 1-goal lead, I'd be in shock if this did finish as a 0-0 and Peixoto was to lead this at 2-1. But as long as he's holding the ball like this, Spencer, I mean, Skifter can't get near him.
No, I mean, I think since he conceded the goal, Peixoto's just been on top. He's kept the ball so well on the edge of the box. He's had some great link-up. The only thing missing is that 3rd goal, which, you know, I think it will come. I think it just reminds us, Brandon, the level that Optola is playing at. I know we're concentrating on these 2 lads right now, but Optola's, you know, excuse the expression, but basically made mincemeat out of Peixoto when they played each other earlier. And Peixoto's come in here against a player that looks unbeatable at the moment. It's Skifter, and he's beaten him. So, I mean, I do wonder if anyone can beat Optola today. But for now, Peixoto on top.
And just leading on from that conversation and some of those points that Spencer made, Ryan, I mean, you go into a second leg, you've been there before in, you know, when you had that brilliant run with the E-Club World Cup with Manchester City, when you got qualified there. I mean, just when you're in a 2-legged game and you're only up by 2-1, you know it's not safe. You know it's not safe inside. What are you thinking? Just, I want 1 or 2 more goals, go and get the job done, as basic as it sounds.
It depends how the game's going. I'll be honest. It is scary being in situations where you are winning and there's still a long way to go, because you don't want to get caught in a trap of defending too early and dropping your defensive line a bit, starting to park the bus, slightly lowering your depth or your width, and then inviting pressure, because if you do concede, you're going to regret it. However, if you don't do it and you concede, you're still going to regret it. So there's so many different sides of the coin to think about. But again, it's nerve-wracking, but it's something that you have to deal with being a competitor, and it's something that you become more accustomed to with the experience that you do have at the highest level.
Back on the way for the final 45 here. As we said, whoever wins this game will go up against Optole in tonight's grand final. The last time we'll be doing this on the Xbox in the qualifiers, and I think the surprising fact that we've all been saying is, you know, we haven't had any of the repeated winners in these qualifiers. Yes, they might have been knocking on the door, they might have got themselves a top 8, a top 16 finish, but it's interesting to see that we haven't got any previous winners in the broadcast tonight, Spencer. I think it's something that maybe we see a bit more on the PlayStation, but on the Xbox, I mean, not really a name inside. Whether they thought, okay, we've got the job done, we're going to be in the playoffs, I've got a very good ranking position. I'm sure that wasn't the case. It's probably just not the best of bracket runs for them this time round.
It's interesting because you think it'd be the other way around, because there's actually a lot more verified players on the PlayStation, so the pool of talented players is bigger, arguably, which makes you think it'd be less likely to see repeat winners on that console. But in fact, it's this way around, and I think, yeah, you probably touched on it there, Brandon. I think it's just a case of maybe, even if it's subconscious, that the higher ranked players, the players that have won before, just taking their foot off the gas a little bit in preparation for what's going to be a very busy pre-playoff period of practicing. That's a lot of P's. But I think yeah, I mean, it's great to win one of these events. It's fantastic. It's a massive deal, and you make a lot of money, and it's a great thing to do in your career. But I know which one I'd win if it was up to me, and it would be the playoffs, and then hopefully a World Cup at the end of the year. That's where it really, really matters.
Speaking about the sort of momentum that will come on from that qualifier 5 will give you a lot to look forward to. Looking at player lock again, it's into the box. CR7, he's got the leap. It was always going to be an awkward one from there, but you'd certainly say, Ryan, I mean, if you were to choose a qualifier to win, you would say qualifier 5, because naturally you're feeling like there is that part of momentum there. Unfortunately, there is maybe about a 2-month break before the playoffs, but still, it's something to build upon.
Yep, it's definitely something to build upon, and you speak about momentum and how important that is, because it builds confidence. You perform well in the latest cup, you're someone that people are going to be aware of course. You definitely will be. Anyone that's reached the playoff stage is a threat, but winning the final one just shows that you're a force to be reckoned with, and it, as I said, gives you that confidence and it adds that fear factor for your opponents.
I'm sure there'll be loads to play, to be fair, on the build-up too. Those playoff chance around the corner. CR7 again. Can't latch around the ball. Reece James. Panic stations there. Gets the ball cleared. Comes off the face of Cristiano Ronaldo. Still just about in possession. Well, Skifter does get dispossessed eventually. Final 25 minutes here. Again, I said it in the first half. I would be shocked if this did finish as a 0-0. It's a moment in time where about 20 minutes from that actually being the case. I mean, I expect to maybe see a pause in the next 5 in-game minutes or so. And it gets to a stage for Skifter to sort of go, right, I've got to go for this now. I've got to up the depth. I've got to change something tactically. Otherwise, literally could be on for a stalemate. And really very odd to see a 0-0 in FIFA 21. Building up here is Attal, linking back to Neymar. If he finds a third goal for Peixoto, it will be a 2-goal advantage. And by that point, how he's controlled the game, I'd probably say it would be game over. Still building up is Peixoto, but in all honesty, Spencer, he's just taking minutes out of the game.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see this coming, especially not in a game involving Skifter. And if Peixoto gets another one, it is all she wrote, because I think he's just in complete control, like you say. And you know, while we're waiting for some action, Brandon and Ryan, I thought I'd give you an opportunity to learn something. Did you know Peixoto is Portuguese for fishmonger?
Wow. I didn't know that.
Every day.
No, take that as you will.
Ryan?
No, I'm not too familiar with the Portuguese vocabulary, but yeah, so as you say, you learn something new every day.
Speaking of goals, could be seeing one right now with a fellow Portuguese. Falling Cristiano Ronaldo. Neymar runs back into him. Final 15 minutes. And still, Peixoto is in the lead, 2-1. To see. He's left to give in this game. I think he'll get to a point for Skifter where he'll just get frustrated and have to go for it. Is Attal for birthday. Attal! Scissor kicked into the box. And speaking of Portuguese players, it's Bruno Fernandes that might have just put the nail in the coffin for Trick Skifter.
The vision of that is the kind of vision that only a fishmonger can have, Brandon. What a pass this one was. The second pass, you know, once you're in that position, it is goal.com/fishmonger. We all know that. But the first pass to get into the bottom of the box, none of us saw it. I don't know what camera angle he's using. He must be very zoomed out indeed, because he's found it, he's seen it, he's picked him out, and I think that's all she wrote.
And to be honest, Ryan, just to lead on from that, it's a 2-goal cushion now. He's been in control of possession. It got to a point, I think, if you're on the flip side for Skifter, you're going to get frustrated, you're going to pull players out. However, fair play to Bruno Fernandes. He's always been a player that we've spoken about that can score goals, and he's a midfielder that will get forward for moments like that.
Exactly, and as Spencer said, the pass there, you have to probably be using co-op camera angle just to have it zoomed out enough to see the run overlapping, and then the passing inside to the scissor kick was amazing. But I'll be honest, I think that is all she wrote as well. The way Leandro has been controlling the game so far, especially in the second half, just dying the game down, dying minutes down with possession in his final third anyway. So I don't know, as I mentioned, if there is a comeback here, I'll be extremely shocked, but it looks like no, there isn't. I thought there was going to be a fourth there, but I believe that will be the end of the tie.
What a chance there could have been for Leandro to get the game all wrapped up. Could be a chance for Skifter now. CR7, this has to be a goal. I mean, I rate the tackle because it was one of those that had to be made. Somehow, João Cancelo just didn't wrap his legs around the ball. It came to be a brilliant block in the end, and There's about a minute left plus additional time. I think Leandro will be into a grand final, but more importantly, Spencer, it'll be a rematch. Peixoto will get a second bite of the cherry against Optole, but this time in a grand final.
Yeah, he's going to have to find something else because he wasn't quite up to it in that first game. He's got to do it twice, of course. It's going to be difficult, but at least for him, he's won this game. He's got those extra points, and that last chance, Skifter had to take it, and he didn't. And fair play to him. Skifter's been fantastic, really, really entertaining in those first few games, but Peixoto found a way to nullify him here, and he deserves all the credit he can get.
And fair play as well. You've got to remember in the whole hindsight of this game, he was 1-0 down in the game, and I think for Skifter, I think he looks back on that game and thinks, what could I have done? Because in the nicest way, Ryan, he didn't really have the ball. It was one of those sort of Peixoto sucked possession out the game. He made it so difficult, so frustrating as a player. I think you get to a stage where I'm like, I've got to press, I've got to be more aggressive. Poor players out of position. Next thing you know, that third goal came. He couldn't really do much in that game, Skifter, because he just didn't have much ball possession at all, did he?
Yep, he got nullified completely. It'd be interesting to see what the possession stats and the pass accuracy for Leandro was, because it felt like in that second half, specifically the second leg, he held the most possession. I barely saw Skifter get possession of the ball or create any threatening attack. To see the last gasp one, which from a mistake or an error from the defender, but he didn't make the most of it. But yeah, very professional performance, and he's got a tough task now to overcome Optole, who is on fantastic form.
Yeah, it's a tough task indeed, Spencer, because he has to go and win sort of 2 times in the series because he's through the loser bracket now for Leonardo. That surely is going to be in his mind, but of course he'll want revenge against Optole.
Yeah, and he could do it. He could do it. The question is, can he do it twice? Because that's what you've got to do. And Optole has that grace period, that extra life, if you like, that gives him the massive advantage here. But listen, I've seen some of the people in the chat kind of giving Peixoto a bit of stick for maybe keeping the ball and playing a little bit negatively. Listen, his job is not to entertain us. Our job is to make it entertaining. His job is to win games. And he's just watched a guy score 11 goals, 10 goals in 2 games, and then 1 against him. And he's like, do I want to get sucked into that? Do I want to get sucked into this, attack versus your attack game that I've seen people lose against Skifter? Or do I want to slow things down and make him play by my tune? And that's what he did. And that's how you win games. And it might not be pretty, but that's how you get trophies. So fair play to him. He deserves his go in the final.
Yeah, and I mean, fair play as well. For a FIFA player to do that, I mean, I know a little bit off topic here, but Dito was always one of those players that remember that could literally keep the ball for so long. As a player, Ryan, how do you train yourself to be so sort of routine or regimented, in your ways, that I'm going to play like this, have a game plan, keep the lead? And I said I'd be shocked if it finished 0-0. It near enough was a 0-0 game for so long in it. You got to really be sort of regimented within the way you play to keep playing like that for such a long time.
Yep, exactly, and it takes discipline. It takes a lot of experience at that level as well to play against other people and tournament practice at the highest level to get used to it. It's very easy where you can do it for a couple of games, but to be able to do it when the time is right and consecutive games is very, very important. And again, echoing on from what Spencer said, there's nothing wrong with playing that way. You have to play to win. You're a competitor. You're playing to win. You're playing to get the prize money. You're playing to get higher up in the leaderboard. You're playing to get the trophy, which is the most important thing. And that's something which takes a lot of discipline. And he's still young, and it takes a lot of, I guess, maturity and game management to realize when you're in a game where you might not be favored to win or favored to keep clean sheets, you have to make sure that you are in a position that is favored.
Well, as I said, Leandro, 18 years of age, first breakout year in the competitive year, playing for his country in a grand final in his first ever major tournament. Gents, it's been a pleasure sharing the mic with you. However, we've only got 2 players left now here in European qualifier number 5. It'll be Leandro up against Optole, a rematch in the grand final. We're going to throw it back to Jimmy, Spencer and Mike to preview that game. I can't wait for it.
Yes, thank you, Brandon and Ryan, and welcome back to the analyst desk, Mr. Spencer Owen. Yes, Peixoto goes through, and I saw some people in the chat on Twitch also saying that when a Peixoto, whether him or his brother have a lead, they don't give it up, and that was proven true yet again. Commiserations, though, to Skifter. However, he shouldn't feel too bad. He is now in the top 10 of the rankings on the Xbox side of things, and he should be very proud of that, moving into the top 10. But now we get a rematch of our grand final, and I'm here for it. Spencer, great to see you again. You got to live this game. And what I really liked about your comments was the fact that with regard to Peixoto, he shouldn't have to apologize for winning. And I guarantee you, anybody in the chat that was in that same position would do whatever it takes to win that game. And yes, maybe it feels a little bit Jose Mourinho-esque. but he shouldn't have to apologize for it.
No, and he comes from the same country as Jose Mourinho. Listen, I mean, that's the difference between being a fan and a player. You know, fans want entertaining, and that is their right to want that, and they can complain. But you have to understand why he's doing it, and there's a very good reason why he's doing it. And I think whether he does it every game or whether that was tailored towards Skifter there because of the way he was playing. And from my perspective, look, I would love to commentate on one of the other Skifter games, I'm not going to lie, because those goals are going in left, right and centre. But you can still appreciate what Peixoto's doing as a player. You know, obviously, football, the bit that looks amazing is the goals. When the balls go in, that's what we love the sport for, that's why we watch it. But that's not all you have to do to win games. You know this as much as anyone, Jim. The winning of the game happens all over the park in every different area, and Peixoto was better at that, as well as scoring goals.
Yeah, it's always the subtlety and nuance that gets lost. Everybody just wants to see goals, 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 including Mike LaBelle. Mike, that was a pretty good match, very professional performance from Peixoto. What were your thoughts?
I've got 2 comments about this. First off, if Peixoto was in front of you in line, you're never going to cut him. There's no chance for him. Forget about it. And secondly, I think that he would be great friends with Seb, Spencer's brother. So Seb, a lot of you don't know this, Spencer will be able to co-sign this, will do anything to win a game. Does not matter what it is. He will do absolutely anything in competition in order to get the result. He's like, I got enough friends. We're good to go. I'm just getting the win here. That's where I'm going to close this up. You hear Spen laughing. And that's what Peixoto did. At the end of the day, we're not going to remember how this job got done. We're just going to know that Peixoto's in the final. And especially when you look back on things, and even more so if he wins the entire event, he's able to reset the bracket. More power to him. And also maybe a third notion, anybody that I predict to get a victory, I'm ruining your record. I'm ruining your vibes. I'm ruining your momentum today. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, talking about vibes, and hopefully your pants are still on because I know you took them off a little bit earlier. What's your play of the day, or at least play of the match in that one on the telestrator?
I want to take a look at Peixoto and his usage of the player lock. We talked a little bit about player lock earlier, but this is a little more of what we're used to seeing. This is player lock 101. Whereas before I brought it up with Zidane because he was using it in a crossing manner, and it's just unusual to see it in that format. This is the perfect execution. You take it down the wing, you manually control this player in the middle, in this case it's Neymar, and you find the gap. You're trying to split those 2 defenders that are chasing back. You can see the arrow, that's what's going to happen. You find the gap, which you have complete control over, and it makes life so easy if you have this in your arsenal. Some people do, some people don't. It's a new feature in FIFA 21. Neymar steps into space, bangs it on the near post, goes, well, not ahead, but it was able to get the equalizer, and then Peixoto pushes on from that point. But that's just very classic, traditional, vintage, insert some sort of compliment or superlative to the player lock here. That's how it works. This is what you want to remake and replicate. This is going to be the most effective way to use that maneuver in order to score more goals.
I don't want to ever interrupt you when you're trying to think of words because you end up coming up with some real gems, some real awesome metaphors. Now, Spen, I'm going to come to you before I go back to Mike. With regard to this grand final, it's now been reset, or at least, well, actually it hasn't been reset yet. I guess Peixoto still has to make that happen. We just saw it in the last North American qualifier where Kid Mimito was in the same position. He came back and beat Gustavo over both. Do you think Peixoto has this in his bag, or do you think Optale is going to be the guy?
Of course it can happen, Jim. And you mentioned there the chat saying that if a Peixoto brother gets a lead, you're not getting back in it. Well, maybe that is the secret. If that's true, let's see if that's true. Peixoto needs to get yourself in the lead, pal. You know, in fairness to him, last game he did come back from 1-0 down, and then he asserted his dominance on top of that. Can he do that against Optola? I think Optola's a different beast. And this guy's playing at the top of his game, and he's got that grace period, that extra game. It's going to be difficult. But if Peixoto plays like he did last game, he's got a chance. Okay, and is there one thing that you see in Peixoto's game, Mike LaBelle, that you think could give him some success in this grand final?
Well, I mean, just to kind of build off of what's already been said, I think there's no truer words or truer statements. Once he gets ahead, it's difficult, and you know that as a competitor. When you're going up against someone who's really gifted with possession play, tactical adjustment, slowing down gameplay, you realize that every mistake you make or every missed opportunity you have, it could lead to them having a chance to get ahead, and then you have to chase the game. And I hate, and I think that's relatable for anyone that's played a lot of FIFA, you're going to hate chasing somebody that is so gifted with being able to control and be comfortable while controlling. Many of us watching right now, you think you could do what Peixoto's doing in terms of holding the ball. No chance. You don't have that type of game management, that patience. You got to have a lot of heart as well to make those big challenges because you have to be defensively sound. Let's give Peixoto a lot more credit. He's not giving up goals, and it's not only because he has the ball in offense. He's making the right steps, the right defensive plays, the right micromanaging and player switching at the key moments.
All right, so what do you guys think? Hit us up on Twitter. Let us know at EA FIFA Esports and use the hashtag FGS21. Do you think Peixoto has this in his bag to come back and reset the grand final so he can end up being the champion, or is this Untitled all day, every day? Let us know. Hit us up on Twitter. Leave the chat just for a second. Go over there. Put your stuff up on the broadcast. And then we have, coming up next, it's the grand final, Untitled versus Peixoto. It's all popping off. We'll be right back.
Untitled, 16 years of age, his breakout tournament. Could be a chance now. Is there a cutback? Into Cristiano Ronaldo, and that's a huge goal.
Especially Toller's offensive was on a very high level.
Maybe the 16-year-old storyline is still there.
I don't know where all these young guys are getting this composure from, by the way.
Into R9, as you can see now. One of those players has got to come out of position. Here's R9, and that is the chance that he's needed.
I'm going on a Swedish boat.
All he needs is a goal, and we could be into extra time. That could be the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo!
Sweden is probably pound for pound the best FIFA country right now.
I'm going with the Swede.
All right, welcome back to the grand final of this 5th European qualifier on the Xbox side of things. Here is the updated bracket. we've got a rematch of the winners final, everybody. Zaptala takes on Peixoto. That first match was 3-1 in favor of Aptale. Only held to 1 goal, Peixoto, so we'll see if he can get that early lead because, as we've discussed, he's very good at holding on to leads. However, this is a double elimination tournament, so if you're new here, Peixoto's got to beat Aptale in this one to then have a reset of the grand final to then become the champion. Aptale has yet to lose throughout this competition. He only needs to win this first match to go on to be the champion. All right, Spencer, let's take a look now at the rankings.
Yes, there has been some movement, Jim, and obviously there's a little bit more room for movement. But this is what's happened today since we've been going. Optola has bumped himself up from 5th to 3rd. Bumped the other Swede, Olelito, down to 5th. And he's in there with 2,720 points now. You got Skifter's got himself up to 9th spot. He started the day in 13th. Peixoto's now in 12th. He started in 14th, so they've both picked up a couple of spots. But the biggest winner today, in terms of rankings at least, has to be Zidane 10, who's gone from 30th, 7 places higher, into 23rd.
Yeah, that's making some moves there, Zidane. We'll see if he can carry that momentum into the playoffs that are happening in July for the European region. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. Mike, I'm coming to you. We're here. The grand final. The 2 best players to start today are going after it once again for the grand final. They played once before, though, so talk us through those highlights in particular and what Aptala did well to get that win.
And personally, as a FIFA enthusiast, I like when I see this happen because it means that we're seeing the best 2 players today and definitely on this platform, on this console, because they were able to not only meet once, but they're going to have that repeat now in the grand final. And you're going to see the earlier matchup with Aptale giving you a little bit of that tight footwork. We talked about the double tap pass. It was a very, very close game in general. It came down to Peixoto not giving us enough offense to make it extremely competitive as he battles back with Cristiano Ronaldo on the turn. And you see his team backing him as you would expect. Royce feeds Mbappe the stop, the pop, the resurface, the 1-2 across the body. You count those! I need to get a fist pump like that. And you see the coaching, the impact, the intensity. We spoke about it earlier. And it's just a matter of if Peixoto could get back into the game. He had a couple nearly moments, but just not quite. It wasn't a game that was free flow. It didn't have that high level of fluidity. It was intense, and we're seeing the 2 best competitors, and Peixoto's done a really good job of being able to close out and battle back now from the losers bracket. And Aptale, of course, the only player left that is undefeated. And what this means is that Peixoto would have to force a reset, which if you're new to the competitive scene, that's really important to understand, that he'd have to beat him basically in 2 series in order to become our grand champion or the final champion, to lift the plate or the trophy, to eat off the gold plate. I've been around for all sorts of different types of winning circumstances. I've seen them all. You've seen the medals, whatever they're giving out, for you to accept that reward.
I just want you to continue with the buffet metaphors. I like those when people are and players are coming to eat. All right, now let's take a look at our lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. And this is the FUT squads. We're going to start with Aptale first. And Spencer, talk us through what makes his team so special.
Yeah, of course. I mean, team selection is important, and we're going to look at that. But I think what makes ultimately Aptale's team so special is the man controlling it, because he is next level. This is his team, though. We have, of course, the icon in the middle there. Rude, Pullet, linking things up, helping with chemistry, and doing what he does, patrolling the midfield. Lots of birthday items in there. As usual, lots of fullbacks as well across the defence. You've got Barbie there in the middle. You got Royce, Marco Royce. We don't see him in a lot of teams, but obviously that FUT birthday upgrade, it makes a compelling case. He's got red, FUT champions, Neymar. He's got team of the year, Mbappe. He has 93 rated in form, Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a who's who of footballers. And, because the goalkeeper doesn't count towards restrictions, 96 rated team of the year, Neuer. What a highly rated goalkeeper that is. You know, there's a lot of different opinions on goalkeepers and who's actually plays as good as they should if they play to their rating. But if you go by ratings, you're not going to want someone much better than Manuel Neuer in there. It's a great team, Jim.
Yeah, what I was going to say is every time I see these guys' teams, I always think it must be nice. It must be nice to play with this caliber of a squad. All right, Mike, talk us through Peixoto. We saw a 4-5-1 formation from Aptale. What is Peixoto going with?
Well, we were seeing a defensive 4-3-3, but that doesn't really matter. It's just what they go into the game, they get the full chemistry, and they can adjust in-game is what we see happen. You've got the blue iteration, the blue edition of Cristiano Ronaldo. You see Ronaldo plus Atal. Both of those selections make me very happy. Foot birthday, a valuable promo without a doubt. Mendy holding down the back line with the likes of Varane, Cancelo, and James. And you might see a 5 at the back at times when you have these types of players to select from, because Atal's so versatile, he gives you a little bit of everything. And then the usual suspects with a Neymar sighting and a Bruno Fernandes. Impactful performer. I think many of us are waiting for those team of the season iterations, those upgrades. They're coming soon. But a pretty traditional team. It's a good takeaway that he has Ederson in goal as well, who I actually think is absolutely amazing in this year's installment.
All right, that was our lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. All right, now before we get over to our casters for the call of this grand final, I got to get predictions. Now, Aptale was my player to watch at the very beginning of the broadcast. I'm going to stick with the Swede. Yes, I know, I was going with the highest ranked player. Yeah, I got you guys. Spencer, who are you going with, though, now that we're here in the grand final?
Well, Jimmy, let me get you to my prediction through some wordplay. We're going to start with Optola. But how will we be getting his name wrong? Is it actually OP Toller? Because he is overpowered. He's that good. Meanwhile, we have Peixoto, Portuguese for fishmonger. But I wonder if he should be renamed the Dog Walker, because he's so good at holding leads.
Oh,
See what I
no.
did there?
Yeah,
Holding
wow.
leads, dog walking. That was all irrelevant. The actual answer to your question is Optola. I think he's going to do it. Even if he didn't have the 2-game opportunity, I think he could do it in 1. But he's just got that opportunity. He's got that room to fail ultimately and still come out on top. So Optola or OP Toller, as I'm going to call him from now on.
Okay, how about you, Mike? Who are you going with?
I'm not really interested in fishing, but I would enjoy a dog walk. But I'm going to join Spencer here with OP Tala, as he's been rebranded, or OP Tole. However we want to do this, we're just going to keep inserting things. We're going to have a conversation with him if he's able to get the victory in the grand final. But that's where I'm going. I think he's going to get the job done. I don't think we're going to see a reset.
All right, we got the Swede definitely doing the business according to Spencer and Mike. Now let's throw it over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, who have the call of this big grand final. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, grand final time for the 5th time here in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Back with our man Richard Buckley. Rich, we're back for another grand final. This man came very close back in February. He was, just 1 game away from being in the grand final. Then the month after that, Sweden came close to getting a champion, and Oli Lito. Now will they get a Swedish champion, or are we going to see our first French champion here this year in the Global Series on the Xbox? Time will tell.
Well, we're going to get somebody new. We're going to get history made regardless, because the only thing we've ever known on Xbox FUT Champions, FIFA Global Series in FIFA 21 is German champions. So we're getting something new guaranteed. Yep. It's either going to be French or Swedish. I can't wait to get this game underway. I saw Bundled Unsal in the chat, who's been a champion. He's been there and done it, supporting Optole. But if he wants to be successful, he's got to get past the boss of Peixoto.
I love that as well. Of course, the organisation of Peixoto is a landside wave. And I mean, the chat's been giving him sticks, saying he's parking his double-decker bus. Well, that's not a double-decker, but the bus is parked, and that's what he did from the 70th minute. To be fair to him, he scored another goal, and by that point, he had a 2-goal advantage. What changes in this game, Richard? Because this is a rematch. These two did play earlier on in the tournament. How does that affect the mindset of both of these two players?
I think the mindset will change drastically, because Peixoto will know that he has to be better. On the other side of that, Optole is probably more of the same. An interesting point that I want to pick up on. What was different, Brandon? We'll play a little bit of spot the difference between Peixoto now and Peixoto then. Any takers? He's got rid of his brother. He's kicked him out the room. He's saying, I'm doing this on my own.
Is it just me playing?
We're a one-on-one game.
We are on the way for this one. Grand final time here in Europe. Who will be joining the Hall of Fame? Joining the likes of Lefty, Dolomite, Musti, the 3 Germans that won. I should say the 4 Predator, of course, winning qualifier number 4. There will be a new nation this time round that will lead the nation to a FUT Champions Cup victory. A different year, a different format. However, again, 2 new players that we didn't see in the global stage last year, now getting their spotlight and their opportunity to showcase just how good they are. If you don't know the story for this, Peixoto has to win across 2 different series of matches. He has to win 1 2-legged game to then force a bracket reset, which at the moment, he could be on his way to do. It's only early into the tie, but 11 minutes on the clock. CR7 will bag for the Lanzhou's Peixoto. A perfect start in the grand final.
This could really spice up this game as well. We were just talking about Peixoto getting a lead. He's a dangerous man because he just doesn't allow you to get back into the game. He's now got that lead, and can Optole wrestle it back from him? We just saw a defensive masterclass, you would say, from Peixoto in the losers bracket final. Optole really sort of up against it now.
It's a long old game. You know, 2 legs of FIFA in front of us. Optole still got that ability to fall back on. A loss because he hasn't lost a single game. That's one thing that has to be highlighted. Throughout the whole tournament process, 450 players signed up to qualifier number 5. With how the bracket goes, these were the only 2 players that were unbeaten. They played in the winners' final tonight. Optole won by 3 goals to 1 across the 2 legs. And somehow they matched again, which normally sometimes is the case, Rich, where you get a player that had such a good qualification, does lose again against one of the best players also in that bracket. They go down into the loser bracket, they fight their battles down there, then they get their chance to have a rematch, and on the very rare occasion, do see it go to a bracket reset.
If we were just to have a little glance at some of Peixoto's results 2 weeks ago in the early stages of this qualifier, he beat Zidane 3-1, he beat Boris Legend 5-2. He doesn't leak a lot of goals, does Peixoto? We've seen that
also, to add on that on the flip side, just to add into that, Rich, in terms of the team that Optole is using. I mean, there's so many FUT birthday items in there. I mean, different FUT birthday items, not just your Atals and your Renato Sanchez's, but defensively, he's got options there that he's backing within the current squad restriction. Not everyday players. Gunter's in at left back. Is it St. Justy that's also in its centre back as well? I mean, it's an interesting selection he's got, but it's a winning formula for him.
Yeah, Jeremiah St. Just, the 86 rated Dutch centre back, very quick, 91 sprint speed, 84 acceleration. He's tall, he's strong, but he's not the go-to, so to say. 87 defensive awareness, 77 slide tackling, 79 aggression, 82 strength. These aren't stats that stand out when you're talking FIFA Global Series European Qualifier Grand Final.
Clearly, against what everything you've just said, that proves to argue a great point. Stats that a Carl Walker would no doubt come across a much better option. Varane, the list goes on, depending on how you're building the team. Of course, I think it's Kevin Mbabu that's also at the back. Yeah, you can just see him. It's a really interesting debate with how he's gone for that Bundesliga link along his back line. Currently trails by a goal to nil, does Optole. After Cristiano Ronaldo fired the French player Leandro Peixoto, the brother of Diogo Peixoto, 2 players that both had some incredible performances and an incredible season. Peixoto's 4th on the PlayStation rankings. That's his brother coming into today's tournament. Leandro was 14th. Chance for Mbappe. Brilliant save from Edison on the rebound. Neymar was there. Didn't want to dive into the header. A golden chance that goes missing though. Brilliant save. Probably the best chance we've seen so far. Again, another player lot comes in. Neymar looking to find his gap, looking to buy away. A pocket of space through his opponent's defensive line. Back to Royce, FUT birthday Royce, another FUT birthday player into the mix. Probably the last chance of the half coming in now. Pull it. forefront of it. Into Mbappe. Where's the space? It's defended superbly well by Reece James again. Credit where it's due to Peixoto. Good on the ball. Good at defensively going forward. He's clinical with not so many chances. There's no surprise, Richard White. He's done enough to get himself in the eFoot de France team this year. A completely different selection of players representing France. Goes for the player lock. Nearly cut both of those two defenders open there.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. Up the other end, defensively, he should have conceded, being completely honest. Mbappe with Optole, a golden opportunity, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. You see a shake of the head there from him. He knows that he should be back in this game at 1 apiece right now. Peixoto inside the box. Nice play from the Frenchman. Went for the player lock. And then the resulting corner just hooked away from Renato Sanchez. Grand final, half-time, leg number 1. 1-0 to Peixoto.
Yeah, half-time, 1-0 to the French player. Pen to paper for the landside wave, an organisation that have representation not just in France, in Europe. They also picked up 2 players in Oceania this year. Marco and Naylor both represented the organisation, did a incredible run. To the grand final, unfortunately could not get the job done there.
Lost the 3-2, wasn't it, against Direwolves?
Best part of all as well, if you're familiar with FC Schalke, and Senegalese midfielder, I believe, had a foot freeze. It's Salif Sané. He's actually the man that formed the landside wave. Professional footballer back in the esports organisation. Chance for Ronaldo! And Optole, it's only taken 7 minutes from the restart to find a way back into the tie.
Big goal. Big goal. He'd had to get a goal early in this second half to not allow Peixoto to just relax into his game and sort of dominate the match. Great use of the one extra pass. Played it into Cristiano Ronaldo. First time strike directly across the goalkeeper, sending the keeper the other way, and nothing Edison could do about it.
For him, that will just restore some hope for him, Rich, because we know how good defensively Peixoto's been. He has to sit back when he has to defend well. Now he has to come forward and try and build upon that. I'm sure it would have been in the back of his mind, creeping in from Optole. Thinking, I can't lose this first leg, I can't lose the first game. Going to a bracket reset, it's the first game you drop in a grand final. Some would honestly say, Rich, and we argue this every single time we watch competitive tournaments, you'd rather lose earlier on into a tournament, which sounds ridiculous, because when a player loses in a grand final and they've been unbeaten throughout the whole winner's bracket side, it can throw you off your mark sometimes.
Yeah, it certainly can. You start questioning yourself. Have I been playing bad? Have I been getting lucky? What's gone wrong in this game? You start changing things. You get that loss out early, you then bounce back. Losers bracket, you win 6 games in a row. Flying with confidence.
CR7 find his way around the corner. Fair play too. Kevin Mbappe deserves a little mention. Now, what if Item Rich? He's popped up in a couple of pros teams. I think he's a fullback by trade, but once again, it seems to be a common occurrence this year. Play fullbacks in at centre-back if they've got the pace and they've got the stats overall. Just play him as a central defender.
It's just the pace. The pace is the number one reason that Mbappe plays centre-back. Right example of it. You saw the through ball meta rife in FIFA. You've got to have your defenders, you've got to have fullbacks and centre-back who are quick enough to get back into those lanes, to get back into those areas and defend for you.
They offer you more pace than some of the best defenders in the game. There's moments like that show exactly why they're so important. See Kevin Mbappe there just pushing off Cristiano Ronaldo. Sure, there was no way through. 90 minutes of leg one here. That's all that's left to play. Is there any more goals to talk about? They played earlier tonight. It was a 3-1 victory. Rob Tolle did run away with the game. Years of age, first breakout year. You've got to be 16, of course, to be involved in the global series. Brilliant ball that could be. Leandro Peixoto, ball around the goalkeeper, nearly was blocked on the line, but Kevin Mbabu just couldn't get around to it. And it's those deadly through balls that we've been talking about all night long. A huge long ball into Neymar. He had the legs on him to get away from the defender. And it was all about just staying composed in that area, Richard. The ball roll was perfect, and the finish was even better. We spoke about late goals. We spoke about taking something into leg number 2. Leandro's got exactly that.
What was I saying? The through ball meta. He'd play locked onto Neymar, just ran slightly behind St. Just. He's not quick enough to get onto the ball. He wasn't quick enough to get back, intercept it. It curls round the corner of the man, and Babu couldn't have the length to try and block that on the line. Ball roll past the goalkeeper. When you get into that area, you want to want the goalkeeper. The number one thing that you have to remain is calm. Keep composed. Very simple finish around the keeper, and you would argue against the run of play in this second half. Peixoto leads 2-1.
Will be said though in this first leg, or is there going to be more? To be honest, I can just see Peixoto just seeing out leg one with a very small advance. He did this in the last game. He played and was able to get a result, but this for him will be very much a positive that he's in a winning position. And Babu, maybe gets his pickets pot there. It was Neymar that was just hustling him alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. Remember, there's still so much time still to play in this grand final. We've got a second leg to come up next. Peixoto has to win to then force a bracket reset, which means then we have to play another 2-legged game. Unless Optole comes out flying in leg 2, and or even if he can equalise in this one and set up leg 2 for being a completely open game, he will be the European champion in qualifier number 5. Neymar.
Chance.
Reece James sort of just pressuring him, looking to get through. Renato Sanchez intercepts that one well, and that should be leg 1 done and dusted, Rich.
I think he's going to get one more chance, will the Swede here. He's just building into it right now. He's not wanting to rush the ball back to Peixoto. He will get one more opportunity to equalise.
Get this ball forward. It's actual nutmegs and ball rolls coming out from Mbappe. Brilliant. Close controlled dribbling. Great hustling on the flip side. About 20 in-game seconds left. Ball has to go forward. Has to go into the box. He can't go back. Optole. Last chance saloon here in the game. Neymar, heel to heel. Does get dispossessed, and that should do us for leg number 1. Leandro Peixoto has a very, very slender and small lead coming out of the first leg here. Remember, he has to win the first 2-legged games for it to be all done and dusted. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, that question will be answered. Will Peixoto be able to force a bracket reset on, or will there be an all-important turnaround from Optole? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. welcome back to the Grand Final here in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Qualifier number 5 in Europe. I mean, if you've enjoyed the Xbox action today, well, guess what? We're doing it all again tomorrow on the PlayStation 4. New names appearing, familiar names returning, more Danish players are all involved. I can't wait for all the action to unfold from 5:15 GMT or 6:15 Central Eastern Time. Join all the same team that have been broadcasting today for all of those games. Of course, myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley breaking you down this grand final. Rich, a quick word on tomorrow's action. It's a packed bracket, isn't it? Hashtag Tom back in the mix, Andoni back in the mix, Cosimo back in the mix, and also another Dane in Team Hullet Roberts making his first event of the year.
Yeah, you'd probably say in regards to today compared to tomorrow, more name value tomorrow, but today has been so entertaining. We've not seen any games really run away from players. Typically, we will see a 9 or a 7 goal swing in one of these games. We've seen it in finals before, Brandon. 11-2s, 13-2s, these sort of scorelines. We've not seen any of those games. It's been uber competitive at a top level, and this is what we want to see. We want to see the best players battling it out in the best games possible.
Well, of course, we can also see the Twitch chat as well. Let us know in the chat. Now, who do you think is going to win this one? Is it going to be Exop Tolle, who's in a losing position? A little bit Peixoto. First time these two have been in a grand final before. Tolle got himself a top 3 finish just a couple of months ago back. This feels like a long time ago. Back in qualifier number 2 it was. Losing to Non-Nisat, which was in a loser bracket grand final. Still gave him a top 3 finish. How Peixoto's played this evening, Richard, how dominant he's been in possession at times. It's going to need a lot from Optole to come out and really press the Frenchman, to get in his face, to make life difficult, and the most important part, to score goals against him.
I think less in the fact that he needs to press and sort of change his own game style, but he just needs to be more fine-tuned. There was an opportunity right there in the opening minutes. He had a player look where he locked onto Renato Sanchez, and the pass was never really on. He just gave possession back. You've got to sort of play so carefully with the ball. You can't just let the ball turn over. You can't give needless possession away against a possession-heavy player. You're not wanting to pull players out of position and press really high up the pitch, because they'll just pick you off. But you've got to be more careful when in the attacking third like this.
He's moving it quicker though, isn't he? In these sort of areas. He's a sort of central man there. Neymar was taking a little while to get there. CR7 naturally feels pushed really out wide because he's got the 2 Parisian forwards linked together in that area here on the edge of the box. Mbappe's there also. Neymar's looming back to Mbappe now. Neymar around the corner. It was nearly perfect. Again, though, who is in the way? It's that future star item, Reece James. And it's the long through balls as well on the flip side. He's really struggling to defend against. Nice directional nutmeg around the corner. Wins the ball back now up Tolle. We feel like this game is slowly but surely coming alive now. He plays a really long through ball into the path of Mbappe. Royce into Ronaldo. Chance now, Ronaldo.
Oh, it's
the reverse has to go through the legs. Oh, my days. That is a goal for the archives from Optole. Was that an elastico through the defender's legs?
It was a elastico, reverse elastico, I believe. The combination, we'll see it here. Reverse elastico through the defender. Beautiful play from Optole. Silky Swedish skills.
16 years of age he is. Fearless. And talk about stepping up in a grand final. What a finish it was. We said he had to come out. We said he had to really express how good he is in front of goal. Well, he's just brought this game back to an even playing field. A counter-attack it was. Moved the ball quickly. And the audacity to do that, Richard, was just incredible.
Oh no, it really was. It was a beautiful play of individual skill, and look, that's what we needed from him. If you wanted Optole to win, if you wanted Optole to get back into the game, to express himself, not to play shackled he might not be getting a lot of the ball, but even when you get it, you need to be progressive. You need to be moving forward at every opportunity, and he looks like he's just breathed a new lease of life into his attacking play right now.
Brilliant direction up around the corner. Into Neymar now. Mbappe trying to pick up the pieces there. The loose ball off the feet of Reece James. This is your grand final here in qualifier number 5. On the Xbox, will not have a German winner this time round. After 4 German winners back to back to back. Different players as well. There wasn't a German to be seen in the final 6 tonight. It'll either be a Swede or a French pro winning his first ever major tournament.
Yeah, they'll be looking to double down for Sweden in the FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers. Oli Bolli brought 1 title home already. Qualifier number 1.
Speaking of Sweden in general, I mean, Scandinavia, of course, deserves a lot of plaudits, but sort of year after year, it's a new name emerges. I mean, what? Oli Lito, then Oli Bolli, now Optole.
So impressive, isn't it? I mean, even look at Boras, this qualifier. 1 game away from qualifying.
Finished 7th.
Yep. Marcuso beat him.
Show just the level that is still there. Chance around the corner, well played by Gunter in the team. Again, such an interesting team selection choice from Optole in terms of some of his foot birthday items that he's got in the squad. Really long ball from Sanchez. It was asking a lot from the fullback. He does well. That's Ferland Mendy, foot birthday Ferland Mendy. Big switch from side to side. You could get dispossessed though.
Oh, he's on direct. Could have played a couple more passes there. He saw the through ball. Probably did the quick sort of math in his head, the percentage of it going through. Decided to hit that quick direct through ball just on this occasion. Cut out.
Andrew coming now, CR7, twinkle toes in the box. Peels away from his man. And on the stroke of half time, in the last kick of the first 45, will ensure that he goes back into the lead. And will ensure, more importantly, that Optole has to come out fighting in this second half.
It was a circle or a B press from Optole on the edge of the box there with Mbabu. He tried stepping out and stealing the ball back. Is he in? Mbappe! Oh, he's offside. He's offside. Relax. Just take a deep breath. And Mbabu just stepped out. Ronaldo almost just waltzing past him inside the final third and giving Leandro Pachetto the lead back in this tie with 45 minutes left to play.
Yeah, what a game this has honestly been. 5 goals between the two. A chance for revenge for Leandro. After losing to Optole earlier tonight. That'll be in his mind. He'll know that he's got a long way to go. I mean, it's a difficult one to get yourself up for, Rich. Yes, it's a grand final, but it's not any game you have to play. You have to get to a player that's 5th in the rankings right now. Yes, of course, Leandro would have also jumped up from his 14th spot that he was. I think Optole could even be pushing maybe a top 4 spot with how he's been playing. Another grand final will guarantee even more points. But I guess you can't look at the bigger picture, Rich, that you have to win so many games of FIFA. It's what sort of a leg at a time. We'll get the first game done, we'll force the bracket reset, and then we'll start worrying about that second matchup.
It's a chance.
40 minutes in this one. Chance. It's a little bit too heavy there on the ball. Manuel Neuer again. Another choice inside of that. Goalkeeper's always come down to personal preference or chemistry reasons as well. We've seen Ederson, Schmeichels, Manuel Neuer. And then for Optole. He does lose this game, as we said. This will not be the end of the final. It will just be a bracket reset, and we'll play this whole game again. 2 legs of it. The goal would certainly case. To see as well, you look across those rankings. 2 Swedes in the top 5. Olli Liito, he came close back in January, I believe it was. It was February where he came close, came second. That was their chance of an Xbox title for Sweden. On the flip side, as you said perfectly, it was Olli Bolli back in December. On the PlayStation, we also had great runs from Bundudun Sao as well. He was also in a grand final. I know he's watching the stream right now. A teammate, a national teammate. Playing that Nordic Invitational as of late did all of Sweden's players. Here's Neymar around the corner into Mbappe again. Varane's been class. Reece James has also been brilliant.
For a second, you thought that ball was going to fall through, didn't you, when he was building up? That slow build-up, Ruud Gullit instrumental in everything.
I'll get that pause now. We'll be, of course, trying to explain what changes have been made. I mean, there's 25 minutes left in the tie. Let's see what changes Optole is going to make now. He has got the security, as we said, of another game if he wants to fall back into it, Rich, but I'm sure they just want to get it done because we've said this before. A young player in a grand final, you've been unbeaten throughout this whole tournament process. You lose your first game in a grand final. Does it put you back? Does it set you back? Does it unsettle you? Every player is going to be different. We've seen a lot of bracket resets in our time, and it always goes either way.
I also think we need to preface it. We say a young player. Both of these are young players. There's no, in terms of experience, you would probably say Optole's got more experience than Leandro Peixoto in terms of global series and major events. But just the way that each of these competitors play, he's so good in these winning predicaments, is the Frenchman. And you just don't see him conceding from here on out, do you?
Especially just how he's been able to suck time out of the game. The long ball forward again, and Babu wins that one in the air. Last 20 minutes now. Is there an equaliser? CR7 for Optole. Heel to heel, does well. Could there be a one more pass around the corner? It was nearly perfect. The ball was a little bit too loose though.
It's a fantastic Berber spin cancel inside the box from Cristiano Ronaldo. He opened up the pitch. Just the final pass was too weak. Not enough oomph on it. He'll come again.
CR7 into Marcus Royce. Chance. Marco Royce if he can. Off the post. That was an incredible chance.
How?
For Marco Royce there.
Does Royce miss that? St. Jude's.
Again, it's alive.
Oh.
It's the centre-back of all people. What are you doing there? Still with him now. Heel to heel in the box. I mean, that's what the for birthday items will offer you.
Oh.
He's not done there.
Oh my God, he's still on. Oh.
Look at the press he's doing.
What are we seeing? I can't believe Royce missed that. I cannot believe Royce missed that.
Still alive, though. It's still alive. For now, it's one back by Renato Sanchez. Foot birthday items everywhere making an appearance. Final 10 now. Not even that, maybe 9 minutes or so. The press is fierce from Optole. Can Peixoto sort of get out of it, though? Can he escape the press that he's dealing with? Deata, he's got pace and offer you a lot. Gullit, Alphonso Davies also brought on late into the game. Where is that gap? Where is the space? He's defending well again.
It's not there, is it? There's no opportunities to play those through balls into. So many blue and white shirts behind the ball.
Could be a chance to break the press completely. Final 4 minutes. The bracket reset is on the horizon. It's minutes away. A goal would certainly guarantee it. Fair play on the flip side To Leandro, the composure he has every time he's in a winning position, the way he's just so cool, calm and collected on the ball. Just sucks seconds and minutes out of the game. To be honest, I think he's there. I think he's made the bracket reset happen. He's got revenge from that game earlier on, but it's not done yet. It's set up for a trilogy. A third matchup between the two, and fair play to him. Look at the way he's kept the ball again. He's came with a game plan, and the bracket reset will be happening. We will play this game one more time over 2 legs to find out who will be the champion from qualifier number 5 here in Europe. Fair play to Leandro. He came with a game plan, Rich. He got the job done, especially at times when he was down by a goal or 2. And then 65th minute onwards there, just sucked time out the game. Did well to keep the ball. He's got a bracket reset done and dusted.
2-legged shootout to find out who will be the number 1 player from this qualifier in Europe. The bracket has been reset. The sheet has been cleaned. And we can see the official confirmation of that bracket. Leandro Pacheco forcing the reset. If you are just joining us, well, what a time to join the action. This is how the lay of the land has been today. It was Trix Skifter beating Marcuso in the losers quarterfinal number 1. Losers quarterfinal number 2, that went the way of Zidane. We then jumped up to the winners bracket final, and you might see a couple of familiar faces right there because it was Optole and Peixoto. Optole won in the winners bracket final. Losers semi-final, well, that went the way of Trix Skifter. He knocked out the only Spanish player remaining in Zidane. Trix Skifter took on Leandro Peixoto in the losers bracket final. Peixoto came out victorious, 3-1, and here we are in our grand final, and the reset in writing right there. It's all come down to this, Brandon. What a grand final we are witnessing right now.
Yeah, $15,000 on the line. Last qualifier of the competitive year. It's all about the playoffs after this is concluded. Of course, there's many more events as well on the horizon here. If you have just tuned in, I mean, he came in, he needed to, you know what he needed to do? He had to win the game, Leandro, to get that bracket reset. The first game Optole has lost in this whole tournament process. I'm talking 8 or 9 rounds of just being so good. He beat Leandro early on in the tournament, but then that's how the cookie crumbles on FIFA. Anyone can beat anyone on their day. Let's have a look at the highlights from that first game overall to see everything that did happen and what happened exactly, Richard, because it was an interesting game over the 2 legs and there was so much to talk about.
Well, it certainly was, and I think that was the big, not story, but certainly the main emphasis of this game was who scores first and how long can that lead be held for. You saw Peixoto scored 10 minutes in. It took 40 minutes for Optole to just get 1 goal back. That was 1 apiece. We then moved in to the final few minutes. Player lock down the line. Neymar. Beautiful work in the final third. Ball roll past the goalkeeper. Frustration from Optole. We went into the second leg, Brandon, and Optole only took him 20 minutes this time to get a goal back. But what a goal it was.
What a goal it was as well. Like a double elastico there. A normal one and a reverse one through the defender's legs. That gave him the comeback into the tie. And then what did Peixoto do? He did this. Brilliant feet in the box from Cristiano Ronaldo. Nothing really too fancy about that one. Just twinkle toeing in and around the box and into the back of the net. And then late into the tie, there was chances. That was the chance for Marco Reus. But forget about that now. The bracket reset is being formed, it's been finalised, and we've got to play this game all over again. We can confirm, though, after 2 legs of FIFA, in this one, we will have our final and 5th champion here on the Xbox in Europe. Who do you want to win? Let us know in the chat. Peixoto or Optole? Who are you supporting? Because to be fair, Rich, in all honesty, there's been a lot of love for both of these two in tonight's broadcast.
There certainly has, and I think as we come into a grand final reset, the bracket reset, whatever you want to call it, the fall book goes out the window. It's just 2 legs of FIFA. You win your game, you're the champion. It's as simple as that. You don't look into previous matchups, you don't look into previous meetings. You just have to play your best. Bruno Fernandes inside the box. Ball's going to bounce back to Bruno, who opens the scoring for Peixoto.
7 minutes is all it's taken for Leandro Peixoto to leave to say to continue where he left off. And why that will frustrate Optole, he was, because he's taken so long and it's been so difficult to break him down. Perfect start from another player that's in fine form at the moment. It was announced literally a couple of days ago that him and his teammate and Sneaky will be battling it out in the E-Ligue. Two teammates, of course, at Atlantside Wave. I think Sneaky's actually sort of doing a reaction stream off the back of this right now. He'll be loving every single minute. I'm sure he'll be, at the same time, being put through a lot of stress in terms of his teammate with the performances that he's put up. He's looking for a second goal now.
You talked about players losing, Brandon, and how it affects them. We're going to see a pretty good example of what it can do to somebody. Optole, first defeat he's tasted in the entire tournament, and it's come in the grand final. Can he pick himself back up off the mat?
We said this, didn't we, in terms of, you know, as a conversational point, you know, you'd rather, as crazy as it sounds, you'd rather lose earlier into a tournament and then go through that loser bracket side, depending on, of course, how early you lose into the tournament. The loser bracket can be hell in terms of so many games to play. If you lose in the grand final, you make a bracket reset happen, you're thinking, wow, you know, this guy can beat me. Chance for Neymar, got to be composed. Optole is exactly that, and if not more. Brilliant in the box from Neymar. Brilliant heavy touch around the man. And a guaranteed goal. We said about him being unsettled. Maybe that first loss testing him. Well, there you go. Look no further. Back in the time.
The ball out wide to Marco Reus. He had acres of room as Neymar burst past that last man. All he did was just slide it into his path. Takes the touch around the goalkeeper and smashed it in to the back of the net. What a response.
An early response as well, Rich. I think that's a big part in that. And when it goes on 50, 60 in-game minutes and you're still struggling to break down your opponent, they're trying to take every second out of the game. Yes, you've got a second leg to fall back on, but I think the way you play against someone like Leandro Peixoto, you've got to be in the lead. You've got to make him be unsettled and to come out, and that's what happened when they played each other earlier. I think for Leandro, when he's in he kicks off in a winning position, naturally that's going to fall into his own play style. Here's Ronaldo, here's CR7, Elastico in the box, back to CR7, stings the hands of Edison, just about keeps the ball on. CR7 still, ball roll, scoop turn. Pass it to his fellow Portuguese countryman in Renato Sanchez.
Offside trap there, squeezing the players up, forcing him all the way back.
Building again. Sanchez into Neymar this time, Elastico again through the legs. He's so good at that in those sort of areas.
Yeah, chaining those.
No idea, to be honest, Rich, how he's getting them through the legs of the defenders.
Yeah, he's chaining, isn't he? He's chaining the reverse Elastico to the normal Elastico, or vice versa. A little bit of luck, but a lot of skill as well involved in the final third in those specific skill moves.
So hard to defend on the flip side of that for Peixoto. How do you defend it? Just no way, really, is it? You dive into the tackle, you make a mistake, next thing you know, you end up giving the penalty away. To play for here in this one, 1-1. Peixoto wins it back. Chance for him to move forward now. Again, if you have just come by, this is The grand final here in Europe. So much to play for. $15,000 on the line. The last title from qualifier number 5. That'll be all eyes on those playoffs. Last chance of the first 45 in this one. Sanchez into Mbappe. Interchange as well. Back to Mbappe again. Mbappe, Neymar linking up. It's so quick. It's so fast. I think too fast for Optole.
That's what he needs to do, though, to break down that sort of that wall, that brick in front of him. You've got to go fast. You've got to go aggressive almost in the final third. One-touch passing, so Peixoto can't play a switching time, so he can't read where the ball is going to go. Half-time here in leg number 1. 1 apiece between the two best players in this qualifier.
What that was from, oh my days, Neuer. Got a couple of them tonight where the ball's just been literally pushed into his leg. He's had nothing that he can really do about it for a split second there. I thought he was going to get done. Here's Marco Reus, just offside again. A little bit too quick off the mark, but I think he showed exactly why he's in this team tonight for Optole. Richard, the full birthday Marco Reus. He probably should have scored in that last game we saw. Injects pace into the final third, offers you a presence going forward within the current squad restrictions that you can use.
So
Mbappe build him.
I was just going to say there, Brandon, just jump in. So patient in the final third. There's no rush. He knows where he wants to go. It's almost methodical.
And Neymar, once again, is the hero for the Frenchman. It's another goal. He found the space. There was no chance and any time, in all honesty, for Renato Sanchez or Kevin Mbappe to go over there and to defend. The informed Neymar strikes again for Leandro Peixoto. And he'll lead by 2-1, which will mean that Optole will have to come and chase the game again.
Optole played an offside trap. All these players went forward, and then as sort of the players retook their position out of the back of the offside trap, Mbappe just didn't come forward. Chance here to get an instant reply. Marco Reus, great tackle inside the box. And then Mbappe was the player to play Neymar onside. Wasn't then quick enough to get to him and narrow down the angle. Great finish from Neymar regardless.
I think that's the chance that we were speaking to about Optole there. He has to get into a winning position and make Peixoto come and chase the game. At the moment, every single time that ball goes in his favour and he keeps the lead. You're seeing this now where there's no rush. Puts Optole into an awkward position. Has to try and come forward and play. Very aggressive FIFA.
What a pass
now. Brilliant ball into Neymar. No.
Dragged it wide there, Neymar. Great chance from Optole. Used his overlapping run really well. Marco Reus straight in the room for Neymar to go into. First time strike, and quite an ugly strike to be honest. About 4 yards wide.
It's the worst nightmare for a FIFA player with no chances.
I think he
just go wide.
I think it was in his right to shoot first time. It's just an awful strike.
Into the box again. It will go to CR7. Fiber. Diatta off the bench. Can they beat the all-important changes? To inject some pace, to inject some sort of comeback. Yes, there's a second leg to play still. Every time that Peixoto's in the lead, we've seen how good he is. To be honest, in terms of just French FIFA players, I mean, they've always been so good on the ball. Possession-wise, they've always been fantastic as well. Of course, not every player is like that, and every player has their own play style, but there's been so many, I'm just talking in pastimes here, so many good possession-based French players that we've seen. Now, whether that be a Dax from previous times, and still to this day. Haven't seen him so much on the global stage. I know he signed for a new esports organisation, hoping that in the E-League 1 he'll be able to make some noise with Bordeaux, I think he signed for this year. So many good players, I mean, from all over the world. They'll be playing in the E-League 1. Both the Peixoto brothers will be, in fact. Chance Mbappe turns back to goal, heel to heel again. Defensively sound, Varane, right place, right time. You've got to be sure in those moments.
Just as he pulled off that heel to heel there, it looked like he was just about to go through his man. Offside trap played again there from Optole. He's just not necessarily pressing, but he's playing that offside trap to not allow those through balls in behind.
Ronaldo, directional nutmeg, can't find his way around the man.
Very nearly, wasn't it? Directional nutmeg into the player. Sometimes you see even free kicks, penalties go, Brandon, when it's a collision inside the box. A little bit scrappy this last 3-4 minutes.
It's ball roll from Huller there. 7 minutes away from the end of leg 1. We're into the final matchup in our Xbox Grand Final here in Europe. Peixoto. An incredible story so far that he has been able to develop. Certainly you would say, Rich, not having his brother in his room has helped him. I'm sure he's a fan of his support and the help that Diogo's given him, but ever since he's not been in the room, he's been winning games.
And look, I wasn't actually commentating the game where we saw it in the first matchup between these two. But the thing that I thought was, if I'm playing FIFA and I can feel two people stood over my shoulder, it just feels a little bit intimidating. Like, you see Optole's coach here sat off to the side. Whereas if I know I've got someone stood behind me, I'm not liking that.
That might be the last chance of the game. We'll talk about that a bit more in between the two here.
Chance.
The legs. Neymar. Chance. Oh, Neymar! Talk about being clutch. Talk about being clinical. Right in his wrongs for that awful miss earlier on. Last kick of the game. Neymar, take a bow. Not any Neymar. Red pick Neymar. The man that I'm sure gave him a smile of a lifetime on a Thursday morning whenever he was dropped into the game. Last chance of the game. Last kick of the game. The Swede will fight back again. And I just don't know where on earth this game is going. We've got one more leg left of it to find out who on earth will be Qualifier's number 5 champion here, reached in Europe. What a game. Still, so much time left in front of us.
It was so un-Peixoto-esque. For the simple fact that, I should say esque, for the simple fact that he had the ball with Ferland Mendy and he tried dribbling out of the back. Adama Traore stole the ball back off of him, and then a quick 1-2 pass. Neymar in around the back. Beautiful directional nutmeg around the defender, and then just that lofted finish. Sometimes that you get that animation. I've played quite a lot of pro clubs as well, and out the back of a skill move, when you do the power shot, your player will like loft the ball almost over the top of the goalkeeper. It's a real nice sort of shot mechanic if you can get it, and Neymar, perfect use of it right there. High over the top of the goalkeeper. Great finish. 2 apiece. Game on.
I mean, just on that, in terms of that animation, it's not always hit the sweetest.
No.
Yes, sometimes it works out well like that, depending on who's on the ball. But yes, sometimes it doesn't give you enough loft on the ball. Sometimes the goalkeeper gets there, makes a pretty routine save. But if you have just tuned in, it's 2-2 in this matchup right now. It's all to play for. $15,000 up for grabs at the end of this second leg. So don't go anywhere. Still so much to talk about. You're thinking, what is this season all about? What does Qualifier 5 mean? What happens next? Well, this is what happens next, Richard. It's the playoffs. Talk me through this, because we're going everywhere on the playoffs this year. 6 different events from all over the world to find out who will be the very best of the best, making it towards, we hope, the FIFA E World Cup.
We are indeed. In a couple of weeks' time, Oceania's playoffs, they will take place in May 15th through 16th. East Asia, well, that kicks off June 5th. West Asia, the weekend after. North America, the weekend after that. We then go to South America, where you can see myself and Brandon commentating over some of the best FIFA players in the world. Resende, Matthias Benano, PH Zin, and Nicholas. And then we come back to Europe for back-to-back weekends in July. Cannot wait to get the playoffs underway, Brandon.
Yeah, and it's not just the playoffs that kick off next month. It's back for a third year in a row. The E-Champions League returns. The prestige of European nights is back in the FIFA 21 Global Series. On May 1st and 2nd, the E-Champions League gets underway for the third time as the best ever FIFA pros will battle out to lift one of the most important trophies there can be to lift, with some serious money on the line. If you look at who's won it in previous times, remember New York City Chris back in Madrid all that time ago. Tune in on May 1st and May 2nd, of course in this very spot here, and on YouTube /UEFA TV for the knockout stages. Coverage starts on the 4th. Coverage starts at 4 p.m. BST and 5 p.m. Central Eastern Time. Get yourselves involved in that, Rich. Such a special tournament, the E-Champions League.
No, it certainly is. I can't wait to see the E-Champions League get back underway. But we've got business to finalise here, Brandon. It's getting late on here in Europe. Actually, Championship Sunday for these two players in Central Europe right now. Who's going to be victorious? That's the question that we're going to find out.
Yeah, well, for the final time, your voices be heard in the chat. Who do you want to win this game? Optole or Peixoto? Only one of them can lift the trophy in qualifier number 5. Take the $15,000. 2-2 the scoreline. Don't forget they've played. This will be the third time they've played. Chance reverse Elastico! Optole! So good in those areas. So skillful. But more importantly, just so unpredictable.
And what a goal it was. I didn't think he was going anywhere for a second. It was out wide with Kleber. And then as soon as he gets in and around the box, that's where he bursts into life. Neymar into Mbappe. One reverse elastico later, and Optole back in front. You cannot count this man out.
Honestly, this would be the cherry on top of the perfect sort of 3-tier cake for Optole. This is even before a ball's being kicked in the playoffs for him. If he was to win today, and this incredible start to the season, the Allsvenskan of Gothenburg. Him and his teammate in Zimmer, 4 out of 4 unbeaten so far, with a brilliant time, top of the pile. National pride as well. Chance, surely not, through the legs, off the line, and Babu. He nearly put it in his own net.
Heroic defending. Getting back on the line, hooking it away under his own crossbar. Kevin Mbabu. Optole's players fighting for the badge right now.
And again, it's the first time he's been in the lead across the two legs. Chance to make it a 2-goal lead. Ronaldo, what on earth was that? Was that a shin pad shot? I've never seen that before. It was an awful touch and it nearly caught the goalkeeper out.
I mean, I don't know what on earth that strike was, but he got a corner from it somehow. But it could have been a goal, to be honest, if he gets a good contact on that.
I was saying though, is that it's the first time that in this leg, or sorry, in this game, he's been in the lead. He's been chasing from 1-0, from 2-1 down as Optole. If he can find another one, it will put him in. Cruise control. What a save from Edison. Parried away. Parried just about out of danger. If he can find another goal, Rich, Peixoto has to come out and play.
No, it certainly does. And this sort of block defensively and the possession-based play that has been so successful for him simply has to be abandoned. Only trailing by 1 goal, you can sort of still play the same way and just play for the chances. You will get a couple of chances fall your way, clear-cut chances. However, if we see him trailing by 2 goals, well, the tactics book might have to get ripped up.
Looking for those through balls, those really late searching through balls. Out of the game gone here. Tolle in the lead. Started the better of the two as well offensively. It's very dangerous going forward. Making Leandro have to think and have to defend superbly well. Mbappe, Neymar interchanging. CR7 also in the mix of players there. Kulusevski on the far hand side. Fellow Swede hoping that he can.
Giving a taste of his own medicine right now, Brandon, isn't he? Holding the ball, not letting him even get a touch. He's had possession for probably, what, 6-7 minutes right now?
Well, literally. We'll take that crown after what's been a pretty much German dominance, in all honesty, this year in the Xbox side of things, especially, Richard. What, 4 qualifiers before this, all German winners. Not a German to be seen in the top 6 tonight. It was Nicholas Razek that came the closest. He was 1 game away from the broadcast. Not wait for those playoffs when we'll see the likes of Sakal that has been so consistent at getting top 8, sort of top 16 finishes, but just 1 or 2 wins away from a broadcast. He's not been the only one. There's been so many players to talk about. Those playoffs, when they do come round, 64 players will go to battle over 3 days, and what 3 days those will be in July.
No, absolutely. And a lot of those players, Brandon, especially in Europe, are players that we might not have even seen on broadcast, that have been finishing 20th, 22nd, 24th in these qualifiers, just building up the points. And I cannot wait to see it. Tech's perfect example of it. He'll be in those playoffs and he'll be coming for top spot. A lot of people are looking to prove a lot of doubters wrong in the playoffs. Make sure you do not miss that in July, the European playoffs.
That will do us for the half-time in this second game. Tolle in the lead, and something just feels a little bit different now. Maybe he believes that he could be on his way to his first ever major title. I mean, both of the, it'll be the first ever major title for either of these two who does win this game. Tolle is just in the lead by 3 goals to 2. If you have just tuned in, I mean, these two have played 3 times tonight. They played in the winners matchup earlier tonight where Tolle did win. Then they played again in the grand final. A bracket reset was formed from Leandro Pacheco, but at that point we had question marks on Tolle. Was it too much to ask? Was he going to be unsettled after losing his first ever game in the broadcast? One thing we did say, he had to go in front and it was up to him to try and control things, Richard, and now he's in that position. I'm interested to see now how Leandro will look to sort of come back off this. Will he be more offensive? Will he be dominant in the final third? That's Ferland Mendy all the way from fullback. Speak about being offensive. That's exactly what he's being. Building.
Big chance.
Back to Bruno Fernandes, who scored a big goal for him in the earlier game. Hill to Hill, CR7. Oh, just over.
Nearly knocking that support beam that holds the netting up out of the ground. So much power on that strike from Ronaldo. Another chance goes begging though.
He's getting that sort of on target there. The heel tilt was great. Into Marco Reus. Can he be the hero? Scoop turns well. It's silky. Just didn't have enough on it though to get past Ferland Mendy to outsmart the French fullback.
Saw that player lock there. He ran all the way offside with Neymar, I think it was, just to then play look back onto Renato Sanchez, bring the ball forward. Has been dispossessed though, and let's see what Optole does here, because this will give us a good indication on where this game will go. Is he going forward or no? You just see more than happy to keep hold of the ball, more than happy to play the possession game, as you just see him put a pause in there as well with a third remaining. That is it, a third left of European qualifier number 5 of the qualifiers in Europe, full stop.
And say, are we going to see this now on the flip side? This was something that we saw at times from Leandro in terms of just slowing down the game, taking this sting out of the tie. Got to be careful how defensive you are, because more white shirts will get forward. There'll be a lot more pressing of the ball. It's okay keeping the ball, but then if you do something like that, then you give your opponent back possession and a chance. We're going to the pause menus now for both of these two. It was Optole that did force the pause. There's about 28 minutes or so left in the tie, Rich. Maybe a chance to bring on a couple of fresh legs, but I can imagine for Leandro it's going to be a lot of players getting forward to try and chase back a goal.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And right now you're just playing the clock as well. When you consider how long did he roughly hold the ball then? You would say probably 56 to 63. A little bit of quick math. That's 7 minutes of the game gone, not coming back. If you can do that 3 times, that's 20 minutes disappeared from the clock altogether. 3 different spells of keeping possession, holding ball. That gives your opponent about 6 or 7 minutes to get into a final third position to score a goal. So not only are you playing the time remaining in the game, you're playing the management of where you want to lose the ball as well. You're happy to lose the ball in the attacking third, because there's so much of the pitch left for your opponent to try and conquer to get that goal. So it does become a chess match.
Well. Back on the ball, Neymar back on it. Twisted and turning, trying to cause absolute havoc in the box. Offside trap played there to try and rush decisions, to try and rush passes. Doesn't fall into the trap though, does. Peixoto back to goal, CR7, and we'll go again.
What a goal. Simply, what a goal from Peixoto. All the pressure on him. Played the ball into his star man, Cristiano Ronaldo. He went to...
Cristiano Ronaldo.
It was beautiful, just left stick dribbling, a little cancelling there as well. I've just seen that goal back. Creative genius in the final third from Peixoto.
The chat just fills up with so much love for him.
We've got nearly every single
French have a French
pro
champion on the books.
Yeah, in the chat right now.
I'm sure for them as well, it's refreshing to see another name come forward. So good that he got the opportunity to represent France, the Équipe de France team that's been mixed up again this year. Just a couple of names to mention, like Mentz, Cursor, all involved, hoping that they can go to the FIFA Nations Cup. Sure, if he was to get a win here, there's absolutely every right that he'll be saying that I should be on the way to Copenhagen. Of course, that event happening really late into the year. Final 15. Remember, extra time could be on the cards. It feels like this could really go to extra time. It's been so nip and tuck between these two in all the games they've played.
Are we going to get that one final chance?
That player lock into CR7. Back to CR7 again. It needs Kevin Mbabu there just to get a knee in front of the ball.
Very direct, very good pass into Ronaldo's feet.
Could be a chance to seal the deal, to find that final goal that could be a match winner. The offside trap being spammed. Player locks coming in here, there and everywhere. So hard to defend, just send you sort of doolally defensively. You don't know what to do, you don't know who to track. Sanchez still. Can he find the runner, Bruno Fernandes? No, we can't. It's Mbappe that gets round this man. Chance to break. Last 6 minutes. Will there be a winner?
Deciding to play smart right now. He's not rushing forward. Doesn't want to get caught in transition with the ball and players sort of just everywhere, out of position and not in a good opportunity to try and get that winning goal. He is now, though, as he comes forward with a towel. And this final chance will fall to the Swede.
Two minutes left. Will there be a match winner? Oh, Mbappe just couldn't carve his run that he was looking for. Looks like we might need extra time here. A minute probably to be added on, maybe two if we're lucky. There will be 1 minute. Last chance to loon it. Leandro. If he was to snatch this late on, this would be remarkable here in Europe. CR7 in a running race. Twisting, turning, back to CR7 it will go again. Atau, back to CR7. Which way will he go?
No.
Dancing around the box, can't find the pass past Kevin Mbabu. And we will need 30 more minutes to find out our final champion here in Europe. I mean, this is the game that's given us everything, Rich. A bracket reset, penalty. Oh, no, it's not penalties yet, Jesus. Extra time, maybe penalties in the future. Still to play for. We have no idea where this game's going.
Both of these two look absolutely exhausted. Coming into a final 30 minutes of FIFA. Is it going to be Sweden? Is it going to be France? Up Telly or Shoto? Honestly, I feel like I've said this sentence all day long, but what a game. This has been by far the best qualifier on Xbox in the European region.
Maybe they've saved the best to last in terms of the performances we've seen. In terms of a final, certainly has been up there. Tolle kicking from left to right in the yellow strip of Gothenburg. The Swede who got a top 3 finish back in January. This time out he's got a top 4, maybe a top 1. Neymar! Oh my days, Reece James! That block there, you had no idea about it, but you may have just got yourself in to the history books as the hero of that interception.
I cannot believe he's managed to get back on the line there and block that. Reece James, I mean, right place, right time.
Neymar with the skill move for Tolle. Everything was perfect. Everything. Just couldn't find the finish. Chance to run forward now. Deata.
Bags of pace.
Off the bench as well, Rich, late on. Neymar.
He's
getting Reece James. The problem.
Very, very dangerous is that Deata. You can get a run on you, you don't want him bearing down on you. Just come back from offside position. Oh, I just feel like penalties are looming.
There's 2 minutes left of just this first half of extra time. Will we need penalties? 15 more minutes to decide it. Will there be any more goals? A chance. That was 13 game seconds off the first half of extra time. Can you see that pace from Deata maybe? Mbappe was raring to go, and that will do us for the first 15 minutes here. 15 minutes away from a penalty shootout to decide a winner in the final qualifier of the year. That honestly could be the situation, Richard, if there was not to be a goal in the next 15.
What a way to finish. What a way to finish the qualifiers in Europe. And look, we'll be honest. 2 names that you wouldn't have predicted here. Given the stars that are in Europe. 2 names that we're more than thrilled to welcome in to said stardom here in Europe. And these will be two players, especially Optole and Peixoto, in those playoffs that will have circles around their names and targets on their back.
Even more so for the player that can win tonight's bracket. To win tonight's qualifier. Chance, Peixoto, Neymar, back to Neymar, Neuer! With a huge hand, the bounce back was fortunate. And the save was justified, you'd say.
He's in.
It's a long ball forward down the other end. It's a counter-attack situation. Dayata, back to Neymar, Optole now. Yusuf Attal Elastico, turns back inside, brilliant feet in the box, and Varane is there to say no thank you.
I'm running out of superlatives to describe some of these last-ditch defensive blocks, last-ditch defensive tackles. I feel like the only way to separate these two is penalties. That might be the fairest way, and it's the unfairest lottery that is available in football and FIFA.
We might not need it though, Rich. We might not need it yet. 15 minutes was up, 5 minutes left on the clock. Will there be a winner? Or will we need extra time? Or should we say extra time in terms of penalties as well? 3 minutes is all that's left. Playing for the last chance of the game. Here's Leandro. Peixoto. All the French. Another champion this year on FIFA 21 in a major.
Back post.
He wanted to play short. Instead, he's pulling on his Dayata. Can he inject some pace into the final third? Added time to follow now. I think we are going to a penalty shootout, in all honesty. A $15,000 penalty shootout, we must add.
Not yet. Not yet.
Or is there? Oh. Ice in the veins.
That's it.
Of Peixoto. Penalties on the card. Strap yourselves in. Up steps Optole first. Davies up first. Scores.
Beautiful dink down the middle. So it'll be Alphonso Davies of Peixoto stepping up to the spot. Saved!
Advantage to the Swede. Could it be 2 from 2? Dayata steps up. Scores.
Great penalty. Dayata now for Peixoto. From 12 yards. Does score. 2-1.
Can it be 3 out of 3, Richard? For Optole, up steps Yusuf Attal. He puts it away. Easy as you like.
Pressure, penalty from Alessandrini. Scores.
To put him so close, Richard. So close to a winning position. Mbappe. Perfect pens.
And who else but Neymar from the spot for Peixoto. Must score to keep this tournament alive, and does score.
It's as simple as this. 16 years of age, the Swede, you score, you'll be a champion, no!
Still has a chance to save his tournament if he scores this penalty, and he does score. Sudden death.
Sudden death on the cards. Timed it green as well, did Peixoto. Up steps Neymar for the Swede. Will miss again. This is a chance to take it all. Peixoto with CR7. The match-winning moment. Can he step up? Can he score? Yes, he can! And France, finally, have their champion on the Xbox. Qualifier number 5 will go to a new Frenchman in town. Leandro Peixoto of Atlanta Wild will walk away, I'm sure, to go and find his brother in his house to say, we've just done it. We've just won a championship in our back pocket. Incredible scenes, an incredible final. He had to make a bracket reset happen, Rich, and he did exactly that.
There is a new superstar from France, and it's not the Peixoto that you might think it would be. Leandro Peixoto, step up. What a performance. What a penalty shootout. He had to save himself 3 times. Oh, he had 2 chances to win it. Did Optole. Missed them both. And on the biggest stage, Peixoto kept his calm. He didn't even celebrate when he won.
It's another day in the office, I think.
It really is.
Day in the office. I mean, he's just won $15,000 and his first ever major tournament. For him, he just looked at the camera and smiled. I mean, let's just sort of bring it back a second. What a final that was. They played earlier today. You can see that in the winners' final. Look who won that game. Optole won it. Peixoto went down into the loser bracket. He had to then move on forward and then win that game against Skifter to set up this match again. Peixoto made a bracket reset happen, and by that point we thought, okay, what's happening in this last game? It went to extra time. It went to penalties in the end. Optole was nearly 5 out. He was 4 out of 4 in his penalties, wasn't he, Rich? He just had to score his last one, and he would have won the whole thing. And I mean, don't get us wrong. What a grand final that was. Penalties, no one ever wants to see it go that way. But as you said, Rich, it got to a stage where we had to find a winner. We couldn't find it in normal time. We couldn't find it in extra time. Take it to the spot. And there you go. Peixoto will be your Qualifier 5 champion. Incredible scenes.
A magnificent finish to a truly outstanding event from all the competitors that were involved today. And look, those games, nobody deserved to lose it, did they, in the grand final? But we had to have a champion, and the championship going to France. In the Xbox console, we've had 4 German winners and a Frenchman, and I cannot wait to see the playoffs unfold on the Xbox.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, we've seen a lot of FIFA in terms of Europe this year, Rich. In terms of the final, is that your favourite one we've had so far this year? I mean, the last one of all we've had, qualified number 5.
We've had so many different finals, though, especially on the Xbox. We've had dominations, in all honesty. 9, 10 goals, flare goals, rainbow flick volleys, and then the final one to go to a penalty shootout. I think just goes to show that the gap from the very top to the sort of middle of the pack has been tightened so much. No one is running away on the Xbox right now, and I cannot wait to see the playoffs, as I said earlier.
Yeah, incredible stuff. That is it. That is it. Sorry for the day from the commentary booth. We'll be back tomorrow for the PlayStation games. But from myself, Richard Buckley, of course, Lisa Manley, and Ryan Pistol, we're going to throw it back over to Jimmy Spencer and Mike, I'm sure, to crown that winner. Congratulations, Leandro Peixoto.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. I'm still in disbelief about what I just saw. That was ridiculous. Peixoto showing the backbone of all backbones to become champion of this. He lost leg 1, or let's say in the winners final, everybody, 3-1. Then when they did the grand final, okay, he won 3-2, so everything's pretty close. And then in the grand final reset, it goes 3-3, goes to penalties. He was down in penalties, and he figured out a way to get the victory. Ridiculous performance from Peixoto. Congratulations to him. That is the first time we have seen in this European qualifiers on the Xbox side that a German or a non-German did not win. Congratulations to Peixoto. Let's take a look now. We'll take a look at the bracket here in a little bit and catch you guys up. But we know who the champion is, and that's all that matters. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, Spencer and Mike. Tell me, Spencer, how are you feeling? That might have been the best grand final we have seen to echo the sentiments of Brandon and Richard so far this season.
It certainly got bang for our buck, didn't we, in terms of game time. I didn't think it was going to happen, I'll be honest. He surprised me there. I was really impressed with Optolo going into that, or OP Toller as I was calling him, and I still got huge hopes for him in the future. Only 16 years of age. It could even be better for his career long term that he's lost this. He's going to learn from it, and he's going to bounce back. But Peixoto deserves a lot of credit. Now, I know this is going to be a bit controversial. I know some people in the chat are not going to agree, but we have to praise him for his method of play. If he was doing that in a real traditional football match, he'd be getting the olés every time he did the pass, and everyone would be cheering him on. Because it's FIFA, he doesn't get it. And if you actually pause the game, and 90% of the time he was keeping that ball, the amount of players he had around him pressing him, it's a skill to keep it for that long. It might not be the skill we want to do, but you don't get to choose how your opponents play. You have to beat what's in front of you, and he was superior.
But Optale, to your point, I mean, he had his chances. He weathered the storm that Peixoto was bringing, and yet Optale still was there. And all he had to do was make that last penalty to send him through. We'd be talking about a different champion altogether. But I can't say enough about Peixoto and his ability to cope with adversity, Mike LaBelle. How impressed were you with his performance?
I wish I had half the spine that he's got in order to make those comebacks, to see out games, and to do this consistently. Peixoto always had close matches, win, lose, draw, whatever it might be. He never had a big spread in any of the games. It was always a very for lack of a better descriptive word, kind of a sweaty matchup. I felt the intensity every time I watched him play in terms of, I know one mistake changes that whole game, whether it's in favor of Peixoto or going against him, because it's not high-octane, free-flow offense, and I by no means I mean that negatively. He does such a good job controlling the games, and Spencer touched on this, but to be able to go up against the best players in the world, and they got a team press, and they're bringing all these bodies, risk to reward, and you're still able to hold the ball, you're still able to find areas of space, you're still able to unlock the through ball and find the correct pass. It's just not easy to do that. There's no other way of saying it.
Yeah, we'll see how much influence Peixoto's tactics has on the community at large. Now let's take a look at the highlights of the grand final reset, the 3-3 draw that led to those exciting penalties. Mike, why don't you walk us through it?
I would be honored to give you the lay of the land for the reset. As the first goal, the opener, not the prettiest, not the easiest on the eyes, a little bit of a bounce back, but you take them all, they all count the same. And you can see both these competitors working. Classic bridge dribble, great finish from Neymar. Almost halfway through that bridge, it was crucial at the end of the opening leg, especially to give you that momentum, that confidence. And with Optole, or OP Tole, you thought after the outside of the foot elastico, and we'd seen multiple of those, that this was going to kind of push him onward to see out the game. He's really good with some of the elasticos and the stop and pops. Look at the patience here and get in the box. All of that is also a skill from Peixoto. He's trying to bait a defender into a mistake, and he's just waiting and waiting and waiting. Ultimate level of patience, great test, beautiful work there from Optole. He might feel that one a little bit. Great heel to heel skill move. This is just a battle of the wits. When you get to extra time, your players are fatigued, they're exhausted. Who wants it? Who doesn't want it? Good read, good luck, bad luck, and then penalty kicks. I know we're watching. I'm trying not to look at these reactions ahead of time. I'm saying no. Optole had the lead the whole way through, but Peixoto never lost his focus, as you would expect. Wins it. You don't even see him celebrate as well. He gives you a little 3. I don't know what the downward 3 stands for. If anybody can interpret for me, I'm sure that it has something meaningful that I'm just missing the cues. But little downward 3. I like it. He smiles, looks relieved. But you'd be shocked, or you're surprised. The guy is a champion, and usually we see him out of their seats, celebrating with the boys, and you get a little bit of a smile. And I feel that this is now the #1 Peixoto, and I think that's got to be the storyline, the narrative. At 18 years young, he's already surpassed his brother.
Yeah, that's a bold claim, and I like where you're going. Maybe he can even steal the tagline from Dolan Mike. He's got ice in his veins, because he was always in there hanging in with a chance. Okay, so Mike talked about the highlights, gave us all the fun stuff as always. I'm going to get out of the way here. Spencer, I'm going to give it to you. What was our collective play of the day or player of the day?
Well, Peixoto deserves a lot of respect, and I've seen people in the chat say we're not giving it to him. We are. I'm actually doing the opposite. I think I'm fighting a case for him. I'm not saying that the way he plays is going to be everyone's cup of tea, but he deserves credit 100%. A worthy winner. Congratulations to him. Even though it went to penalties, Optole, either one of them could have won at the end of the day, but it takes a lot of metal to do the penalties he was doing. When he was behind, he still pulled out some great finishes. So even though it's a slightly different skill, he's still shown it there. So well done to him. But my opinion ultimately, and my opinion is that the most entertaining player to watch today was not either of the finalists. It was that man Skifter. And I have to give credit to him, because those 2 games he played were electric, and I want to see him play more. And what you're going to get from him, So I look forward to that, and I want to give him a lot of credit as well, the Danish player there. But Optole is going to come back for sure. I think he's going to be a future champion at 16. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stories I've given you there. But player of the day for me, I'm giving it to Skifter.
All right.
But
I respect it.
Wow.
I respect it. Peixoto's the champion. Optole taking one more step to actually being a champion in one of these events after being in the winners final twice in 2 of the events in these European qualifiers. It can't get to the finish line just yet. Maybe he can do it when it really counts in the playoffs, and maybe even the E-World Cup after that. All right, let's take a look now at tomorrow's schedule so you guys know what's coming on the PS4 side of things. A very exciting day. 6 very talented players, as you can see. We got Guarnieri, we got Andoni, we got #Tom, Roberts, Daniel, Orange. It's all popping off tomorrow. We're going to start exactly the same time that we did today. And it was very exciting today, so we'll see if day 2 can match it. That means we're done for day 1. So on behalf of Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, all of our talented casters, I'm talking Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and our debutantes, as they like to say, Lisa Manley, who did an excellent job. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I want to say thank you for watching. Thank you to everybody else that supports the community, of course, and maybe didn't get to watch, but you get to join in for day 2. And for all the amazing people behind the scenes that are making this production look so seamless, we want you guys to come back tomorrow because it's going to be even better. I know that's a bold claim, but I promise it's going to happen. It's a guarantee. Good night. We'll see you then. GG.